Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and Webtrans Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, Webtrans Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, Webtrans Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and Webtrans Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
Two other matches taking place in Group B today. At Rugby School, Middlesex men are 213 for 6 on 45 overs, playing Warwickshire there. Middlesex men won the toss and elected to bat. And in Chesterfield Street, the Northamptonshire Steelbacks are 236 for 3 off 43 overs against Durham.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the First Central County Ground at Hove for this Metrobank One Day Cup match between the Sussex Sharks and Lancashire. I'm Andrew Rayburn, and this, if of course you'll be well aware now, is a day-nighter, so we're starting at 2 o'clock. So that's why I'm able to say good afternoon. It makes a bit of a change. As you can see there, Sussex won the toss and elected to field. So we'll be seeing the players come onto the field in a minute, but the umpires are on their way first. And I can now just see the pink-shirted Sussex players walking down the steps of the Players' Pavilion. And they will be followed by the Lancashire openers. Michael Jones and George Bell will take you through the two teams in just a moment, but first of all I'm joined in the commentary box by Sam Keir. Sam, good afternoon to you.
Morning, Andrew, how are you? Not morning, afternoon, sorry.
Indeed,
we've been thrown
day-nighter.
by the day night. A first day night here for a number of years. And what a day, and hopefully a night for it.
Absolutely, and of course it will hopefully attract some people down after work as well. So if you're watching this on the stream, maybe you are at work and you're working from home or something, and you're catching the first few hours, then do come along to Hove when you knock off, because we will be we'll be well into the second dig by then, won't we, I suppose?
Decent crowd in at the First Central County Ground, which is great to see. A few bits and pieces going on around the ground as well as the cricket, which I'm sure we'll touch upon.
Absolutely. So just to run through the two teams, won't take very long. Two changes for Sussex. I can tell you the players making way are Dan Ibrahim and Ari Carvelis. Charlie Teare comes in for Ibrahim, and he'll open with Tom Haynes when the time comes. And Sean Hunt comes in for Ari Carvelis. He's back after almost 4 months out with a shoulder injury. So that's the Sussex team. With Haynes, Charlie Teare, Tom Clark, John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, Archie Lenham, Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt. And one change for Lancashire. They revert to the team that played against Somerset in the first match, and that sees Luke Hands, a 16-year-old, return in place of the Gloucestershire-bound Will Williams.
Yeah, great to see Sean Hunt back in a Sussex shirt, because he bowled so well in that game that he got injured in against Somerset in the Championship, and it must have been so frustrating with that career best performance to then miss such a sizable chunk of the season.
What a start that is. That's in the slot and beautifully dispatched. So just to run you through that Lancashire team: Michael Jones, George Bell, Marcus Harris, Josh Bohannon, Harry Singh, George Balderson, Arav Shetty, Ollie Sutton, Luke Hands, Tom Bailey and Charlie Barnard. And Jones, who made a century against Yorkshire in the last Lancashire match, is off and running with a boundary. Two slips in place, mid-off, mid-on as well. A couple of catches in the cover region. There's a player on the 45 on the leg side, third man as well. And Man out at deep square leg is the other fielder outside the circle.
Lovely buzz around the ground, isn't there, Andrew?
There is, and it's a lovely day. There's a good lot of people in the stands around the Spenkama Pavilion.
Deck chairs are pretty much all taken as well.
Absolutely, yes. The temporary stands that are normally, of course, up for the T20 period are down now. So, back first part of the season, last part of the season, the deck chairs are out. Finn Hudson-Prentice continues. That one straying onto his pads, and that will get the treatment, and that will get Jones another boundary. Good start from the in-form Lancashire opener. Well, mind you, he only made 14 against Somerset, but 102 against Yorkshire in the Roses match.
Yeah, and you can't afford to bowl on the legs of the right-hander when you're bowling from here at the CN, because it is a short boundary on the onside. We're on a one of the final pitches to the right-hand side of the square as we look at it from the CN, which does mean you get a huge boundary on the offside to the right-hander, and then quite a puny boundary on the onside. So I'm sure that'll be being targeted.
Wide. I think can't remember what the figures were now actually, but I think Sussex bowled a few wides when we were watching them at Arundel against Kent. Of course, they went on to win that game in a thriller with 10 balls to spare. Stand of 88 off 67 balls between Jack Carson and Archie Lenham. Carson finishing it off with a boundary that gave him a half century. Sussex will be hoping not to necessarily put their fans through that sort of drama again.
What a game of one-day cricket though. Just when you think a side is dead and buried, momentum shifts, and I think it's the slight difference between 50 over and T20 cricket. I think if that had been a T20, it was done, but you just rebuild, you have the time to rebuild, and then you can go hard.
Good fielding. Good scrambling from Danny Lamb.
Yeah, Danny Lamb, of course, playing against his former club. And he was part of the Lancashire side that beat Sussex the last time these two sides met in List A cricket in 2022, the semi-final of the One Day Cup, and you had a good stat
yes.
on that, Andrew.
Yeah, so there's as well as there being 8 players in the 22 who out there now who played in that match 3 years ago, which Lancashire won by 65 runs. Sussex fans won't need reminding. There's actually 9 of the Sussex team today who are born either in Sussex or Lancashire. There's 2 or 3, well, there's a couple of, yeah, well...
Don't give it away, Andrew.
Don't give it away,
We'll
yes.
see if people on the stream can get all 9. We'll reveal it at the end of the over, shall we?
Or it'd be easier to get the 2 miscreants, really, who were born elsewhere, but...
So a good round of applause for Sean Hunt, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, returning to the first team after an absence of, 4 months.
Yeah, this will feel good for him.
Yeah, he's bowling to Bell, coming over the wicket to the right-hander.
Oh, they want a second, and they're going to get a second.
That's well run by the Lancashire opening pair. Sean Hunt looked to understand to be a little stiff in that first delivery. A player that offers so much promise. Tall left arm seamer who bowls what I think the cliche calls a heavy ball.
Yep. 9 wickets in the match against Somerset in the Championship when he then injured his shoulder.
Not much going for that one. And umpire Watts barely reacts, which I think tells you everything you need to know about that
but
one.
Well worth the support from his teammates, I think, on that one.
Yeah, get just as that body's warming up for Sean Hunt, get the vocal cords. Well, one thing that hasn't changed from April is he's still got that rather fetching moustache. retro vibes for Sean Hunt. Full and clipped away, just struggling a little bit to find his areas, which is understandable. Too many guesses for the identity of those Sussex or Lancashire born Sussex players. We'll reveal. Oh, we're going to get a
Oh, he's broken.
interesting. No, is this a back gauge check?
Oh,
Off camera right now is oh no, I think Neil Bainton's scissors are coming out just to clip off a little bit of rogue tape from Michael Jones's back, because the last thing you want is a little bit of tape tickling the ball behind as it flaps around off your bat. So I think that's been cut off, and Jones will face up to his first ball from Sean Hunt. Jones, of course, returning to Lancashire from Durham in the off-season. Well taken by John Simpson.
What a great claim that is. It'll still be a wide, but yeah, the applause is for John Simpson.
Lancashire born and bred, Michael Jones, but he ended up at Durham for 7 seasons, I believe, where did a pretty fine job. Obviously a Scotland international, one of 2 Scotland internationals in the team today. Charlie Tier, of course, coming in for Dan Ibrahim. It's better from Hunt, just finds that length that he enjoys, just back of what you traditionally call a good length, which forces Jones into his tiptoes.
Two Toms at Slip, Clark and Haynes.
Yeah, the line that Hunt is bowling at the moment doesn't suggest they'll be getting much action, but that's better, pushing it across the right-handed Jones.
I just had visions of, as you said that, one being nicked to second slip.
So both these teams are, well, they're 6th and 7th in Group B at the table. Lancashire with 1 win, Sussex with 1 win, but Lancashire 2 points ahead, courtesy of that abandonment against Northamptonshire, I think. It's all pretty congested in the middle of the Group B table after 3 or 4 games.
It is.
Much better from Hunt, who has found his radar to finish off his first over.
One thing I would say is that Somerset's win over Yorkshire yesterday, which again was a dramatic finish, final over, finished with a 6, means that Yorkshire and Somerset now top the table both with 12 points. One match today is Warwickshire against Middlesex, and that the winners of that one will, and it won't be rained off, I wouldn't think, that will have 12 points. So that will take up the top 3 qualification spots with teams on 12 points, although then one team may have played a game more or so, which means Lancashire on 6 and Sussex on 4 before this one. I mean, it's starting to feel like must-win territory, certainly for Sussex, you would feel. And I've got a little bit of a stat on that as well in a minute. Oh, what a cracking shot. That is beautiful from Jones. Was it Bell, sorry? Yeah, Bell, beg your pardon. Yes, so the last, under the present qualification format introduced in 2017, basically you either need 4 wins or 5 wins to get through, and you tend to only be able to get through with 4. Well, that's another boundary through the same sort of area, back to back for George Bell, who made 54 and 111 for Lancashire seconds against Sussex at Horsham in June, and he's looking to make an impact.
Yeah, and those consecutive boundaries prompting a change in the field, with Finn Hudson-Prentice immediately removing Tom Clark from slip. I think saying there's not much point in me bowling half volleys hoping they swing, because they're not swinging and they're driving. So maybe he'll go a little back of a length and more straight this time, which is exactly what he does.
Oh, they're going to sneak a single. So Lancashire motoring early on, 22 from the first 15 deliveries. Yeah, so it's not obviously not beyond Sussex to qualify, even if they were to be on the wrong side here, and of course it's still very early on, but it is just a match that both teams will be targeting, you would feel, given the fixtures to come for both teams. Sussex have Northamptonshire on Sunday away from home, and then host Somerset and Yorkshire next week here, Thursday and Sunday, and then the final game is a trip to Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Lancashire go to Beckenham on Sunday, so they're staying, and they've actually, obviously they had the game rained off at Sedbergh on the first match against Northamptonshire, but then they'll have had 4 away trips on the bounce, so they finish with 3 home games. After Kent they host Durham and Warwickshire at Liverpool, and then Middlesex at Old Trafford. But at the moment it's Yorkshire and Somerset leading the way in Group B. I don't know about you, Sam, but it's nice, as we reach the end of the over, 23 without loss, it's nice actually for this sort of competition to not be regionalised as a draw. It's nice to see some different teams than otherwise the T20 or the old Pro 40 games might have been.
Yeah, I totally agree, because something you do hear people say is that they get a little bit bored of seeing the same fixtures year after year, so getting a sort of a bit of a rotation in the One Day Cup, which I guess is the fact that you're only playing 8 group games as opposed to 14, so there isn't so much pressure on the calendar.
Yeah, you don't get the home and away element, do you? So,
yeah.
But then that does also make it slightly tricky sometimes for teams who might get longer away journeys than others.
Strays down the leg side does Hunt, as he's just struggling to consistently find the line he wants. You can see what he's trying to do, which is his modus operandi, which is to push the ball across the right hander looking for that outside edge. He still has 2 slips. Yeah, and in fact it's the only of the 3 county domestic men's competitions where you do play every side the equal amount of times. A bit short this time, and a lovely short arm pull from Jones, who, as to be said, looks an imperious touch following on from that century up at York. That looked like beyond the cricket, looked like a great occasion. Did you see the footage and the photos of packed stands and glorious day, outground cricket at its best, which we obviously sampled at Arundel there.
And York is a beautiful place generally. Not that I want to say too much about it if people from Lancashire are watching, but
short again, this time aerial from Jones, and he's going to get another 4. He moves on to 17 from just 12 balls, and Sussex's opening bowlers just struggling for consistency.
absolutely, and these 2 openers, certainly Jones of course coming off the back of 102, they're not shy of attacking in the power play. Bell 21 against Somerset and 14 against Yorkshire, very much the junior partner of the 2 if you like, but Still got the likes of Marcus Harris, Josh Bohannon to come. George Balderson is in good nick. Half centuries in the first 2 matches.
Oh, and that is very nearly chopped on. Bit of a scare for Michael Jones, and that would have been a big blow, but gets away with it. Not far from that leg stump at all. Yeah, we were talking about Sussex being made up of a mixture of, or vast majority of Sussex and Lancashire born players. Someone's pointed out on the YouTube comments, which of course is where this live stream is being broadcast, as well as on the Sussex Cricket Match Centre, that 10 of the 11 Lancashire players are Lancastrians themselves. Doesn't quite get hold of that one. With, I guess, Marcus Harris being the notable exception, the captain, all the way from, well, I think Perth originally, but now a Victorian. What's your view on when players sign for new counties, then being sort of left out by the county they're leaving? Do you think that's fair enough? Quick single for Jones to finish the over. 10 off it, so another expensive over, 33 without loss.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I presume, obviously, are you referring to Will Williams not being involved? He obviously played against Yorkshire, but yeah, I think it's. I suppose it depends a little bit on the circumstances, and this is now the sort of the window now, isn't it, where players start to get snapped up. I mean, Sussex have already made a couple of signings for next season. Might even be 3 now. And you then have to say, well, what about, you know, not just headspace of the player, but as we see Hudson Prentice come in, and Jones slashing that away through the gap for 4 more, and quickly onto the length and dispatching it. And I think the thing is, well, you know, let's concentrate on the players who are going to be here next year. That's the thing.
Yeah, and I think when you're thinking about it from the future of the club, then that's fair enough, isn't it? I suppose it's frustrating for the player, which is why so many of them end up going out on loan to the team they're joining anyway. So it kind of works. Or
you see, there have been a couple of players knocking about who have gone to other teams before departing for somewhere else next summer. Particularly for the One Day Cup, and that can be a competition, of course, where you can get some loanees come in. That's going to be more runs, going to race away. Will it be hauled in? It should be. Good bit of work out there.
So in terms of Sussex's bowlers available with them today, obviously Hunt and Hudson Prentice taking the new ball, then you've got Crocombe, Lamb, and I suppose Clark if needed for a bit more seam, and then your spinners Carson and Lenham.
Yeah, there's a lot of bowling options. I mean, pretty much most of them have certainly bowled in their time, haven't they?
Yes, Tom Haynes as well, of course.
Yeah.
Although he seems to be bowling less and less. Often the way.
I think he bowled a little bit for in the Lions match against India. I think he might have turned his arm over.
Yeah, he's sort of a overfiller in red ball stuff, isn't he, to allow you to rotate things a bit. I'm not sure whether, I don't know what his List A bowling record's like. Let's have a look.
Good line from Hudson Prentice, responding well to the 6 runs that came from the first 2 balls of this over.
Tom Haynes has bowled 20 overs in his 26 List A matches. none of them this year.
Hudson Prentice has taken 4 wickets in the competition this year. 1 against Durham, 3 for 65 he finished with against Kent, wicketless against Middlesex. Of course, several of this team made their List A debuts against Lancashire 4 years ago, and Lancashire beat a team, very callow, inexperienced Sussex team with, I think they had about 8 or 9 debutants in it. There's List A debuts for Haynes, Clark, Lenham, Ibrahim, Carter, Crocombe, Ward, Coles and Joe Sarrow. All made their List A debuts in that game. So that's, yeah, 9.
Where was that?
Where? That was at Sedbergh. In a group match 4 years ago. Sussex made 270 for 9. Travis Head was playing. Must have felt like he was babysitting. Ollie Carter made a half-century. Dan Ibrahim made 46. And then Lancashire got there with an over to spare. They were actually struggling at one point.
Oh, swing and a miss from Bell. The first sort of loose shot was a tempting delivery, but as ever, the angles of the left arm over to the right hander just make it a little tricky to judge when the ball's being pushed across you.
So yes, this young Sussex team must have thought they were onto a good thing, and 115 for 7 they had, Lancashire. And then someone came along and made 86 from 69 balls. Can you imagine who that might have been?
Well, not a horrible feeling, because he's Sussex's now. Danny Lamb?
It is Danny Lamb, yes. Stands of 112 with Tom Bailey and 47 with Liam Hurt. And Lancashire won with an over to spare. 115 for 7 became 274 for 8. So Danny Lamb has certainly done a lot to punish Sussex in the last, well, a few years ago. And now he is actually playing very well in this competition for the Sharks, of course. Made 74 against Durham and has 5 wickets to his name. Turns 30 next month, and that will be
short and wide and cut to the boundary as Lancashire race towards 50 without loss. 43 without loss now off 5.3 overs, so going at just under 8 and over.
Yeah, Sean Hunt I think would like to have that ball back again, I think.
Yeah, it was just a touch too short and a touch too wide. You can see what he's trying to do though. Still 2 slips in there. Much better. And perhaps the first sign of a little bit of movement through the air, because that seems to be the way with these Kookaburra balls, is they do nothing until about the kind of 6th, 7th over. And then they swing for a couple of overs and then they do nothing again.
Well, of course, we still have, I guess we still have a new ball from each end as well.
Yeah.
So this is, yeah, the 3rd over. You can hear the seagulls are swirling around, making a nuisance of themselves.
Oh, and that's pierced through the gap, and it's such a short boundary. He's going to get 4 more.
Well,
it is a very short boundary down towards that offside, where the main scoreboard is, and he's managed to find a reasonably small gap between the fielders Hudson Prentice and Carter in the covers.
Archie Lenham down on the on the rope there was literally, I mean, if he'd have started half, I mean, not that he could have done, but if he'd have started half a second sooner, he'd have got that. That's how close it was.
It's a little uppish, but no real alarm. That's straight to Carter in the covers, and that ends another decent over for Lancashire. 6 overs gone, 47 without loss.
Yep, there's a good crowd in. People on the deck chairs. Lots of cool bags with food and hopefully some nice cool drinks as well. Beer festival day.
Yeah.
Beer festival day. So I'm sure there's lots going on around the ground.
Yeah, that new bar in the northeast corner, Silly Point, looks quite good actually. Lots of sort of craft beers, just right for Brighton and Hove.
Absolutely. Hudson Prentice continues. Sent back quite wisely.
It feels like a sluggish pitch, but one where it's the batter. If you err on length, a decent batter is going to have the time to punish you. Certainly no sign of the batters being hurried, and perhaps the most dangerous ball might be one which you end up top edging. Shot.
That is the first maximum of the afternoon. Jones plonking Hudson Prentice over long off and down towards the crowd at the sea end. That was some strike.
Yeah, and it brings up Lancashire's 50 in just 32. No, my maths is terrible. 38 legal deliveries. Either way, a fast start, and Michael Jones looks imperious, particularly through that offside.
He's coming over the top, hasn't quite got all of this, and it's just beyond the fielder, Danny Lamb. It was heading our way at one point, but it was more uppish than long. Lamb went in hot pursuit, but to no avail in the end. But yes, as you sort of intimated, they took a single, by the way. As you intimated, it might be a pitch where you also need to put your own pace on the ball.
Yeah, I think you're right. I noticed Jones in the first couple of overs definitely taking a couple of steps towards Hudson Prentice, I think for exactly that reason. There's a little bit of live grass on it. I mean, the pictures don't really reveal too much, but certainly from where we're sitting, there's a tinge of green. But we've not seen good camera work there. You can see that grass there. Doesn't seem to have produced much lateral movement for either of Sussex's opening bowlers thus far.
I imagine the decision at the toss will probably just have been therefore to be happier chasing, I think, rather than anything that necessarily the bowlers are going to get early use out of. Is there a difference, do you think? Obviously, sometimes the height of summer T20s can have this issue as well. But is there just watch this from Hudson Prentice, spooned but safe. Yeah, a bit of a difference for the captains to decide what to do for a day-nighter when the innings break might be. I mean, I suppose it will still be broad daylight then, but you know what I mean, when you might be chasing under lights. Has that got to be taken into account? 57 without loss at the end of the 7th.
Well, I think the point you made about the fact that it's, even though we're now mid-August, still pretty decent daylight until at least 8 o'clock, isn't it? 8:30. The lights will be needed then, but it's not going to be like floodlit games when this tournament used to be played in April or May, where you'd get the dew factor, and so I don't think there'll be a huge difference. I suppose that it's whether there's that theory that the ball does a bit under lights. Hunt into his 4th over, but I think the lights probably didn't come into Hudson Prentice Simpson's decision to bowl first. It just feels like, particularly in this tournament, there has been an advantage to the side chasing. not many totals have been defended so far.
Yeah, of course, Sussex lost trying to chase down Durham's 310. They did chase down Kent's 287.
It's going to be a wide. There's a good conversation on the YouTube chat, where if you want to get in touch with us, you can, of course. Someone from overseas asked the question, what is it about the UK which means so many people are free to come and watch cricket on a on a Friday? And then there's a flurry of answers trying to justify it, but maybe we've discovered. It's going to be another wide, I think. Yeah, maybe we've discovered the secret to the UK's economic issues is there's too many people free on a Friday to come and watch cricket.
I'd also suggest the two words beer festival probably have helped matters as well.
Well, it is the school holiday, so plenty of people will have taken annual leave from their workplaces to be with the kids, and what better thing to do than bring them down to the cricket. And even if you haven't got kids, take a day off work, why not? It's better from Hunt, and they scramble through a single. Perhaps Tier is a little bit deep at mid-on, but then of course with the way that certainly Jones was playing the last over, you don't want a mistimed lofted shot to go over your head. Tricky balance.
Well home. Good effort from Charlie Tier. Yeah, I think obviously the other thing to bear in mind as well is that Hove is a ground that people like coming to, and it's quite well appointed. It's quite cute.
Oh, and that's a no ball. Good no ball, if you see what I mean, but a no ball nonetheless. It was a decent delivery which beat Jones, but as we see on the replay
yes.
A big overstep.
So this will be a free hit for Lancashire. Yeah, so I think people will like to come to Hove. You've got the deck chairs, and it's an attractive game. You've also got the Sussex Cricketers bar next door as well, which and sixes in the side the grounds. We'll wait and see what this. Oh, I was going to say we'll wait and see what this is doing, but I'm sure Hunter's pulled up for a moment.
Yeah, no shortage of refreshment options in and around the first Central County ground.
Sixes is where you can. It's basically a cricket net in a bar. You have cricket nets there.
So here's that free hit, and it is made the most of by Jones with his second maximum. An expensive error from Sean Hunt overstepping. 8 runs from one legal delivery. When you take in the 2 you get for a no ball plus those 6. What a shot! Just a bit like. Do you remember those games where you had the cricketers on sticks?
Yes.
And you'd move them back and across?
Yes.
It was a bit like Jones there, where he sort of shuffled across and then went back a step to give himself maximum leverage and plopped it over long on.
A bit like a 9-iron, wasn't it? It was just chipped up and long, and yeah, good shot. Good start this from Lancashire. Good start from Jones and Belt. Yeah, of course, a lot of county cricket does, championship cricket during, working hours. Sometimes, it is a sparse crowd. But I think white ball cricket has always been pretty well supported at all levels.
Another single to the total.
And the counties themselves do a good job of promoting these games and getting kids in, and lots of things going on. So may not be the most important competition to some teams, but certainly for Sussex it's one that they're taking seriously, looking to do well in. There's obviously some players who are sitting out, but most of the regulars are on show, and that's another thing really important for the kids.
fuller from Hunt, not timed perfectly by George Bell, and as a result he just gets one, so that ends the over 8, 9, 10, and it's gone off the screen, but plenty off that over. I think maybe 12 in the end.
Jones 39 from 30, Bell 24 from 19. Yeah, and you know, you may not see, you know, the likes of Jimmy Anderson here today, but you know, it's important for the youngsters to be able to see their local Sussex heroes. Many of the courses, as we mentioned, are local, including Henry Crocombe, who is coming on to bowl now from Eastbourne, one of, I think, 3 from Eastbourne in the lineup. Archie Lenham and Ollie Carter being the other 2. Henry Crocombe wicketless against Durham and Kent, but then took 3 for 48 against Middlesex last time out. He was the man whose burst of wickets clinched promotion for Sussex in Division 2 of the County Championship at Bristol last September. Again, that one's back of a length. And a single taken.
Well, just going back to the importance of these games for the counties. Actually, when you take into account there were nearly 4,500 people at Arundel, I heard they're expecting 2,500 here today at Hove. You know, a lot of those will be members, and obviously there's a few other people around the ground who perhaps are here as guests, but that's not a bad gate. Bit of cash for the coffers.
Absolutely.
I think today is Past Players Day here at the First Central County Ground, so a few familiar faces coming through the gates when I arrived about midday, a bit later than that.
Who have you seen?
I know there is one of the 3 generations of Lenhams to have played for Sussex on the other side of the boundary, of course one on the pitch as well. Les Lenham is here.
Ah, nice. Les Lenham, now here you go. Les Lenham played in the first one-day game between Sussex and Lancashire, which was quite late actually, given the sort of the Gillette Cup era started in the early 60s, but it was in a Sunday League game here at Hove, April 1969, the first time that Sussex and Lancashire played, according to Cricinfo as well. I'm a bit concerned the historians may have one earlier than that, but Sussex lost to Lancashire on that day. Jim Parks made 70 for Sussex. Ken Higgs and Ken Shuttleworth took 3 wickets for Lancashire. And then Clive Lloyd's unbeaten 59 guided Lancashire home by 5 wickets, 2 overs to spare. It was a 40-over game. So the Lancashire team of David Lloyd, Farouk Engineer and so on went on to win the Players' League competition. Won 12 of their 16 league matches, and Sussex finished bottom. Plus ça change. Oh, beats the dive and will go for 4. That is always the worst thing for a fielder and a bowling side, and the best sight for a batter when your shot just evades the fielder's dive. It's a decent effort from Jack Carson, but 4 runs is the result.
Yeah, frustrating for Crocombe and Sussex, because Crocombe had started well with a single and 3 dots, but Jones once again looking so strong, driving through the offside.
End of Crocombe's first over, 5 from it, 75 for none on the board after 9.
Yeah, comparatively decent over from Henry Crocombe. 5 from it, with the current run rate over 8 and over, which says everything you need to know about the early exchanges in this fixture. 1 over left in power play 1. That's when you're allowed 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
The bowling change at the Cromwell Robo, wearing number 41, Archie Lennon.
And the flow of runs in that first 9-over period means that John Simpson has perhaps had to resort to his spinners an over or 2 earlier than he would have otherwise. Still 1 over left of the power play. Archie Lennon, who in his short one-day career so far has certainly been economical. Leg spinner, of course, to 2 right-handers, which he'll enjoy. This partnership worth 75 now in just 9 overs. Rapid start for Lancashire. So Lancashire are obviously the Lightning in the T20, but they're just Lancashire in the One Day Cup, is that right?
I believe so, yeah, because of course the T20 started, didn't it, with all the names, and very few teams actually retain them still now. Kent do, obviously, so there's Spitfires, and Sussex do. Northamptonshire.
Good start from Lennon. Hampshire Hawks.
Hampshire Hawks. So pretty much most of the southern teams.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
But some teams certainly did start to move away from sort of the original names, I think.
Yeah, accurate start from Archie Lennon, who for a leg spinner doesn't bowl too many rogue deliveries. Cue the drag down.
Of course, Warwickshire went an entirely different way entirely, didn't they, with Birmingham Bears? But almost good bit of fielding there. But yeah, almost prefacing the 100 by going to a city name.
Yeah. Birmingham Bears. To go with the Birmingham Phoenix.
Do we mention the H word during the Metro Bank One Day Cup? I'm not sure we do. There's something for everyone, put it that way.
Really good from Archie Lennon, has landed it on pretty much the same spot. 5 balls out of 5, and of course, to add another cricketing cliche, can he get out of the over? On ball to come, and his first over.
He can.
And he can. Maiden over to start from Archie Lennon, and that gets a healthy round of applause. No doubt including his granddad Les, who is here as part of the Past Players Day. And just a little bit of control after a fast start from Lancashire.
Yeah, end of the power play 75 without loss. Do you think, obviously you've got to execute the skills, and maybe that's just a really well bowled over, but do you think that's going to be a sign that maybe, you know, spin is going to be the what puts the handbrake on, if you like?
Yeah, I mean, I also think there's no getting away from the fact that Hunt and Hudson Prentice will be disappointed with how they bowled. But yeah, I don't think it's a wicket where you can stray too much as a seamer. Maybe we will see some of the medium pace of Tom Clark. Although he's probably a bit unfair to call him totally medium pace. He's a bit quicker than your sort of standard. Danny Lamb might be a handful on this wicket if he can just nibble it about a bit. I think you've really got to hit your areas. Something that Crocombe did pretty well in his first over.
Do you know who I think might bowl well on? Who would bowl well on this if you were involved in this match and was 5 years younger? Is Tim Murtagh. It's got that sort of Tim Murtagh wicket feel to it, I think.
Certainly wouldn't get many bad balls from him. It doesn't seem to have done a huge amount. It's just there's so much time for batters to react to balls that miss the mark. Henry Crocombe, of course, with that extra bit of pace compared to the rest of, well, in fact, probably all of the seamers on show today, and perhaps what at the other end of the scale might help a little bit. But even to Crocombe's, John Simpson isn't miles back. It's nicely driven, but it'll just be one because there's cover out on the cover boundary. Of course, we're now in power play 2 right until the end of the 40th over. 4 people allowed outside the 30-yard circle, so a bit of cover now for Sussex.
Crocombe keen to get a move on, back to his mark quite quickly. Good lines actually from Crocombe. Has bowled nicely. He has bowled nicely. I know it's maybe a relatively small sample size, but
no, I agree, and the change of bowling has put the brakes on somewhat. Still 7.2 runs per over for Lancashire's openers so far, with Jones 44 from just 37.
that will just be a single as well. Yeah, you must admit that looks like it's one of those situations at the moment where you would say Sussex would love a wicket right now. More to, you know, obviously they'd love 10, but you know what I mean, they want one to check the momentum a bit and to just make Lancashire think again, because the first few overs it was relatively easy pickings. And that one is going to find the fielder at fine leg, so a good over, 4 runs from it. Just 4 runs from the last 2 overs.
Crocombe with a short ball to finish, and I think that just illustrated this, what I was talking about this pitch. It was sluggish, wasn't it, even for a man who bowls mid-80s, even high 80s at times. I think those deck chairs at the Cromwell Road end have been reupholstered. They've got new bits of cloth, and I tell you what, if you it's feast or famine at that end, because if you don't get one of the deck chairs, then it's one of those sort of temporary fold-up plastic chairs. I know which I'd rather be sitting in at the cricket, Andrew.
Absolutely, Sam. Myself, Andrew Rayburn, and Sam Keir with you at the first Central County Ground at Hove. For Sussex against Lancashire, 79 without loss. Lancs after 11.
First sweep shot of the day from George Bell brings him a single. So the 4 fielders out for Archie Lenham are a long on, deep square leg, long off and deep cover. Otherwise you've got 3 men on the offside in the ring and 2 on the onside. That goes between the gap between Crocombe and Clark in the covers, down to Haynes on the cover boundary. 1 run. Archie Lenham just adjusting his line slightly outside the off stump here, so I think inviting the batters to free their arms perhaps. Let's see if he can't get into miscue one. That was a full toss, however, which Bell was happy to just bunt down towards that man at long on, who I think is Charlie Tier. I think I read in the preview to this match, Andrew, that this is the first day-night one-day game here in over 6 years, so that's nice to have a bit of day-night 50 over cricket back. That's very wide from Bell, and he has time to scuttle across to the offside. Happy to take a single, which makes it 6 singles from the over, 84 without loss after 12. Oh, that's my maths wrong. Another ball to come, apologies. 5 singles so far. Will we get the set? We will indeed. So there we go. Exactly what I said a couple of moments ago applies now.
It's just the graphics team here were just too quick for us. They were doing their job too efficiently, that's the problem. 85 without loss at the end of the 12th. And that score predictor, that's what Wasp is there. Score predictor is 363, so we'll see how that pans out as we go along. So the run rate's just over 7, and there's the scoreboard, which got a little bit of attention, didn't it? Not the scoreboard itself, but the incredible catch in the T20 a few years ago that was taken right in front of it by Brad Curry. Was that the Brad Curry catch? That was a sensational bit of fielding. As Henry Crocombe continues from the sea end. They'll get a quick single. Lamb will shy at the stumps, and they've come through. So Jones to 49. Be interesting to know, wouldn't it, if Lancashire would have chosen to bat, if they'd won the toss. Sussex winning the toss, selected a field. It'd be interesting to know if Lancashire were happy to bat first, or whether they'd have chosen to bowl as well. Might be that teams just happy to chase.
Yeah, it does seem to be the way. It's good cricket from Bell. The men in the ring push deep, as you kind of expect when the run rate's been as high as it has, and that's just allowing Bell to drop and run.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of going aggressive in the first few overs, isn't it? You attack, try and find the gaps and the boundaries in the first few overs, which forces the fielding team to change tack, and then in the second power play you can start to milk the gaps a little bit more, just like that. And that's a lovely little dab, which will bring Michael Jones his 50. May well have lost the stream, but we shall continue if you can hear us. That one is flicked out through mid-wicket for a single by Bell. Lancs 89 without loss now, and we are back. So a half century now for Jones, in case you missed it. 50 off of 43, 6 fours, 2 sixes, and then Bell got a single. And Crocombe looking to finish this over off. No comes the shout from Jones. End of the over, 4 from it. Lancashire 89 without loss at the end of the 13th, but that run rate is just coming down slightly, although it's still close to 7.
Yeah, authoritative knock so far from Michael Jones, and he likes batting against Sussex. 96 in a first-class match here in 2022. 87 in 2023 in the Championship. Now a 50 not out in one-day cricket. 5 matches he's played against Sussex, 7 innings, 293 runs at an average of just under 50, which he has surpassed already today. It will be Bell on strike to Archie Lenham, who begins his 3rd over. Another single. Bell batting really intelligently here, realising that Jones has been, or is in good nick and pouncing on anything loose, and he's happy. Meanwhile, Bell just to rotate the strike, still bringing him a runner ball. there or thereabouts. And it looks like we're into the classic middle over style cricket already.
Yeah, and just depends a little bit what Sussex's tactics are here, whether they're just going to hope to bring the rate down. They won't mind the singles being taken, but and hope that Lancashire will get a little frustrated, maybe play some aggressive shots that might bring chances.
But I think the point you made a few minutes ago is spot on, is having had such a fast start. Even if you go to run a ball now, you're so far ahead, as we see the reverse sweep from Bell. There's plenty of cover there with two men in that sort of area. Crocombe at backward point and Lamb at, what do you call that, a short third, yeah.
Yeah, they're almost on each other's toes, aren't they, there?
Could be an analyst's field positioning saying, I think he likes the reverse sweep, Bell. Which I guess is logical with the right-hander against the leg spinner, to try and play a shot with the spin rather than against it.
Keeping them both in place for Jones as well.
Quicker delivery, shorter delivery, 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't think Lenham got... there's always, as they say with leg spinners, that there's always going to be a 4 ball at some point, and that was it. He got that one wrong.
Yeah, I think that's an attempted quicker ball, isn't it? And he's just dragged it down, and he's cross with himself, but I don't think he should be too upset, because he started really nicely.
He has, yeah, and that's one bad ball out of 18. End of the 14th, 96 without loss. And John Simpson just in conversation with Jack Carson and Henry Crocombe. Maybe Simpson getting a message on to Carson about when he might be coming on to bowl. Simpson now has to scamper to take his mark behind the stumps. No slips in place for Henry Crocombe. So Simpson cuts a rather lonely figure behind the stumps there. Single out to that man on the in the deep. Again, it's going to be a situation where Lancashire will be milking these gaps.
Interesting to see which end Carson does bowl from, because if he bowls from this end, then to the right-hander, he's turning it into the side with a very short boundary. In Championship cricket, he tends to bowl from the C end, but he might be eyeing up the other end, given that short boundary.
Close in fielding from Ollie Carter. Wicket keepers galore in the Sussex team. With Charlie Tier coming in as a batter rather than a wicket keeper. John Simpson behind the stumps. Ollie Carter, of course, a wicket keeper as well. Carter showing his worth again. He is a ball magnet at the moment. I mentioned earlier that Sussex lost that semi-final in 2022 and that group stage match in 2021 when they played 9 List A debutants. You have to go back to August 2010 for Sussex's last List A win over Lancashire in the CB40. Joe Gatting's 71 got Sussex over the line against Lancs on that occasion with 4 balls to spare at Old Trafford. Good fielding on his follow through from Crocombe. James Kirtley took 3 for 35 in the Lancashire innings. Paul Horton made 69 for Lancashire. But in the 18 List A matches since the turn of the century, Sussex have 8 wins, Lancashire 10. the Sharks with a little bit of making up to do. Yeah, good over from Henry Crocombe, being well received around the ground here. And between them, Crocombe and Lenham have just started to turn the tap off slightly. Still 6.5 the run rate for the innings, but just come down a little bit. And it looks like we're going to see some Danny Lamb as well now.
Yeah, interesting from John Simpson. Archie Lenham 4 overs from that end, and then Danny Lamb are going to get a ball against his old side. So I don't know what that means for the spinners and when they're going to be utilised for the remainder of the innings. But for now, I think probably John Simpson realises that whilst Lenham was bowling with good control, so it didn't look particularly threatening, and maybe, as we were discussing earlier, the sort of pace-off cutters that Lamb delivers on this slightly stodgy wicket might prompt a miscue from one of these two batters who have put on 97 for the first wicket.
Yeah, they're well set, aren't they, as well? They've got their eye in.
In comes Lamb.
Just a little tickle on that, I fancy.
Yeah. 4 runs is given by umpire Chris Watts. Not a great start, just pushed it down the leg side. And that's the 100 up and 100 partnership for the first wicket. Just 92 balls. Corrected by Lamb, and then some, but with that cover out on the cover boundary, better to be there than on leg stump.
A couple of other games in this group going on. I mentioned, of course, the fact that Warwickshire are playing Middlesex, in reference to how the group may look at the end of the day. Oh,
Touched very faintly down the towards the third boundary, a very fine third boundary, and that's the second boundary of the over. I don't think we can say John Simpson had any chance of doing anything about that, but it was just a tickle, but deliberate.
yeah, the other game in this group is Durham against Northamptonshire. That's happening as we speak. Of course, these games are
clubbed. 1 bounce, 2 bounces to tear out at long on.
Yeah, those games are obviously further advanced than ours because this is a day-nighter. I can tell you that in the Durham-Northamptonshire game, Northamptonshire 321 for 8 in their 50 overs. Durham just starting their reply there.
Fuller this time. Same end result. A run out to tear at long on.
It's a bit of a boost at Northamptonshire because they haven't won any of their first 3 matches. Of course, they did have the abandonment against Lancashire and then lost the next 2. And the other match, Warwickshire Middlesex. Middlesex bowled out for 217 and Warwickshire already 35 without loss.
Bit of a mixed bag from Danny Lamb to start things off. 11 from the over. And Lancashire looking untroubled. So difficult to say who is, just referring back to those scores elsewhere, in a tournament where there are so many variables leading into it with who's going to be available for which team. It's very difficult to sort of pick who amongst the favourites. I suppose first things first is teams that don't lose too many to the 100, which we've seen in recent years with Leicestershire and Glamorgan both triumphing, not both sides without too many call-ups to the 100.
But then also you can bring through obviously your development players and they can surprise a few, and this is what Sussex, of course, did a few years ago in Championship cricket, exposed them in that, and then of course got the rewards in the end. Crocombe continuing. Just another score to bring you from the other group. Essex have made 417 for 6 against Surrey.
Blimey. Well, Surrey are almost the hardest hit by call-ups, and actually I think I heard that they were basically down to 11 cricketers in their squad.
And they've been given the treatment, the inexperienced Surrey lineup by Essex.
Who scored the runs for
Curtis
Essex?
Camphor made 123 not out, Simon Harmer 68 not out, and Benkenstein 83. So that was lower order resistance really. They were 230 for 5 when Benkenstein went.
Curtis Camphor signed as sort of a emergency overseas, wasn't he? The Irishman.
The Irishman, yeah. 12 fours and 6 sixes for him. Luke Benkenstein 8 fours and 4 sixes. And Simon Harmer 8 fours and 2 sixes. Matt Critchley made 58 at the top of the order. So yeah, there's runs about their side there. Rory Burns opening up for Surrey. At the he's not going to get 100 contract, is he? I'd like to have seen Alistair Cook in the 100. That would be fun. Yeah, real mixed bag in terms of scores. Obviously Lancashire going along nicely here, but Derbyshire have made 315 and have reduced Worcestershire to 11 for 2. Northampton, I mentioned the 321. Essex 417, but Leicester bowled out for 252, and Middlesex not making many either. Glamorgan 95 for 1 against Gloucester.
In this group, certainly, as you mentioned earlier, Yorkshire and Somerset certainly look pretty threatening, although of course Lancashire beat Somerset. Who beat Yorkshire?
That was Somerset yesterday.
Ah.
That's Yorkshire's first defeat.
Imam Ul Haq has been scoring runs for them.
Yes, I think he's leading scorer in the competition. End of that over, 112 without loss, 6.5 the rate as it stands. Oh, look at that. Plenty of food being brought back.
What a day out that is.
That's the drinks break. So 112 without loss at 17 overs. And Michael Jones 61 from 57. George Bell 43 from 46. Lancashire on top as the players take a drink.
Yeah, it's been absolutely plain sailing for Lancashire, you have to say. No chances to speak of. Some control regained by Sussex at the very end of the power play and into this power play too. But if you were John Simpson, I think you'd be feeling a little bit concerned at this stage, just at how flat it looks.
And power to add for Lancashire as well, as you can see there, like some Marcus Harris and Josh Bohannon and George Balderson, of course, a formidable figure at number 6 there. 65 and 70 he's made in the first couple of games. Marcus Harris has a List A best of 142 not out. Josh Bohannon 147. And the bowling figures for the Sharks. Expensive first up for Hudson Prentice and Sean Hunt. Sean Hunt back in the team after a 4-month layoff. None for 35 from 4, the pair of them. Crocombe has tightened things up with none for 17 off of 5. Archie Lennon bowled 3 very tight overs from the Cromwell Road end before he was replaced by Danny Lamb, who has gone for 11 from his solitary over. And there's been 8 extras in the 17 overs.
Yeah, the fact we're getting a drinks break at 17 overs suggests it's going to be in F1 terms, a 2 pit stop strategy, because it is hot out there, isn't it? We're in a beautifully cool, actually I'd say a little chilly commentary box with the aircon on. But
let's not make people too jealous.
It's, I'm thinking of having to put a jumper on in here. I guess we could just turn the aircon.
We could turn the aircon off. Let's first world problems and all that. What we haven't had though is our food parcel delivered, but not sure what happens with that. Being cheeky now.
So if you were John Simpson in this situation, how do you try and make something happen here, Andrew?
Well, it is going to be about inducing the full shot, isn't it? And it's about who you believe will be able to deliver that. I mean, Danny Lamb, he's gone for 11, yes, but 8 of those runs were from just cleverly crafted shots behind the wicket. And in a sense, you almost want those. It's come after a flow of runs, but you almost want those shots. Those are the sort of shots that can go wrong.
Yeah, and it is certainly a bigger boundary towards the pavilion. The onside, when the bowling is to a right-hander from the Cromwell Road end. I wonder whether that might see Jack Carson operating from that end. The off-spinner. It's better from Lamb.
The other thing about the pitch as well, of course, is that the quicker bowlers, or at least the seamers, can there's every chance of getting a caught and bowled, isn't there, with this sort of surface? If the ball holds up or a batter doesn't quite get through it, because as we mentioned earlier, they are probably going to have to generate their own power sometimes, as they tried there. He hit that hard. Danny Lamb barely flinched.
When you were saying that, it made me think caught and bowled is probably the one dismissal beyond the sort of very the strange ones like obstructing the field, where it's quite difficult to say I'm bowling for that dismissal. It's good from Lamb and good from Lancashire, who managed to nick a single where probably ordinarily there shouldn't have been one, but good intelligent cricket.
Didn't look like the one was on, did it? But and we'll see the good angle. Let's see how close this might have been. No, he's well home.
Yeah, it's good running, and they've been amongst the early fireworks. Really intelligent batting from Lancashire to realise that it's not necessarily a case of continuing to go all guns blazing, because plenty of runs once you've spread the field as well. But this is better from Lamb, who just took an over to find his areas, and he's doing the job that you'd expect of him, although of course, as well as that first column, which shows 113 runs from 17.4 overs, the big fat 0 in the second column will be of equal concern for Simpson and Sussex. Oh, and he very nearly had a wicket there. In the end, the bails were dislodged by the lightning quick hands of John Simpson.
You almost timed that perfectly, didn't you? They need that column changed, and nearly it was done so. Sean Hunt has been going through some warming up motions in front of us, so might see him again. Possibly from this end.
Decent over for Danny Lamb, just 2 from it to correct his expensive first set. And yes, you're right, Andrew. Sean Hunt says to John Simpson, I think coming down the hill doesn't suit me today, so even though it's hot, I'll happily trundle up. It does throw a lot of bowlers, doesn't it, that slope here at Hove?
Can do, yeah. It's actually deceptively it is quite a big slope. Adrian did tell me once how big it was. I think it is. I think it might be the same as the one at Lord's, in the sense that it might be 8 foot from one to the other. But
of course, from wicket to wicket rather than from offside to onside, which at Lords is the case. So Hunt will become. Oh, sorry, it's your over.
That's okay.
Andrew.
I'm going to get a bit of Sean Hunt from the sea end. Oh, he's just floated that one up, and it's he's not happy about it, but he's sort of got away with it. Just a single. That score predictor is now at 366. Essex today would laugh in the face of 366. They've already topped 400.
Yeah, you joke, but if Sussex don't take a wicket relatively soon, 400 doesn't sound that ridiculous, does it? 8 and over.
So how are we doing with the comments on the stream? Has anybody mentioned anything about the Sussex Lancashire connections in the Sussex Sharks squad?
Do you know what? It didn't quite catch fire in the way it...
You do surprise me.
Perhaps
Do you mean to say other people have other better things to do with their time?
Well, it certainly entertained me to hear that stat. Why don't you put people out of their misery?
Well, the only two who in the Sussex Sharks squad who weren't born in either Sussex or Lancashire are Jack Carson, Craig Avon in Northern Ireland, and Sean Hunt, who was born in Guildford. He's come over the border from Surrey. Yeah, so Tom Haynes, Crawley, Tom Clark, Haywards Heath, Finn Hudson, Prentice Haywards Heath, Ollie Carter, Eastbourne, Archie Lenham, Eastbourne, Henry Crocombe, Eastbourne, Charlie Tier, Chichester, and that's going to be a quick single. And 2 from Lancashire, and that's John Simpson, born in Bury, and Danny Lamb, of course, a former Lancashire player, born in Preston. John Simpson played Lancashire League first team at the age of 10.
Joke. That can't be right.
No, absolutely.
Keeping wicket, I guess.
Well, not steaming in at 85 mile an hour, put it that way.
That's unbelievable. Lancashire League at 10.
Played for Lancashire youth teams as well, but had to rely on Middlesex to give him his break in professional cricket, and not looked back. And that was a quarter of a century ago when he was playing Lancashire League cricket in his early days. And we could have had, of course, the third Lancastrian in the Sussex team in Dan Ibrahim, who was born in Burnley, but he's been left out of the team, having made 2, 0 and 12 in the first 3 matches, but a bit of rotation going on in this Sussex team. Quick single again, shy at the stumps again.
He was gone, I think.
And Sam certainly thinks this was a lot closer than some of the other opportunities, and Sussex fielders believe so too. Let's have a quick goosey gander at this. Slowed right down. Oh, he'd have been in trouble, certainly.
Could Bainton have given that with the naked eye?
Who knows? That is the difficulty, isn't it, without a third umpire. And also, it just shows how close it was this time, because he put the dive in. And batters don't need to necessarily want to put the dive in unless they really, really have to.
Yeah, I think he could have given it. He was gone by a long way. Neil Bainton got himself into a good position. He moved quickly. We're getting 2 overs after the official drinks break, an unofficial drinks break, and I think we'll let him off on a day like today.
Change of gloves, I think, and I think I wonder whether that was partly the dive has done something there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Might have torn something. Diving on cricket pitches, abrasive cricket pitches, not the most cricket wickets, I should say, not the most fun in the world. Certainly not that much fun when you dive on the unused pitches in the outfield, which is obviously more common when you have to do that than a batter diving to make their ground. You could be doing that 2 or 3 times and over if you're fielding inside the ring.
I think Danny Lamb is right to be searching for that full length, because he's obviously bowling at a pace which means the batters have to be a bit careful about how they time any expansive drives to avoid just popping it up. So he's settled in nicely, Lamb, after an expensive first over, and I've done him dirty there, because he was a full toss which is swept round the corner for 4 by George Bell, and it brings up his 50 from just 54 balls. 6 fours. Warm round of applause from what I imagine is a warm crowd here at the First Central County Ground. Temperatures getting up towards 30 degrees.
Yeah, it was lovely when I left home this morning. It's because you can't be guaranteed the weather even in the middle of August, which we are now right slap bang in the middle of August.
It's been a great summer from a cricket point of view. Not much wet weather, certainly in this part of the world. Just look very comfortable at the moment. Lancashire, I say at the moment, if the moment is 19.4 overs long.
Of course, these two, was it one of the championships that Sussex won? I'm sure that Lancashire were rivals for, weren't they, back in the 2000s?
Went down to the last game, didn't it? A wide ball, and I think actually some good work from Ollie Carter, who saves it. I think his main concern there was the 6'5" or 6" hulk of Sean Hunt running towards him. He almost pulled out, thinking this isn't worth my...
Yeah, well, it was almost like, wasn't it? I mean, I know cricketers have to back each other up and everything else, but it was almost like Carter was like, well, hang on a minute, I've got this. If you come any closer, you're going to do more harm than good.
Yeah.
So he almost looked up at him first before he put the dive into to get the ball.
Actually, when I was about 12 years old, I'll tell you a story in a minute. Another single, was in a similar position. I was a bit smaller then than I am now, and where I went to dive to stop a ball, and this quite large gentleman who was fielding with me managed to step on my sort of tricep, and I had perfect spike marks. Ooh. Literally sort of the imprint of a boot, which went all the way from my shoulder to my punctured the skin. I was quite proud of it. I thought that's commitment. You know? He was devastated, the guy that done it. But,
we are 20 overs in, and Lancashire have 127 on the board. Yeah, because how tall are you, Sam, for the benefit of the tape?
About 6'3", I think.
So I'm a mere 5'9", so we're not quite Crawley and Duckett. No, but we might be close to these two out in the middle, because there's a bit of a height difference between them and all. Yeah,
Jones a tall man, Bell not a tall man.
To use the technical analysis, of course, Bell a wicket keeper, and facing up now to Sean Hunt, and that's just poked straight at Tom Haynes.
The sort of stereotype of a wicketkeeper is someone of Bell's stature, isn't it? I'm trying to think of some tall keepers. John Simpson's probably above average height, isn't he? Certainly for a keeper.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have to be a bit, you have to be flexible and get down and up and everything else. It doesn't necessarily lend itself to... Perhaps that could spark something in the comments. Tall wicketkeepers. Because it's slightly different, you know, in football, fullbacks you tend to associate with being on the shorter side. Remember Alan Wright, who played for Aston Villa and Blackburn, among others, being, I think might have been the shortest ever player in the Premier League, at 5'3", 5'4", something like that. But you can have, as Newcastle fans know, someone like Dan Burn can play successfully at fullback as well. So that has been given a good old whack by Jones, and while the boundaries have sort of dried up, that is a signal that Jones is still very much capable of giving it the long handle.
Quite understandably, Sean Hunt does look like a man that's not had a huge number of overs out in the middle. In fact, no overs out in the middle since April. Just struggling a little bit with his lengths there.
It's important, though, obviously, to get him back out there and back playing and everything else, and featuring, you would like to think, for Sussex in the Championship campaign, the last few games, of course, in September. This is a block since that game at Scarborough and the home defeat to Essex, where a block of one-day cricket now separating the two, and the championship returned in September.
It's a really good point. Not to devalue this competition, but lovely timed shot out into the offside by Bell. But yes, Sussex's priority, I don't think even they would pretend, is anything other than making sure they're in Division 1 of the Championship next year. And Sean Hunt could have a big part to play in that, because after a great start, those big heavy defeats in the middle of the blast have dragged Sussex into something of a relegation fight if they're not careful. They'll definitely need to win, well, not definitely, but they'll want to win. Oh, that's probably the first mistimed shot from Jones, but it's still gone for 6. He definitely didn't get all of it. It was the toe end of the bat, but he managed to. Well, if you mentioned the 9-iron earlier, that was more of the sort of pitching wedge, wasn't it?
Yes, he's sliced that, and the indication from the umpire is that it's 6. It has gone all the way, just about.
Yeah, 13 off the over. Where's that run rate creeping up again towards 7? Poor old Sean Hunt not having a dream return to first team cricket, but hopefully he realises this is all part of a process for him. Ari Carvelis, the man he came in for. Carvelis, top wicket taker for Sussex so far in the competition, is that right?
He's taken 5, I think, and so has Danny Lamb.
Yeah. So definitely a bit of a holistic approach from another one of those.
They're wanting a second, they're going to get a second as well. Throw was wayward.
Not really a sweep, is it? It's more sort of a shovel around the corner to another full toss. Scoop, I suppose you call that, don't you? One man's scoop is another man's shovel.
Especially when it comes to ice cream.
Again, full this time though, played in front of square. Impressed how many media staff Lancashire have brought down today. Certainly giving the game full treatment. Another one of those scoops from Bell, clearly enjoys those. Carter does the fielding, and he's been aboard a little finer, I think, for that exact reason. Is that it's clear that Bell enjoys that, and Danny Lamb is striving, I think, for those full leg stump deliveries, try and elicit something of a full shot, but the risk is you over pitch, so some cover needed down there. On the money to Jones. .143 without loss, and having won the toss and asked Lancashire to bat, things have not gone to plan for Sussex. There seem to be runs everywhere, just really struggling to contain this very busy opening pair of Jones and Bell. And I can't think of a single chance so far.
No, there was one that beat the outside edge early on. It might have been Hudson Prentice, and there was...
Lamb beat the outside edge as well, didn't he, where Simpson whipped the Bells off.
And there was one also that went just past, an inside edge just past the leg stump, but...
Not really chances.
Half chances.
Yeah. Another over goes by, 144 without loss. Not a bad over from Lamb in the circumstances, but the key thing is just no threat really from any of the Sussex bowlers.
Sean Hunt being replaced after those couple of overs from the sea end. We're going to see Archie Lennon return, bowled tidily earlier. So you see there, none for 13 from 3 overs. He's taken 22 wickets in 21 List A innings.
It's his economy rate that impresses me.
Mm.
Somewhere in the 4s, I think, in his career. Good control for a leg spinner.
And helps build pressure as well, which creates chances for other people. Of course, it doesn't necessarily need to have wickets in your own column if you're forcing the guys at the other end to take risks. That one will be collected by the boundary rider. They're going to come back for a second. Well, if the throw had been over the stumps, they might have been in danger. But as you said earlier, they are playing intelligent cricket. They are judging their runs well. This one may have been pushing their luck, but they got there. Tossed up, and was that a chance or was it into the ground? The crowd seemed to think it was a chance, but I suspect, although the look on Lenham's face, I'm not sure. No, it's a chance.
Straight to him. So there's your chance. Put down.
You could see by the look on Lenham's face, the crowd wouldn't necessarily know because it could have been a bump ball. Some of the crowd. I'm not saying all of them. But yeah, there's a chance. Jones put down on 78, and that's going to be a wide.
And that wide makes this the highest first wicket partnership in List A cricket for Lancashire against Sussex. .146, the previous record between two Lancashire legends, David Lloyd and Farouk Engineer.
Oh, I mentioned them earlier.
Stanley Park, Blackpool, 1976. So what's that, a 49-year-old record?
We had a partnership record broken on our last commentary stint, didn't we, at Arundel?
We did indeed. Lenham and Carson, 150 up, and should be 150 for one with that drop from Archie Lenham a couple of balls ago.
Oh, now what's that come off of? Difficult to know. It's bobbled off of lots of things. Might come off of Simpson, but attempted reverse and got himself in a little bit of a tangle. End of the 23rd. Lancashire 150 without loss, having been asked to bat. There's the scene at Hove. There's the wagon wheel, which shows that Lancashire have been scoring relatively freely to most parts of the ground.
A bowling change at Cromwell and Roden, wearing number 16. Please welcome Jack Carson.
First bit of Jack Carson of the afternoon.
Yeah, and as we speculated, he has been given the Cromwell Road end with that sizable leg side boundary to the right hander, which of course is the direction he'll be spinning the ball towards. So Sussex hopeful that if they can't get one close to the wicket or via the wicket, maybe someone in the deep can take a chance.
Well, Carson got his only wicket so far in the competition that way, getting Emilio Gay at Durham out just inside the circle, but since then 19 overs without a wicket for Jack Carson.
See how he gets on here then. Accurate start.
Watchful, I would say, that from Jones. He twiddles his bat. I like it when they twiddle their bats.
Yeah, well, Lancashire well aware that risks don't have to be taken to pick up plenty of ones and twos. particularly on that onside where the boundary is providing plenty of pockets to run into.
Round the wicket, Carson.
And there's one of those pockets which allows another single. Yeah, interesting. So that's a change of angle for Carson. I suppose it's inviting Jones to sort of play across the line with the spin and hopefully send one up into the sky. At the moment he's content to make the most of this lush outfield at Hove. It's up there with the best kept outfields on the circuit, isn't it? It's absolutely flawless. Green grass, no dry patches. Certainly well looked after by the ground staff here. There's a sweep, which Bell, as we've seen, likes to play. Hits him on the pad, but well outside the leg stump. Hence the silence from the 11 Sussex players out there. Bit of encouragement though for Carson. He'll want him to be attempting that shot, particularly with this angle. Not if he bowls full tosses though, and that beats the men. 4 runs. Couldn't have placed it better, could Bell. This is Bell's 4th score of 50 or more in this day cricket, a previous best in the format.
78 not out, I think.
Oh, good knowledge. I should have known the man next to me would be quicker than Cricket Info. Yep, 78 not out, so he'll have that in his sights.
Made against Surrey a couple of years ago.
And Michael Jones, obviously he's got 100 already in this campaign.
119 his best for Durham against Middlesex. I mentioned earlier George Bell made a century for Lancashire seconds at Horsham against Sussex, a match that Archie Lenham played in.
That was this summer, was it?
Yes, in June. Made a half century in the first innings, 111 not out in the second. Oh, gone. Well, he can't believe it, Jones. He's just picked out short extra cover. He really can't believe it. And Archie Lenham is the man to make the breakthrough and end that record stand for Lancashire against Sussex in List A cricket of 157. Tom Clark taking the catch, holding on, and the pink shirts of Sussex can celebrate something at last. Jones goes for a well-made 82 from 77.
Yeah, so Lennon's drop in the previous over not proving too costly, and Jones's reaction tells you everything you need to know about how he felt about that. And I hate to say it, but batter error was definitely looking the most likely way of bringing a wicket, and that's exactly what it's done with a, I don't want to use the word lazy shot, but perhaps slight lapse of concentration after 80 odd runs out in the heat.
Yeah, and I dare say he probably thought that another, like we were talking about just then, another big score, maybe even bigger than his List A best, was on the cards for him, but not so. 82 for Michael Jones. Bell at 6th on the other end at 63 off a 69, and Marcus Harris, the Australian, infrequent Test match batter, never played a List A game for Australia, but 14 Test matches to his name.
Has won the one-day competition in Australia,
the Marsh Cup, I think,
a couple of
so,
times. Yeah, I think with both Western Australia and Victoria.
Yes, 300s in this format. He also made a century against Sussex for Australia A at Arundel in 2019. There's the beer festival, yeah, they're all enjoying their beers. I tell you what, it's a shame we're working, Sam.
Well, there's a 30-minute interval between innings.
Except the commentary becomes more random when Sussex are batting, you'll know why.
or if it suddenly gets better.
Marcus Harris off the mark, first ball. Still to come, of course, Josh Bohannon, Harry Singh, George Balderson, Arav Shetty, Ollie Sutton, the 16-year-old Luke Hands,
Don't even have to.
Tom Bailey and Charlie Barnard.
That shot there, you don't even have to talk to someone if you want to be. There's a self-serve bar.
Oh.
Ever used one of those?
Well, only when the bar staff aren't looking.
There it is, self-serve bar.
Look at that.
IPA, lager, cider. Take your pick. Tap your card.
I've got not since turning 40, but since the last few years, I've got into IPA in quite a big way. IPA drinker these days.
Of course, the beer festival here centred around the Silly Point, which is the new bar here at First Central County Ground, with a collaboration between the club and local brewers Lane, who, from what I've tried, do nice beers.
And you got that little bar there that's in the shape of a shark. Ooh, quick single. Umpire had to dash out the way.
Decent round of applause for Archer then, as we see that replay again, and he was gone by a country mile.
I'm actually not sure the throw was that far away at all. So difficult when you're only, haven't got much of the stumps to aim at. It's why I've never forget that start to the second test in the 2010-11 Ashes, where Jonathan Trott throws down with one stump to aim at. It's one of the best throws I've ever seen.
Yeah, we talked about chances. Actually, one we missed was there was a run-out chance earlier, wasn't there, as well, where a bit like with the one we just saw, a direct hit would have had Bell, I think it was on that occasion, in trouble. Carson bowls his second over, 7 off his first. Sussex bringing that run rate back closer to 6, which this day and age is not a totally intimidating run rate. I suppose the big issue is that they've got 9 wickets remaining halfway through. We are now, and they say you should double your score at 30. That 400 could be on.
Yeah, they'd certainly be near, at this rate, they'd be near 200 by 30, wouldn't they? So yeah.
But as we've seen in 50 over cricket, you get these big momentum shifts. If Sussex could somehow pick up a second and a third in the next 5 overs, and suddenly there's a bit of a rebuilding job that needs to go on. So not a totally lost cause by any stretch of the imagination. They've had a couple of close shaves, Lancashire, but I think by and large they've run really well. Great intent, and as part of that, been really good at picking the gaps. Intelligent batting.
Little skip down.
A very early signal of that reverse sweep, which meant that Carson had plenty of time to sort of push it wide, and Bell almost ended up reverse driving.
Yeah, it was an odd shot that turned into a left-hander's cut shot.
Yeah, I think he don't take up poker, George. Gave it away pretty early, didn't he? What he was intending to do. That's a very Australian stance that Harris has, hasn't he, with his high back lift, weight on the front foot, sort of like a terrier on a leash waiting to come at you. End of the over. Here it is.
Yeah. Yeah, Marcus Harris, 95 from 99 in the first match against Somerset, 32 against Yorkshire. So he's in decent nick as well. I want to just briefly describe the scene in the commentary box as well. You've got the self-serve bar outside, but in here, Sam has got he's got a laptop and a tablet. He's got drinks galore. He's got sweets as far as the eye can see. All sorts of things going on.
50 overs is a long time.
There's coloured pens. There's more coloured pens than I've ever seen. He's got the Sussex lineup written out in pink.
When you're describing your co-commentator's choice of ink colour, you know things are a little bit
slow.
A bit slow out in the middle.
I just thought people might like to have an insight into what goes on in here. And taken. Good catch by Jack Carson. And Archie Lenham is just making things happen now. And he's got the two openers. And this time it's George Bell who goes for 66, just shy of his list A best, as Sussex have their second.
Yeah, really intelligent from Lenham, because he knows Bell wants to sweep him, and so he's pushed it wide, and Bell has therefore not been able to get the leverage he wanted, and he's just plinked it to that man at short mid-wicket, and Jack Carson very happily obliges.
Good view of the catch there, that's perfect. There. Carson clinging on, and Bell has to go for 66 from 74. Lenham now has 2 for 23.
Yeah, huge credit to Lenham, because he's come on, he's stemmed the flow of runs, but also I just think he's bowled as much with the ball as his brain, you know. That's some really clever leg spin bowling. You hear about angles and variations in flight and pace, and Archie Lenham, who obviously had all that attention when he came into the T20 side as a 16-year-old, he's clearly worked hard behind the scenes. So we get another shot of the self-serve bar, which
someone in the Sussex direct.
Oh, there's a chair. That's why the chair, John Philby, is doing the honourable thing and making sure that
propping up the bar.
The beer festival is well frequented. He's moved on to another tent there. Poor old John getting called out. I'm sure that's a low alcohol beer, but it's very important to make sure that you're looking after your members.
Absolutely.
That's the chair.
Absolutely.
He was giving a hearty round of applause to his boys out in the middle who had bought another wicket.
So Josh Bohannon is the new man for Lancashire, and he's a very talented player, but only 5-0 so far in the One Day Cup. But he's off that mark now.
County cricket fans will be very well aware of how good a player Josh Bohannon is. I think top scorer for Lancashire in the last 2 One Day Cup seasons. England Lions experience. I think he might have captained England Lions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, seagull flying right in front of our camera there. Half stopped. He doesn't want to get up. I hope he's alright. I think he's okay, is he? It's a good full-length dive. He's landed on his arm, hasn't he? He's maybe grazed something there. Danny Lamb.
Hit his funny bone or something like that.
It's never funny when you do it. It's the irony about that. Yeah, Josh Bohannon, sorry, yes, we were discussing. He's a fantastic player. And another successful over for Archie Lenham. As you can see there, has taken the wickets of both well set openers. with some good catches from Clark and Carson. And he's got a one-man fan club out there in the ground somewhere.
Could be his granddad. Les Lenham's here today as part of the...
Whoever it is has been enjoying the either the hospitality or the beer festival, I would suggest.
Yeah. Jack Carson, 0 for 12 from his 2 so far. On the money. Yeah, someone sent me a list of some of the other past players that are here today as part of that day. I'll find that in a minute.
I remember seeing Neil Lennon play quite a few times for Sussex when I was a lad, alongside people like Keith Greenfield and
Danny Law.
Danny Law. Ian Salisbury, of course. Jason Lurie.
The Welleses.
The Welleses, yeah. I remember when Alan Wells got his England call up. I was a very proud 10-year-old or whatever I was, and he then managed to get out second ball to Curtly Ambrose, fended him off the short leg, I think.
I remember feeling that growing up as a Sussex fan, great pride.
Because we never used to have players in the England
exactly,
team.
Especially in that 90s period. Use of the feet by Harris.
That's
and
a
beautiful shot. Just breaking the shackles.
Has that been caught in the crowd?
Using his feet and coming down, and yeah, the only person likely to take a catch was someone in that well-populated Cromwell Road end bank. Really nice shot, and actually I noticed the ball before, he used his feet well to a shorter ball, so quick-footed, nimble batting from the Australian. Tossed up this time from Carson and misfielded, which will be frustrating. And a shout of frustration either from Carson or someone in the crowd. Ollie Carter, the man not quite doing the job there. So, from that era here today, we've got the Newells, Mark and Keith.
Yes.
Colin and Alan Wells are both here. Oh, and Marcus Harris is clearly in an eager mood because he came herring towards Josh Bohannon, but Bohannon said no. So 7 off the over, 6 and a single, 28 overs bowled. 177 for 2, although the scoreboard says, there we go, it's just slow on that final dot. So yes, 177 for 2 off 28 overs. So some other names then from the sort of 2000s. Robin Martin Jenkins, one of my favourite players growing up. Richard Montgomery.
Yes, of course. We've got, actually in the commentary books here, we've got pictures around of the Sussex title-winning teams, championship title-winning teams, and that's from this era.
And then a little earlier on, another one from that 90s era, Franklin Stevenson.
Franklin Stevenson, what a good player he was.
They are all here today. Perhaps the most legendary name on the list, though, is John Snow is here.
Of course, for the Franklin Stevenson thing, I said, yeah, what a good player he was. I missed the trick of anybody who's ever listened to the Football Clichés podcast and mimicking Ali McCoist's sort of cliche of whenever a past player is pictured in the crowd who wasn't necessarily at the the very elite level, but especially if it was in his era of playing or before that. When they get mentioned, and he always has to remind people what a player he was, by the way, as if it wasn't already. But yes, so there has to be a certain level of sort of player. It can't be the very elite because people go, well, yes, obviously. Bobby Charlton, you can't say that to Bobby Charlton.
But
but yeah,
Nicky Barmby, you can say.
Yeah, Nicky Barmby. So what a player he was, by the way. Darren Anderson, that sort of thing. I mean, maybe slightly more. That's going to go for 4. That it's going to scatter a couple of birds, and take Marcus Harris onto 21 from 18. Yes, the scoreboard just catching up. The Australian is in no mood to hang around.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting battle here because Harris is clearly thinking, well, just because we've lost a couple of quick wickets, I'm not going to go into my shell. Ooh. Only an edge saving Harris there from a big LBW shout.
Putting aside, whatever result may come from today, and quite clearly whoever loses this one has got a bit of a mountain to climb to qualify. It's not necessarily they're not necessarily out of the picture, especially Lancashire, because they got that benefit of that no result 2 points. But Lancashire, do you think in terms of their personnel, they seem to have enough in their lineup to possibly go the distance in this competition if they can?
Well, what's impressive is I think they've lost at least a dozen players to the 100, I think I read, which is up there with the likes of Surrey, and they've clearly got this very successful academy production line which is producing decent players. I think someone said 10 of the 11 players are Lancashire youth products. So we'll see. It's still a young side. Bowled in. And there we have it. Just as we were singing the praises of Lancashire, Josh Bohannon, his tough start to this year's Metro Bank One Day Cup continues because he's been bowled by Jack Carson for just 3, going back to one that perhaps turned a little bit and beat his bat on the inside, I think, and took the leg stump. We've got another look at it here.
Yeah. It really did turn. Do you think this pitch is now, or maybe the ball, or maybe just, I don't know, is now starting to just take a bit more spin? Because, obviously we've had a couple of catches off the spinners as well. Maybe, maybe it's just starting to do something for the spinners now.
Well, we talked about it at Arundel, how Jack Carson is not your typical white ball bowler who is going to dart it in. He's still willing, I think it's his character, isn't it? He's not going to play the percentages. He's still going to toss it up and put the revs on. And yeah, I mean, this pitch has got a bit of grass on it, and they do say that can sometimes aid the spin. And of course, it's been so dry that wouldn't be any great surprise. It's a good ball.
If it seems it spins, I wonder if it's got a bit of an inside edge as well, actually, off of Bohannon there slightly.
Yeah. Well, Sussex, having been in all sorts of trouble, have picked up 3 quick wickets, and as we keep saying, in 50 over format, that momentum shift can happen very rapidly.
Yeah, you almost look at it like a test score now, don't you? If you put 2 wickets on this and said, 220 for 5, and sometimes you do hear that, don't you, when wicket keepers will be chirping, and if people haven't, if the team hasn't taken wickets for a while or whatever, it might be 190 for 2, and suddenly they'll say, 220 for 5, boys, 220 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
And because they will feel that suddenly, if you get to that position, that suddenly the picture changes.
Well, particularly if they could get Harris, because then in terms of experience, batters, you've then got some young guys who've got to then marshal the remaining 15 overs or so. Harry Singh is the new man, another homegrown talent from Lancashire, 21 years old, scores of 33 and 3 so far in his tournament. Tall man.
Just his 10th List A match, this one, and that 33 against Yorkshire is his highest score in the format. He did make a half century though in that game, that seconds game against Sussex at Horsham. There's quite a few of this team who are in that one as well.
It's good to see John Simpson with an attacking feel to the new man, because suddenly, like you say, Andrew, if Sussex can add 1 or 2 quick wickets, the pendulum has very much swung. So there's a slip in as well as a tight ring field tossed up by Carson, and a little bit of confusion here, and my word, better throw, potentially would have had Singh in a bit of trouble. Archie Lennon, the man at point.
Not sure what they got wrong here. They just sort of charged off, and
in the end,
it's like when if you're playing a computer game, you press the wrong button.
nerves, I think.
Your batter is halfway down the pitch. You think, hang on a minute.
Yeah, let's not underestimate the psychological element of the game as Jack Carson decides now to come back over the wicket.
Yeah, getting off 0 as well is obviously quite important.
Yeah, especially when you're a young professional, desperate to make your mark and secure your future. As Singh goes back, and he is off the mark with a decent little tuck into the onside, and he'll keep the strike. Good over from Jack Carson, just that single from it, and of course the wicket of Josh Bohannon.
So end of the 30th, and you talk about doubling it at 30, that would give Lancashire 374. Score predictor though says 335, so really they are looking at around about that 350 mark. Maybe is certainly an achievable score for Lancashire if they keep wickets in hand, but that will, score predictor will soon come down if Sussex chip away at it. These are the partnerships for Lancashire, that big one at the top there, 157 between Jones and Bell, and then just 9 and 20 following on from that. Marcus Harris, very experienced cricketer, 14 test matches for his country, and 3 centuries in the List A format. Lenham bowling to Singh.
Alan on the stream chat, Brian on the stream chat pointing out that Lancashire have in fact lost 14 to the 100.
Well, thank you for the information, Brian.
Salt, Butler, Wells, Luke Wood, Matty Hurst. Not doing too badly. It's about 5 of them.
Yeah, I was going to say, the reason I was just looking at you like that is because I thought, well, it might take, it's a spinner on, there's not going to be, this over's not going to take that long, you're still going to be going at the end of the over if you're going to try and get to 14.
Let's think of more, hang on. Mahmood, Saqib Mahmood.
And I'm just organising his field. He wants the deep backward square leg to come in off the rope 10 yards.
Rocky Flintoff.
Rocky Flintoff, of course, yes.
Not going to help me out here, Andrew.
No, well, I thought the way you started reeling them off, I thought, okay, well, he's going to get to 14 very quickly, and then you stopped after 5, and I was like, well, hang on a minute.
Well, feel free to chuck a few in.
I'm trying to think myself now. I had Rocky Flintoff just before you said it. So one of the other Flintoff offspring was in the Kent squad the other day at Arundel.
Is that Corey?
Corey, yeah. Didn't play, that's a good shot. That'll pierce the gap, and will be 4. It's a bit more authoritative from Singh. Getting a good stride in.
Gleeson? Is he still?
Richard Gleeson, yeah.
So,
I mean, you had the Lancashire. I'm not going to give too many trade secrets away. But you had the Lancashire website open, then you could have looked at their squad.
Gleeson left Lancashire 2 years ago.
Oh right, okay, so maybe not then. Sorry, Lancashire fans. We're at the other end of the country. We miss this news sometimes. Brian would probably have given us a list by now. He's probably incredibly bored of us searching for names. .193 for 3 at the end of the 31st. Lots of people going up to the top of the stand with their beers from the beer festival.
Yeah, that pavilion is chock-a-block today, which is great to see. Members making the most of this day-night game here, tossed up by Carson, which I like to see from a spinner.
Yep, the Spencama Pavilion, lots of activity in there. That's in the. So you've got the ice cream van at the Cromwell Road end.
I'm giving up, and I'm going to look at the Lancashire squad page.
It wouldn't take long.
I don't think we did too well. I don't think I did too badly, Andrew. So again, to sing, Carson coming over the wicket. Oh, and Singh wants to be a little bit careful going back like that.
I nearly joked that after the Richard Gleeson incident, I nearly joked that he might have been one step away from mentioning Warren Hegg.
There's a couple of obvious ones we've missed. James Anderson.
Oh yes.
Liam Livingston.
Liam Livingston, of course, yeah.
Keaton Jennings. What, is he in the 100? I assume so. We're exposing ourselves here. Anyway, the too long didn't read answer is there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them, and that's obviously, as I say, as you know, we mentioned the fact that it's quite an inexperienced in terms of numbers, Lancashire team, but lots of talent coming through that academy, and several of, quite a few of the team played in that second 11 game against Sussex and have been featuring regularly for the seconds and scoring runs, taking wickets. But in Marcus Harris, they got someone who is very experienced in all formats and has 24 from 24, though he was prevented from scoring any runs there. So the tidy over from Carson, while we've been
nattering away about the 100,
which we did say about an hour ago we weren't going to mention again.
And that was not particularly well timed by Harris, who's a player that really likes to use his feet and does so effectively. Yeah, just the 3 runs off the over. I think Harris is one of those players where you look up and you go, he's got to 25 and you kind of think, how's he done that?
It's the Joe Root syndrome.
Yeah, but I think the best players do it, where they just go about their business and run a ball 25, and you can't really. I suppose there was that lovely shot off Carson down the ground, but other than that, it's just been.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously an unflashy player, Marcus Harris, in many ways. As a test opener, he's gritty, and he's an accumulator. He's 95 against Somerset, for example, was offered 99 balls. I think his 142 not out, his list day best is, wasn't exactly, it was a good score, but it wasn't exactly, it was accumulation of runs, and that's what Harris would do. If you remember, that's how England tried to play 10 years ago before the Joss Butler revolution was, Owen Morgan revolution was trying to, have the top order. What was it? They have Cook, Bell, and Trotz as the top 3 to accumulate, and then say, right, get to 25 overs and we'll see where we're at. Well, that was exposed in the World Cup that year, ironically by Brendan McCullum, but as we see Henry Crocombe come back into the picture. But there is an argument in 50 over cricket for having 1 or 2 batters that the more attacking players can play around, and of course in the Owen Morgan era you did have a Joe Root in there that can, the New Zealand team that got to the final had a couple of those players as well. Marcus Harris is doing that job for Lancashire right now. But Sussex, at the same level, have started to just stem the flow a little bit. The run rate now down to just over 6. And they scored very quickly from the first over, so I don't think it's ever been below 6 at any stage. So if they can get it back down below 6, back down below a runner ball, they will be delighted. They want to pick up a couple more wickets as well if they can. Oh, and that wasn't far away. Indeterminate shot really from Harris. Crocombe maybe getting the ball to bite a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, left him a little bit, didn't it? Lovely seam position. I think getting the seam to do a bit as well.
I think Harris will be disappointed with that shot. Left himself at the mercy of a possible edge. Oh, that's got up on him and guided that nicely. Down to third man. Gets off strike, 26. Singh at the other end on 7. George Balderson is the next man in. He's got a couple of half centuries already. Arav Shetty is another one of the newbies. He can bat a bit at 7. But as you say, Sam, I said earlier, if they can dislodge Harris somehow, it will start to, I mean, Balderson's obviously very talented, but it will start to put pressure on the younger players further down the order.
Yeah, that's certainly a fairly inexperienced tail, apart from Tom Bailey.
They want to, they're going to get to, and Lancashire are going to move to 200 at the end of the 33rd over. Just 4 runs though off that Henry Crocombe over, so again just trying to pull back the run rate a little bit. Lancs 200 for 3 at the end of the 33rd.
Just to put it to bed, Andrew, John very kindly on the chat has named the 15 Lancashire players in the 100.
I thought it was 12.
No, it's 15 in the end. 12 was my guess.
Oh.
Wells Jennings.
Sorry, that was beautiful comedy timing for your iPad, which has just died at the start of that.
It was never meant to be. I do apologise. It's been cursed, that conversation. We'll come back to it. Carson, starting his 6th over. He has 1 for 23 from his 5 so far. How frustrating that was.
I think what got me was the phrase, let's put this to bed once and for all, and then it just...
Goodness me.
And then it just went.
Maybe the Metrobank gods really didn't like us talking about the 100.
The H word. Anyway, that's enough of that.
Yeah, we'll go through the list once my iPad turns back on, and then we'll leave it well alone. Tossed up again, and a full shot from Singh. Just not reading that delivery from Carson properly. Carson bowling in an attacking fashion, which is always exciting to watch because you feel like something's going to happen. So the 4 men out, as you'd expect for the off spinner, are long on, long off. Man on the sweep at deep square leg, and a man at deep cover. Pretty traditional one-day field for an off spinner. You know what, Sussex, having got those 3 quick wickets, want to make sure they don't just let things drift and Lancashire rebuild, ready for an assault on the last 10. But from this position, if they could keep Lancashire to less than 350, given where they were, they probably wouldn't be too disappointed. That's the end of the over, and given it's a hot day and we're operating the 2 drinks break policy, 34 overs means that it's time for some more hydration for the players and umpires.
And while that's going on, let's we'll obviously show you some of the crucial information on the screen, but also you can go through that list of Lancashire players if you've got them. You probably haven't now.
I haven't. No, my iPad has well and truly died.
Oh right, sorry. Yes, I'm looking at the wrong screen now, aren't I? Yes. What I can tell you is that the England squad for the white ball series against South Africa and Ireland has been named, and obviously Harry Brook captains the ODI squad against South Africa. and for the T20s. But for the T20 squad against Ireland, Jacob Bethel will be captain. He will become the youngest ever England men's captain in an international match when he leads the team in Dublin. Sonny Baker has been called up after impressing with the Lions. So here we go. You've asked a couple of questions to people. Jacob Bethel is set to become the youngest ever England men's captain in an international match. Who is the current holder of that title?
I've got a feeling this is going to be a sort of 1890s number, is it?
Do you know what? I'm almost tempted to give you the point. Apparently, according to this ECB press release, it is Monty Bowden, who was 23 years old and 144 days when he led England men in a test match against South Africa at Cape Town in 1888-89. So you were so close.
Right, I've got those 15. I really want to put
read them out as
on
quickly
this.
as possible, and then we could all move on with our lives.
Wells, Jennings, Assault, Butler, Livingston, Hurst, Rocky Flintoff, Anderson, Wood, Stanley, Aspinwall, Mahmood, Hartley, and then John is including 2 overseas in Turner and Green. So 14 of their regular squad and 2 overseas. So I think 13 is the real number. You can't really count overseas.
And then of course you'd have the question of how many, if they weren't playing in that, would still be included in this tournament, bearing in mind that obviously then counties say, well, we can rest a couple as well. So,
but the short answer, as we've kept saying over the last 20 minutes since we've been discussing this,
oh god, it feels like a lifetime.
They are missing a lot of players, is the short answer.
When I said, are Lancashire capable of going all the way in this tournament, I didn't realise the problem it's going to cause.
Thank you, John, and sorry that has been rather a long-winded way of illustrating the drain on resources that Lancashire are currently facing.
That England ODI squad against South Africa, by the way, Harry Brook captaining, Ryan Ahmed, Jofra Archer, obviously of Sussex, Sonny Baker, Tom Banton, Jacob Bethel, Joss Butler of Lancashire, Bryden Cass, Ben Duckett, Will Jack, Saqib Mahmood of Lancashire, Jamie Overton, Adil Rashid, Joe Root and Jamie Smith. And the likes of Phil Salt and Luke Wood come in for the T20s. Back underway here.
From the shots around the ground during that drinks break, looks like everyone is certainly enjoying 1 or 2 beverages today here at the First Central County Ground. Beer Festival Day.
Henry Crocombe continuing, and a lovely guided shot by Harris to take him to 30 from 32.
I suppose the only concern, I mean, Lancashire are in a great position still, but you do have that question when you're batting first, what is a good score on this pitch? I think they got such a good head start in that first power play that's artificially inflated expectations.
Quite possibly, and I also have breaking news that the run rate is now below 6 for the first time.
I mean, we're still in a bit of a rebuilding phase, although this partnership now worth, well, only 20, so yeah, very much a still within that rebuilding phase, but these two will want to still be together, won't they, at 40 overs to press the afterburners, my word.
That's wides, and 4 of them, or 5 of them.
That went like a tennis ball, didn't it?
Yeah.
John Simpson had no hope. Very short.
Well, it seemed to just, well, we got a touch onto it, that's possibly why it went slightly further than, it's a good effort actually from Simpson in the end, but he sort of tipped it over the bar. Speaking of which, of course, Premier League football returns this evening, and I think that game will be on in the Sixes bar in inside the ground. Is that?
Yes,
that's
actually.
Overhead wide, which was definitely overhead, as the square leg umpire is signalling.
Yeah, so actually if you're looking for something to do on a Friday night, you'd do worse than catching the second half of this game here with half an eye on the football. Saw someone asking, as the bat is beaten, asking on the YouTube chat whether it was sold out. Not sold out, so you very much can come down after work if you're in the area. It's a gorgeous day. It'll be a warm evening here as well, a warm summer's evening. Beer festival going on.
What more could you want? And could be a run fest as well. That's a lovely shot from Marcus Harris.
It's taken out one or two of the pints have just been served from that self-serve bar.
Marcus Harris, I think, is one of, possibly because Harris is quite a common name, a bit like Joe Root, who is always full named.
Yeah.
A lot of cricketers are, because obviously, unlike football commentary, for example, you know, you get a lot more time to talk about individual players. But certainly, Joe Root is full named constantly.
And what about cricketers that are never full named? I've got one in mind, comes straight to mind.
Good question.
I feel like everyone calls Jofra Archer just Jofra.
yeah.
For the same, for the opposite reason, right? Because it's an uncommon name.
Yes.
Tempter again for Harry Singh, who I think would have liked to get underneath that, but wisely thought probably not quite yet the time to start trying to take on Tom Haynes at long off for the right-hander.
Australian commentators in particular love full naming Joe Root. It just sounds so good in Australian accent.
See that pitch on the pictures a moment ago, that enormous, that bumper 2 or 3 person deck chair that's a new addition. Oh, there it is. God, they've bagged a good seat, those two boys, haven't they? Don't move from there.
You could definitely fit another 2 in there, couldn't you?
It's a good bit of marketing. I think they could go even bigger. Let's get the world's biggest deck chair. There we go. PR opportunity. World's biggest deck chair at the First Central County Ground.
That must be in the Guinness Book of Records somewhere. We'll have to look that up.
Bit of a mix-up or a miscommunication between Harris and Singh. No harm done in the end. Singh still looks a little nervy. Tell you what, his pad manufacturers, Singh that is, haven't quite nailed the colourway for his pads to match Lancashire's dark blue one-day kit. Harris's is spot on, but you can't really see it with the sun, with the way the light is on that image. But yeah, you kind of can. They're much lighter blue, sort of royal blue versus the deep navy of the kit.
Good fielding position, that. Tight in there, Ollie Carter.
Just 2 runs from Carson's 7th over. He's going well. Few empty deck chairs, so if you are coming down after work, could be in luck, you know. I'd like one of those in my garden as a Sussex man, wouldn't you?
One of the Sussex deck chairs, yeah.
What do you think I was talking about?
Oh, the big one.
Oh right. Yeah, my garden's not big enough for that.
A change of bowling, returning to the sea end, Sean Hunt.
Short Hunt from the sea end. Figures none for 51 from 6. But of course he is returning after that shoulder injury, which has kept him out for 4 months. The original prognosis was 3, I think, but 4 months now is his return, or almost 4 months, put it that way. And he'll come in now to bowl to Harris, who's watchful. That partnership is 31 from 41, Sam, and you mentioned earlier about rebuilding. Where do you think these two are at in terms of that process?
I don't think they'll want to take any undue risks at this stage, because, you know, it's not unheard of with sides with Wicket shot in hand to get 100 off the last 10. Even 80 from there would put them up towards 350, wouldn't it?
Now gone aerial. There's only one man out there, and it won't matter. It will clear the rope, I think. Yep, 6 runs. Harris just deciding that he's going to target Hunt using his feet.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why Simpson brought Hunt back now, thinking, well, are they still in that rebuilding stage? But Harris is a wily operator, and I think he knows that Hunt has struggled a bit on his return after a long layoff, with that short boundary as well on the offside for the left-hander. He's targeting it. Good comeback though from Hunt.
Yeah, it was, and Harris just sort of shuffled over a little bit, so yeah, I imagine it'll be difficult for anybody really to assess Hunt's figures on return. You know, he's obviously, it's all about his fitness levels and everything else, and sharpness. He will, in conditioning, he will be feeling it probably tomorrow, and I imagine, I don't know for certain, but I imagine, of course, he would be unlikely, I don't know, probably to play on Sunday. Maybe there'll be a rotation. Carvalhais may come back in, I'm speculating, who knows.
I think he'll just be, obviously he'd have liked to, may still turn into a good day for him, but just be delighted to be back on the pitch.
Absolutely.
As so will Sussex supporters ahead of that championship run-in, as we were mentioning.
A reminder, if you weren't with us from the very beginning, as Singh gets himself into a little bit of a tangle, that Hunt is one of 2 changes to the Sussex team. He's replaced Ari Carvalhais, and the other change is sees Dan Ibrahim drop out of the team, and Charlie Tare will open with Tom Haynes. That's been dispatched for 4 more. This time Singh with the pickup of length and through mid-wicket to the boundary for 4, slamming into the advertising boards.
That's a really good shot from Singh, that sort of short arm pull. Elegantly played. Poor old Sean Hunt cuts a forlorn figure as he makes his way back to his fielding position. Some of those people on the Cromwell Road end of the ground seeking a bit of shade, if not currently in the beer festival tent.
It's a day for hats, certainly, isn't it? Danny Lamb, curiously, was going through batting motions just now, so I'm not sure.
Carson continues. Harris uses his feet, and that's well filled. No, it's not. Tom Clark did what looked like a great stop at short cover, but just beat him, but there was a man behind him. Charlie Tare down at long off. Single taken. And again, you just look at Harris, 43 or 44. It's kind of out of nowhere. And that's a really nice shot from Harry Singh. All the way.
That's into the
for
bar.
6.
That's into the beer festival tent.
And that man's very happy with the fact that he's got the ball. Well done, sir.
He's on the phone.
Look, that's made his day. Simple pleasures. Oh, whatever floats your boat, Andrew. Great shot from Singh, though. He's just growing in confidence, I think. He's got 23 off 25.
Thought for a moment there we were going to be able to replicate Richie Benaud's famous commentary from '81 when he said that was straight into the confectionery stall and out again, but confectionery is not the order of the day down there.
Although a lot of the kind of small independent breweries have something that will be kind of sweet, or I mean, maybe there's a Brighton Rock flavoured IPA or something like that.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
God, you're full of the marketing ideas today, Sam. It's almost like you used to do it for a living. 50 partnership while we've been waffling.
Yeah, really good rebuilding. The experience of Harris.
21 of those scored by Harris, 24 from Singh. So the Australian just being a bit of a junior partner to Singh at the moment.
Yeah.
50 runs and 52 balls.
You can see Singh growing in confidence. Sussex will want to get another wicket before that sort of final 10 over assault. And Harris showing his frustration with a swipe of the bat. He feels he should have beaten Carter there at point.
Yeah, you can easily see, can't you? 2 overs left till that final 10 overs, and 236 for 3 is a really good platform, especially with these two well in. And you know, whether Harris is there till the end, obviously you've got Balderson to come. You can see Lancashire choosing to sort of start to go through the gears, can't you? Those final 10, and sometimes they talk about getting 100 in the final 10. Well, if they were to do that, they are getting up towards 350.
Yeah, I think they'll have that in mind. I suppose the only thing is 3 down on paper, but as we said, some inexperience. Balderson has had a good tournament so far with 250, so they'll know that he's to come. But after that, quite a inexperienced tail. It's good from Hunt. He's bowled some reasonable balls, Hunt. It's just the consistency, isn't it? Which I guess is to be expected from a guy that hasn't bowled a ball in anger for 4 months, like you say. He's got a bit of a hangdog manner about him at the best of times, Hunty, but he looks a bit down in the dumps. But I'm sure actually when he reflects, assuming all goes well physically from the next, or how many overs he's going to get, that he will be reasonably happy the fact that he's just got through his overs.
And well, I was also going to say that physically, actually, that it probably, it's a good single again, that physically it isn't easy for him to get through this kind of period.
Yeah, he's plugging away, and this is all miles in the legs. As Jamie, the media manager here at Sussex, delivers our sandwich for the interval. Oh, what a catch! Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It was a bit of a hoik from Harris, who was displaying his frustration, and Sean Hunt will be delighted to have dismissed a test cricketer in Marcus Harris. Not his best ball, not Harris's best shot, but a very good catch by Tom Clark. So 43 of 47 for Marcus Harris, and just when we were talking about Sussex planning their Lancashire planning their assault, it's a bit of an ugly shot really from Harris, who looked frustrated at the end of the last over. He probably was there for that shot.
That's a really good catch. That is a really good catch. Probably won't quite see it. Oh, just about saw it on that angle.
Yeah, it went quickly to the point where I was kind of surprised when I saw the ball not continuing on its way to the boundary.
Absolutely, absolutely, and you can tell Sean Hunt's shoulder is all well and good now, because for 2 reasons. One, because he's bowled, a good, couple of 2 or 3, spells now, and also because in celebrating, Archie Lenham has come running up behind him and jumped on his shoulders, and he's not winced once, so that's fine.
Good news all round if you're a Sussex fan. Just once again, just when you think the
there we go.
Yeah, don't do that. I tell you what, that had a lot, that celebration, couple of shots, because I don't know if we'll see it again, but Jack Carson, who is not a man that hides his emotions on the cricket pitch, was absolutely delighted. I think he jumped higher than Tom Clark did to take the catch in celebrating it. Maybe we can see that again on the stream, but well, I think, here we go.
Well, we're going to see, yeah,
watch in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. There we go. He's delighted, which is nice to see, because I think everyone out there will be pleased to have Sean Hunt back.
Tom Clark looks the least thrilled by the whole affair.
It's that kind of nonchalant, just in a day's work. Anyway, Sean Hunt is back in the wickets. And George Balderson is the new man, as Andrew was telling us earlier, with 2 50s from his 2 innings so far in this year's competition.
65 against Somerset from 76 balls and 70 from 48 against Yorkshire. That was a great innings.
And Tom Clark, obviously one of Sussex's best fielders, doing the business there. And the good fielding continues, because Archie Lennon saves a couple there with a diving stop. Actually, you have to say, even though it's hot out there and Lancashire got off to that great start, apart from the drop catch off his own bowling from Archie Lennon, and perhaps if you're being harsh, maybe you'd want one of those 2 run-out chances to be hit directly from the fielder. Sussex's fielding standards haven't dropped, have they? They've caught the chances that have come their way.
Absolutely, and you know,
it's come off the pad, so no wide signalled. Good over from Hunt, 3 runs and a wicket. Sorry, Andrew.
That's all right. I was going to say, you could be forgiven, can't you, as a bowling team, for feeling sorry for yourself, and then, oh, there you go, there's another. we will get more in that deck chair eventually by the end of the day. Maybe that's what we could do. We could engineer a record if we can ever get those 2 lads out of it. We could try and get. We can see how many people we can get in it.
Well, we want those lads to stay there because they're little. Whereas
yeah, I know,
there's a couple of people on that screen who, well, sure, but all in the name of a record. I think there's going to be some collateral damage.
You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs.
So Jack Carson with the half-decent figures of 1 for 36, given the context of this match, with 11 overs to go in the Lancashire innings. So quite a lot resting on young Harry Singh's shoulders now. He's the senior partner in this particular coming together of 2 batters, and I think he'll very much feel that this could be a good chance to shine for a young cricketer who's yet to really fully make his mark. Like Andrew was saying, his 10th this day game, a high score of 33 against Yorkshire, so he'll be keen to go beyond that, turn a start into a, if not match winning, match defining innings, or innings defining innings, if that makes any sense.
I'm not saying that the 100 looms large over this competition, but even the crisp we've been delivered has got 100 based promotion.
It's definitely loomed large over me today with my attempts to work out who was missing from Lancashire's squad. Just the 3 from Sussex, isn't it? Coles, Allsop, and Archer.
Well, Archer, yes. If again, that's another one of those ones. Are you counting them? Because
I am counting him, but I'm not counting Mills, because Mills wouldn't be playing in this format.
I think they'd have to monitor Archer carefully.
But strictly speaking, because if we're including Butler and Saul, do you see what I mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, you were. I didn't. I made no comment.
Let's not go down this road again, Andrew. It's too tempting.
That's why I kept my mouth shut, because I'd soon turn into one of those guys who you have to put the voice on. You have to go, well, actually, technically, I don't think some of those would have played in this game.
Yeah.
So I've got to be a little bit careful, because again, that's another thing. You might get some people on the stream saying, well, some people say it's 14, some people say it's 7, some people say it's whatever. Been burnt before. The Sussex spinners are bowled very, very well, and that's another good over. It's your over, but I'm summing it up for you.
Go for it, Andrew. Yeah, I concur with your comments. 3 from it. Hunt's going to continue, as you'd expect, after breaking that partnership. What was the partnership worth in the end? Sorry to put you on the spot, Andrew.
That's okay. It was
186 when the 3rd wicket fell, and it was 237 when the 4th wicket fell.
So 51.
51.
Into the 3rd power play. So the final 10 overs.
Extra man outside the ring, of course,
Once
if
again,
they want it.
tilted in favour of the... Now, what we got here, that's a bit of a change now. Carson going to long on. There's a man at deep backward square leg, man at third man, and man at deep extra cover. And it's going to go out to Carson at long on, so a single for Singh. Moves him to 28.
Of course, Sussex wisely packing that leg side field for the right-handed Singh, because it is a short boundary down towards the scoreboard, and they've also got 5 men on the offside to the left-handed Balderson. That's up and just short of Jack Carson, Danny Lamb I should say,
who then seemed to do sort of a wriggly fish on the ground.
He's certainly a committed fielder, Danny Lamb, as supporters of both sides will recognise.
Yeah, and in the end that turned into a good stop, didn't it, rather than a catching opportunity, because you say it was a good few yards in front of him, but he required a full length stretch to save that as Hunt comes in again. Now it's got something on it, I fancy. Won't go for 4. We'll wait and see what the umpire signals, and he keeps himself to himself, so it's runs off the bat for Balderson, 2 of them, 2:45 for 4. I know that you obviously can, if you're watching the stream, see all the action, all the scores, all the information on your screen, but we do like to keep talking about it just in case, because we are aware that some people have it on in the background and will be doing other things. So sometimes if you see things that are being pointed out that are obvious, as that one shoots through past the ears, yeah, we like to just make sure that you can be doing other things. There is that good hum around. Our effects mic, to be fair, is quite close to those sitting in the hospitality area, so that's partly what you can hear. Always good chatter in the hospitality area. Most of it clean as well, which is quite handy. So what's that now? 4 off this over so far. So there were 242 with 10 overs to spare. So 350 is going to require a lot of effort, Sam, but 320, 330, you think they'll be happy with?
Yeah, I think you have to be, don't you, as a side batting first. Anything over 300 is a tough ask to chase, although there was that game yesterday, wasn't there, where Middlesex chased, what was it, 378 or something?
Yeah,
like
something like that. It's a record chase that against Durham, was it against Durham?
Yeah, up at no, it was 2 days ago, wasn't it?
Yes.
2 days ago, yeah.
Yesterday was just the one game in this group. Speaking of which, as we reach the end of that over, we'll just have a quick look at those other 2 scores, if I can, from this group. So we got Durham, Northamptonshire. Northampton's 321 for 8. Durham has slipped to 133 for 6. So that looks like that's only going one way. And also we've got Warwickshire against Middlesex. Middlesex bowled out for 217. Warwickshire 138 for 5 at the end of the 30th. So they are up with the rate. 79 needed from the final 20 overs, but 5 wickets down. So interesting one there.
So the final over of Jack Carson's allocated 10. He's got 1 for 39. A good day's work so far from the off-spinning Ulsterman. Bowled really well.
Yeah, this is about the time now, Sam, isn't it, where you're going to have to look at the bowling figures and work out what resources John Simpson has to play with.
Yeah, and that's a good point, is that he's going to need... just try and do the maths in a moment, as that's a high and handsome from Singh, a really good shot, because the back left was not huge, but he's just timed it brilliantly, and you heard it off the bat there, clearing that longest boundary given the setup of the ground today, over towards Cow Corner in front of the players' steps, and he looks increasingly composed and confident, does Harry Singh, who now has his highest list A score of 36 not out from 36 balls. Yeah, the point I was going to make was, so Sean Hunt has got 1 over left, so your death bowling then is going to have to come from Hudson Prentice and Lamb, I guess? No, Crocombe has got 3, sorry, yeah. So you are going to get... Yeah, you're going to get your death overs out of those 2, aren't you?
Of course, we haven't seen Hudson Prentice since his opening burst, have we?
No, he just didn't look quite on it today, did he? So far, but get another chance, you'd imagine.
Sorry, 120 for 6 in reply to Essex's 417.
Jack Carson making a few adjustments to his field. Of course, a left-hander and a right-hander at the crease. The left-handed Balderson, the man on strike now, as Carson goes wide of the crease. I guess looking to angle the ball in to Balderson and hope it turns away and takes an edge, or at least beats him. But on this occasion, with a bit of a stretch, Balderson manages to play it along the ground out to the man at long off. Short from Carson, but Singh doesn't quite get hold of it.
9 off that over.
Yeah, so he finishes Carson with figures of, give you those in a moment, disappeared from the scoreboard very quickly. There we go. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48, which even with that expensive final over represents a pretty decent day's work, if a not outstanding one from Jack Carson.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. He'll be pleased with that, especially when you consider the economy of the other bowlers. There's the scorecard. See there, the tone set by Jones and Bell at the top, and a good innings from Marcus Harris, although he would have been disappointed with the way he got out. And Singh has just built on that from there. Balderson, having made those 2 half centuries, is obviously going to have to just possibly play a supporting role to Singh here, as Sean Hunt comes in with his final over. And whatever happens here, he will be delighted to have got through 10.
Well, not whatever happens, Andrew. If he breaks down.
No, in terms of his.
I understand.
His
I know
economy.
exactly what you mean. Yeah, I think that was probably
it's the bigger picture.
Priority number 1 today for Sean Hunt and for Sussex, and hopefully he'll pull up without any issues after today. He can put his feet up, get in the ice bath, and hope that his
chance. Oh. In the end, it's turned into 4. A flying effort, really sort of tennis shot, but a flying effort that through the air.
Forehand smash.
Danny Lamb couldn't get there quick enough. It would have been the catch of the tournament possibly had he made it, but I think we will start to see Lancashire play with more aggression in these final 7.5 overs to be bowled. Score predictor is saying 3-3-7. I think they'd probably take that.
Yeah, I think that would represent a very good effort. Having been asked to bat first, obviously that mammoth first wicket partnership set that up nicely, but they've had to rebuild on a couple of occasions.
And as you said earlier, I like the way that they've found the gaps and worked. They've run well as well. There's been a couple of times where they've been lack of communication, but broadly they've run well. They've timed when they needed to run well, and found the gaps, milked bowling for singles, forced Simpson to put fielders back, and now they're going the aerial route. That's not going to be caught. That will be 4 as well.
Yeah, he didn't get hold of it fully, but it was enough. And a forlorn effort from Jack Carson, who had his eyes to the skies.
He briefly thought he was in business, didn't he? But he realised that he was going to need to cover a fair amount of ground.
He's actually being sent back now to that boundary. The long on boundary for the left-handed Balderson. Last ball of Hunt's 10.
Yep, and that single means that he finishes with 1 for 82, which is a fair bit expensive, but he'll be happy to have got through 10 overs on his return after 4 months out with a shoulder injury. Sean Hunt is back in Sussex colours, and that's really good to see, especially given how he started the season with 9 wickets in the match against Somerset in April, and then of course suffered that injury.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to sort of be slightly positive about someone going for 80 plus in their 10 overs, but from a Sussex point of view, assuming he suffers no ill effects in the aftermath of that 10 over workload today, then good news for Sussex. Well, we did wonder about the death overs, and Danny Lamb is going to kind of kick them off. I suppose John Simpson will be a little wary of how things went with Finn Hudson-Prentice at the start, so perhaps just wants to see whether it's more of a wicket for Danny Lamb to do something with, who has bowled 4 overs, 4 relatively expensive overs, 27 runs from his 4 so far. But I guess the one thing is he'll make the batters have to engineer their shots rather than the pace being put on the ball for them. Cutters and various tricks from Danny Lamb, who want to just be as accurate as possible. A man who has had plenty of success against Sussex for Lancashire, as Andrew was explaining earlier, including in that semi-final of this competition in 2022. Good start to this spell from him though, with a 1 and a dot. Interesting one, isn't it? So we've got 6.4 overs to go, and it's very difficult to kind of predict where Lancashire will end up, because couple of quick wickets now and it could be even below 300 in worst case for them. Best case with shots like that is it could be 330 plus.
And that's, I think, what makes 50 over game fascinating, is that even at this point you just can't forecast it. All the algorithms in the world, but as you say, I mean, a couple of quick wickets, and that can happen in the short form because batters trying to be aggressive can misjudge things. 275 for 4 though is a good solid base.
Really impressed with Singh so far. Played this innings very well indeed, as he gets 4 more to take him within 1 of a maiden list day 50, and he has paced this innings really nicely.
He has. That's a very good way of describing it, actually, and yeah, he'll be delighted to follow up that 33 against Yorkshire with he'll be hoping a half century here. Danny Lamb just straying there.
Yeah, it was a bit of a gift from Danny Lamb.
Interesting 3 catches on the offside, 2 of them backward a square.
Archie Lennon doing a few warm-ups. It should be an interesting call from John Simpson if that relates to something he's been told. Maybe it's just optimism from the young leg spinner. As 50 comes up, oh yes it does, doesn't it? Yes, 50 for Harry Singh from just 44 balls, a maiden list day 50. Warm applause from the crowd here at Hove. 3 4s and 3 6s in that 44 ball innings, and he came together with a bit of a rebuilding job needed. He and Marcus Harris batted well together. Harris obviously was the senior partner, and Singh very intelligently went about his business, picking up singles and making sure the strike was rotated, and then he's found a bit of freedom latterly and has looked a really exciting prospect actually. That's one great thing about this competition, isn't it, is you get to see some young cricketers early in their career and get excited about people who may or may not go on to do great things.
Absolutely, and of course, as I mentioned, Sussex did that in the glare of 4-day cricket in the Championship, where perhaps, you know, it is a really tough proving ground, but yeah, lots of good young cricketers on show in this tournament as Crocombe comes in and Singh gets his 51st run.
So Crocombe here with 3 overs remaining, which will be the 45th, 47th and 49th, so that's this end covered. So then they've got to find 3 overs at the other end, haven't they? 46th, 48th and 50th. It'll be interesting to see whether they persist with Lamb or turn to Finn Hudson-Prentice. I think probably Archie Lennon's warm-ups were more in a bit of enthusiasm from the young man rather than a suggestion that we were going to see some leg spin at the death, although not unheard of, is it?
No, and he's bowled well, so... Oh, that is an extra set and a really good stop. Really good stop from Jack Carson.
Exocet is a lovely metaphor there, one that slightly dates you, I think.
Possibly,
yeah.
Possibly. Does it have something to do with the Falklands?
Yeah, I think when the missiles that sunk the Belgrano or whatever it was.
Oh, that was a slower ball which has come out of the hand wrong, I think, from Crocombe and has floated wide. They are going to trial a sort of a relaxation of the wides in white ball cricket from October. They've got plans to sort of anything close to the batter that on the leg side that is, they'll have a bit more leeway. Chipped at, oh, they're going to take a single. I didn't think they were, but no, there's enough room there.
That's interesting, I didn't know that.
I was reading about it earlier. I haven't quite got the technical details to hand, so but it's all to do with where the batter's legs, feet are at the point of release that will be taken into account. And yeah, it's something. It's quite technical, but hopefully umpires will be able to deal with it.
I was going to say, tough for the umpires, but it kind of makes sense given how much batters move around their crease, as is exemplified there. And of course, because he'd moved so far to the onside there, and that Crocombe followed him, that was already the case that that's not given as a wide.
Yeah, and so yeah, there'll be more leeway down the leg side, and just generally, probably fewer wides, I would imagine. But That is up in the air and is taken. Just about.
Yeah, a second catch for Tom Clark in innings, who looks equally as nonplussed about the contribution he's made, but yeah, safe pair of hands.
George Balderson then, George Balderson goes for 19, and Crocombe has a wicket and still has one ball to bowl in this over, of course, because of that wide. So Balderson gone for 19 off 20. 284 for 5 with 5 overs and a ball remaining. We will be seeing, I imagine, unless there's some sort of change, Arav Shetty come to the crease. Energetic on his way out.
A timely wicket for Sussex with 5 overs remaining. That's Lancashire, given their superstar, in danger perhaps of falling a little short of what they might have hoped for, but then these things, I guess at the start of the day, if you just said around 300, 310, you go, yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah, it's all context, isn't it? And like you said, possibly with the way they exploited the first power play, that it's the expectations were perhaps raised, but Arav Shetty making his List A debut for Lancashire in this competition this year. 18 and 27 not out in his 2 matches. Took 3 for 34 with the ball as well on his debut against Somerset. He's got blade in hand at the moment. They like that, and he's gone first ball. Well, there certainly weren't 2 noises, because it was a very dull thud that you would have heard. Our effects mic is very, very good, and we'll see how adjacent this was. Yep, hitting leg stump, I reckon.
Yeah, particularly as Shetty took a step over towards the offside, standing right in front of his stumps, and I don't think that would be the hardest decision that Neil Bainton has this week.
Arav Shetty was LBW to Henry Crocombe.
So he came running out with all good intentions, and now is a quarter of the speed on his way back to the pavilion. So Arav Shetty falls for a duck. Henry Crocombe will be on a hat-trick, but not yet.
Yep, so some decent bowling at the death from the Sharks, with Lancashire now relying quite heavily on the impressive Harry Singh.
Yeah, if Sussex do get him before the end, then they'll be restricting Lancashire's options a little bit.
And this is Ollie Sutton, the new batter, who will of course be at the non-striker's end.
Yes.
Ollie Sutton, 25-year-old, who had to work hard to get his go in professional cricket. Played second 11 cricket for, as well as Lancashire, Derbyshire, Durham, Worcestershire, Warwickshire. And as I say, 25 years old now, in his first year as a pro. He did play a game last year.
Yeah, he got injured. He took a wicket with his, he bowled a wide with his first ball. He took a wicket, this is against Kent last summer on his debut. Bowled a wide,
Hudson Brent is back into the attack for these death overs. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, he bowled a wide, then took wicket with his first legal delivery and pulled up with a side injury after 3 balls and was out for the rest of the summer.
Yeah.
So he's come back now, though. He's wicketless with the ball in this championship, but has 13 not out and 4 with the bat. He's about to face his first ball with that single.
So the win and score predictor, aka Wasp, I think he's being a bit optimistic there.
Yeah, it requires 41 off of 4.
Correct. push into the offside from Ollie Sutton to get him off the mark. So, well, this will be a good test of Harry Singh, who it's been really enjoyable to watch actually make his first this day 50, because it's been a really mature, well-paced innings, and he's got a bit of work to do now batting with the tail, because if he can be there at the end, and as ever, it's that balance between making sure he is, but also making sure that he capitalises as much as possible on these final few overs, and that will help, because what I thought was going to be some great work by Tom Clark down on that square leg boundary wasn't quite enough to prevent the ball rolling over the rope for 4. Takes Lancashire to 290 for 6, with 27 deliveries remaining in the innings. Wide, hammered, and just short of Clark, who slips, but is able to recover and keep it to 2. So Harry Singh targeting that leg side boundary with this short ball ploy from Hudson Prentice, who is, I think, probably very keen to avoid letting Singh target the other side of the ground with its short boundary, so resorting to short deliveries, although that's Fuller. Flicked off the pads, and they scramble through for a single. 1 ball in the over remaining.
Yeah, it's all about
9 from it so far.
All about running for everything now, isn't it? The latter stages.
And Finn Hudson-Prentice has not had the best day with the ball. He'll be hoping, the beauty of being an all-rounder, that you can then make a contribution with the bat. Of course, bat's high up in the order in this format for Sussex. Full toss. Oh, and a little tickle on it from Sutton brings him his first boundary.
13 off that over.
A wayward delivery. And well placed, if inadvertently, perhaps, by Sutton. So that's the end of Finn Hudson-Prentice's 5th. 4 overs remaining.
Sean Hunt not enjoying going to get that ball.
No, I imagine he's probably stiffening up already.
Henry Crocombe, 2 for 37 on a hat-trick. Well, that's one way of preventing it. They're going to come back for a second, and they'll make it as well. Really good, intelligent batting and running. Spotting when fielders are basically disarmed, even though the ball is fairly close to them.
Danny Lamb would make a good extra in a war film. He spends a lot of time in sort of desperate poses, sprawled across the ground. Commitment to fielding.
That's gone the distance, and suddenly score predictor is starting to look more intelligent than we gave it credit for, and that has taken Lancashire beyond the 300 mark. An excellent shot for 6.
You have to say, though, not the best bowling.
No, it was in the slot, wasn't it, there to be dispatched, and now there's some words being spoken between Crocombe and Carson.
Tricky, though, as a seamer from this end, because you've got that short boundary that full on the offside seems to be the logical delivery, but if you go too straight, then it is in the slot. This is where you want to be able to, as if it's easy thing to do, bowl those wide Yorkers, isn't it?
But then they were trying that and they got nicked down to through third man and whatever.
Shot.
That's straight down the ground, and will be 4 more. Carson can't cut that off, and admired by Sam Keir here alongside me. That shot down the ground. 2-6-4 so far in this over, which the last 9 balls have been very, very profitable for Lancashire.
Just too straight from Crocombe at that length.
Singh is finishing this innings with a flourish, although that one is within the margins, says the umpire. No wide. Carson now comes up. I was going to say inside the circle. He's about to give Crocombe more advice, I think.
That's the line, though, isn't it? If you can bowl just inside those blue lines, get away with the wide, makes it very hard for the batsman to get the leverage that we've seen Singh get from the 6 and the 4. It's much better from Crocombe.
And of course, Carson helping John Simpson out. Carson was captain when Simpson wasn't in the team against Durham. He was busy at a tournament we won't mention. And of course, very, very difficult, almost impossible for a wicket-keeper captain to advise a bowler after every ball. So Carson is doing that now. He comes round the wicket, Crocombe. And an excellent way to get out of that over. 2-6-4, but then .1 dot. So 13 off it.
Yeah, excellent comeback from Henry Crocombe, who I think knew from the start of the over what his plan was. Just took him a few balls to execute it properly. So we've got a beautiful view of the Spen Kalma Pavilion and the Web Trends Optimise Sharks stand here at the First Central County Ground. And I think there are a few more people in the ground as the day wears on and the working day comes to an end.
Yes, Friday. Go and come down to the cricket. If you're watching on the stream and you're sort of going, oh, I don't know, got things to do. No, you haven't. We're set up for a fantastic evening of cricket. You've got a beer festival. You've got Sussex chasing a fair amount, but if they get it right, we could be in for a late night and a great finish.
If things go really well for Lancashire here for the last 3 overs, and it's not beyond the realms of possibility, unlikely that Harry Singh could get up towards a maiden list day century. It would have to go really well, and you'd have to have most of the strike, but I'm sure that'll be in the back of the young man's mind as Hudson Prentice continues. Well bowled, leg stump Yorker. Good stuff from Finn Hudson Prentice at the death.
16-year-old Luke Hands would be, in theory, the next man on the scorecard. Tom Bailey might well come in, though he averages about 20 with the bat. In List A cricket.
More excellent bowling from Finn Hudson Prentice. 2 Yorkers precisely delivered to start off this 48th over.
It's tough to keep a well-set batter, you know, just quiet at this stage of the game. Showing good skills, Finn Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, he's had a tough day with the ball, but if he can bowl these last couple of overs from his end like he is currently, then he'll probably think it was an innings of 2 halves for him. Just confirming whether that was given as runs. No, leg buys. Yeah. So again, speared in at the pads, and of course that takes the set Harry Singh off strike and brings Ollie Sutton, the left-hander, onto strike, which will require a little bit of adjustment, as John Simpson is doing, and a bit of adjustment from Hudson Prentice as well. Adjustment he makes reasonably well. The low full toss, not always the worst ball to bowl at this stage of the game. Just a single.
I think everybody would be relatively pleased with that. It gets Sutton off strike and Singh on strike more to the point for Lancashire's benefit.
So this will be a test for Singh, assuming that Hudson Prentice continues with this accurate bowling. Is how do you engineer something and he's shown a lot of smarts so far. See what he can do, or whether Hudson Prentice changes things up. Good bowling from Hudson Prentice. Oh, it's a little harsh given the batter moves. I think I'm with Finn Hudson Prentice on that one. When the batter moves as dramatically as that, he's adjusted his bowling in response to what the batter's done, hasn't he?
I wonder if this is the sort of thing they might be looking to alter with the trial of the new rules in October.
Yeah, although I think ordinarily you would see that not given. Certainly have done in the one-day cup games I've seen so far this season. But anyway, umpire calls it a wide, and that's all that matters in the end.
Yep, the square leg umpire happy with that one.
Yeah, and it looks ugly, but it's actually a very good ball to bowl in the circumstances. To sort of roll the fingers over the seam, tennis ball bounce, throws the batter's timing well out, and this is, with one ball to go, genuinely superb over from Finn Hudson Prentice.
It is just 3 from it.
Can he get out of the over, as we keep saying, Andrew? Just about. They'll probably take 2 here. No, just 1, because I think Harry Singh is keen to be on strike at the end of the over. So a warm applause for Finn Hudson Prentice, and well deserved. He's had a tough day, but he's coming good at the end here. Very impressive death bowling.
74 from 60 then for Harry Singh. And only his 10th List A match, eclipsing the 33 high score that he made against Yorkshire in his last match. So he's in good nick.
Yeah, very, very impressed with Harry Singh.
2 overs remain. One of them will be bowled by Henry Crocombe from the C end of the ground. Up the hill. Relatively short run up. That's in the air. And it's taken. So there's the end of Harry Singh for 74. An excellent innings from him, one that has really helped put Lancashire in a strong position. He hasn't seen them through to the end, but he has contributed from the middle order an excellent score that has backed up the performance of the openers, Michael Jones and George Bell, and of course his captain Marcus Harris. And it's what's put Lancashire into this strong position. 314 for 7 as Singh departs.
Yeah, as the announcer confirms, 5 4s and 4 6s in that 61 ball innings. Well batted, Harry Singh. As we said previously, came to the crease when a rebuilding job was the order of the day, and then paced his innings very well. So very enjoyable knock to watch from a young man making his way in the game. He'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to whack a few at the end, but for a young man in his 10th List A game, that was an innings of good maturity.
He's getting a pat on the back from teammates and staff up there in the Lancashire dressing room. And it is going to be Luke Hands, 16-year-old who made his debut against Somerset. Got the wicket of Thomas Root in that one. Was then replaced by Will Williams for the Yorkshire match, and he's now back in the team. So Crocombe has taken 3 wickets in this final spell. They'll think about 2, but only going to get a single.
Yeah, it's been an innings of 2 halves really, hasn't it, in terms of the momentum. That crazy quick start, record first wicket partnership against Sussex for Lancashire in List A cricket, 157 off 24.1 overs. and then it's been much more even since then. In fact, you'd say apart from that Harris and Singh partnership, Sussex have dominated the second half, but will they rue their slow start? We'll find out.
Well, they've certainly got to, you feel they've got to make a relatively quick one with the bat themselves. As that has gone many a mile. Dispatched into the seats. I dare say the umpires, whenever they find the ball, will want to check it to make sure that the seats haven't taken chunks out of it. But,
yeah, I just wonder if Crocombe was caught in two minds there. He saw Sutton giving himself a bit of room outside the leg stump, tried to follow him, whereas actually perhaps what he should have done is kept his initial plan, which I think was to bowl that short delivery outside the off stump, kind of followed him and allowed therefore Sutton to get the leverage to send it over the rope.
yeah, it was checked by the ball was checked by the umpire. Just threw it back and went, yeah. There you go, have it back. Try again. Good ball. Good ball. 2 left in this over. You can always see the umpires signal that. 2 balls left. Make sure everybody knows that they're concentrating. That's skewed away and will be 4 more. So some good late hitting from Ollie Sutton. He's enjoying this in the afternoon summer sunshine on the south coast. Takes him to 16. And Lancashire to 325 for 7.
Yeah, this is a decent cameo from Sutton, who's just put his foot on the throttle since coming to the crease. Just 7 balls for his 16 so far.
Well, that won't be a wide because he moved, and so Henry Crocombe finishes with figures of 3 for 61 from his 10. And the final over, we suspect, we bowl by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And to take you through that final over, Sam Kier.
Well, whatever happens in this final over, I think Lancashire will be pretty pleased with their effort. Anything over 300, always competitive, but certainly no demons in this pitch. It was a little bit sluggish to begin with, but it didn't stop that opening pair of George Bell and Michael Jones from putting on a mammoth opening partnership. This will be a tall ask for Sussex chasing whatever happens here, but if they can minimise the runs in this final over, they'll at least come off thinking that they've bowled well at the death. And Finn Hudson-Prentice has bowled well at the death so far. A mixture of Yorkers and 1 or 2 sort of slower ball bouncers in his trick box. The men out in the deep, 3 on the leg side, 2 on the offside. Good Yorker from Finn Hudson-Prentice, and one of those man in the deep on the offside is a third, who is Sean Hunt. Keeps it to a single. So we get the win and score predictor on the stream, but someone I know from who works at CricViz sent me their link to, you know, the WinViz as well, which is apparently a bit more algorithmic than WASP. Oh, and actually that's good cricket from Hans, because Hudson-Prentice saw him move, followed him, but as he demonstrates with a kind of replay of his shot, Hans was able to adjust and still get bat on that, dink it over the keeper's head. Unorthodox, but effective. Yeah, if you go to CricViz, then they've got Lancashire at 68% favourites to win the match. Using SamViz or WinSam would say probably I'd put them a bit higher than that after this first innings. That's out into the gap between third and deep square leg, and for 4. It's good stuff from 16-year-old Luke Hands, who has quick hands.
Yes, and I suppose that model is sort of indicating that, you know, if the match were played out 100 times in these positions, that Lancashire would win 68 times is effectively the theory that goes on.
Yeah, I suppose what it's not, I don't know that it's taking into account, actually I'm speculating what it takes into account, but I just think given Sussex's record in one-day cricket, this feels like a big ask, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it probably doesn't go to that levels maybe, but...
Well run 2 from Lancashire, who are enjoying a productive final over, 12 from it now with 1 to come.
Yeah, they're going to finish shy of their 350 that we were speculating on earlier, and at one point it even looked like they could get up near 400, but certainly this is a very, very good score.
Yeah, well, with the best part of 160 on the board at the halfway point, that 400 was feasible as the over ends with a single, the innings ends with a single. Lancashire finished their 50 overs with 338 for 7. Good cameo, decent 8th wicket partnership from Luke Hands and Ollie Sutton. Hands finishes with 13 not out from 6. And Ollie Sutton was 17 from 9. Looking at the card there, of course, the major contributions at the top of the order from Michael Jones and George Bell, who between them put on 157 for the first wicket in just 24.1 overs. Sussex fought back with 3 quick wickets, and then there was a decent partnership between Marcus Harris, who made 43, and Harry Singh, who made an excellent 74, his first list day 50, with plenty of handsome shots and very well paced innings as well. And then that cameo at the end from Sutton and Hands. There are the partnerships briefly on the screen, and that's the card. So that's the story of the first innings. Sussex, after the interval, will require 339 to win. It's somewhere between, well, about 6.3 and 7.3 and over. So we'll leave you for a little break, and we'll be back in half an hour's time for the start of Sussex's chase, live from the First Central County Ground.
Please remember you can head to the City Point pub. Entry is free, and for just £15 you can grab a wristband.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and Webtrans Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
So we're just about ready to start the Sussex innings. Please welcome back onto the field our match umpires Chris Watts and Neil Bainton. Please welcome onto the field our visitors from Lancashire, led onto the field by Captain Marcus Harris.
Well, welcome back to the first Central County ground at Hove as we see the Sussex Sharks attempts to haul down Lancashire's total of 338 in their 50 overs. That was for the loss of 7 wickets. A reminder just very quickly of how that went. A big opening stand between Michael Jones, who had made 82, and George Bell made 66. Marcus Harris chipped in, the captain, with 43. But it was Harry Singh's 74 from 61 deliveries that helped to really push on and get Lancashire up to that 338 for 7. Sussex's best bowler was Henry Crocombe with 3 for 61. So Sussex then needing 6.78 and over, and they'll be opening up with Tom Haynes and Charlie Tare, who has come in today for Dan Ibrahim. So I'm joined in the commentary box once again by Sam Keir. Sam, this will be, if they're successful, Sussex's highest successful run chase in List A cricket.
Yeah, it's a big ask. I suppose things in their favour include that short boundary on the onside for the right-hander from this end, particularly when you are taking into account those power play fielding restrictions.
Well, they're already behind, aren't they? Because Lancashire hit their first ball through the covers for 4. So, but 2 slips in for Lancashire. Obviously, runs to play with as it's Tom Bailey who is opening up for Lancashire. 50 wickets in List A cricket. Well, there's a good start for Charlie Tare, who is going to get a boundary there.
Yeah, and lovely intent from Tare, who used his feet nicely. And there's no point in I think the talk in the dressing room between innings wouldn't surprise me if they focused on the importance of this power play, of showing that intent. We saw how the runs flowed for Lancashire, so if Sussex are going to chase this down, they're going to have to get ahead of the rate early doors. Lovely atmosphere around the ground. I went for a little stroll in the 30-minute interval. Great vibe, lots of youngsters, less youngsters as well, whatever the phrase for that would be. Good music over at the beer festival, but a new order booming out from the beer festival that's going on today. A couple of games of impromptu cricket up against the perimeter wall.
Charlie Tier, 18 ODIs for Scotland, high score of 80 against Nepal in June. He's got some Scotland duty coming up, actually. Scored 9 against Durham in his only match in the competition so far. Didn't play against Kent or Middlesex. And it's nearly 2 years to the day since his list day debut against Gloucestershire, when he made a 4-ball duck, but he also affected the stumping of Miles Hammond on that occasion.
Yeah, one of 3 potential keepers in Sussex's side, although I don't think many people will be challenging John Simpson for the gloves when he's in the team. One of the best.
No, but obviously if he were to end up with a problem at any stage, then he knows that there's some good hands to put it to give his gloves to. There's a seagull trying to attack the sponsors' mat at one end of the ground as they reach the end of the first over. 5 from it. Sussex requiring 3:39 to win the match.
So it's been the case in Lancashire's campaign so far. It's going to be George Balderson taking the new ball, or the other new ball, with Tom Bailey. George Balderson has impressed with the bat so far in this campaign. Didn't make a huge impression today, but 250s in Lancashire's previous 2 matches.
It's good to see that the Seagulls know the fielding rules, because they know that they're going to be safe there, because there can't be any fielders outside of the circle in that area with the men already out.
Undisturbed. Through the infield and for 4. Nice from Charlie Tier.
With Charlie Tier taking a single off that last ball, Tom Haynes just stood at the other end admiring these shots.
It just shows you. It just shows you the importance of these first 10 overs, doesn't it? Because if you beat that field inside the ring on the scoreboard side of the ground, which is the offside, as you are looking at it now on the screen, then there's plenty of runs to be had. There is one man now patrolling that boundary. They've got a lot of boundary to patrol, though. Shout for LBW, and given an early breakthrough for Lancashire, and not the start that Sussex need if they're going to chase down this mammoth target of 339. Charlie Tier, who looked good with those 2 boundaries he made, trapped in front. I don't think he can have too many complaints about that. Possible height issue, but I think probably you'd say fair enough, wouldn't you, Andrew?
I think I would, yeah. At first I thought I wondered about height, but then, I think watching the replay, it's going to be hitting the top of leg stump, I fancy. Charlie Tier out for 8, and Sussex 9 for 1.
Something which the replay suggested there was a little bit of seam movement for Balderson. We didn't see much of that at all with the new balls for Sussex. As we get another look at it here, just pitches and seams in for sure, beating that inside edge of that rather nicely unbranded bat of Charlie Tier. Something quite wholesome about unbranded bat, but sadly that bat was not involved in that particular delivery, and as a result Charlie Tier departs.
Yeah, George Balderson took a couple of wickets in Lancashire's first match against Somerset, wicketless against Yorkshire, but he's back amongst it again, this time with only his second delivery. Eventful first couple of balls, hit for 4 and then taking the wicket, so he'd happily buy that wicket with those 4 runs that he conceded as Tom Clark comes to the crease.
Yep, Tom Clark in at number 3. The left-hander.
Crawley's Tom Haynes at one end, Haywards Heath's Tom Clark at the other.
Solidly defended first up. Where do you stand headwear-wise? We've got a couple of the Lancashire fielders with the wide-brimmed sun hat and the rest in caps. Personal preference, Andrew?
Oh, I think the traditional look is the wide-brimmed, isn't it? But yeah, I think I'd quite like that. I'm not sure we saw any leaves, did we, from the...
No, I think that's right. I can't think of a single one. Tom Clark with scores of 19, 16 and most recently 10 in the tournament so far, so he'll be keen to make his mark on the tournament that hasn't quite caught fire for him so far. And he's off the mark.
And Tom Haynes is now about to face his first ball, having seen 10 runs and a wicket fall at the other end.
Yeah, 11 balls into the innings, and opener Tom Haynes will mark his guard for the first time.
Tom Haynes could do with some runs, actually. He's obviously a prolific scorer in first-class cricket, but in this tournament, 21 against Durham and 5 against Kent and Middlesex.
Good over from Balderson after that boundary off the first ball.
I don't know if anybody caught that in the background, but there's a huge sneeze from Sam Kira on my left there. Luckily he turned the mic off before he did it. But 10 for 1 at the end of the second, and mentioned that this would be Sussex's highest successful run chase in List A cricket if they were to achieve it. That honour currently goes to their win at Canterbury in 2017 in this competition, when Kent set them 332 to win, and they got there 4 wickets down with 2 overs to spare. Laurie Evans made 134 not out off of 86 balls on that occasion.
Can't imagine there are many players from that squad still involved at Sussex.
No, well, the team was Chris Nash, who made 39, Luke Wright captain at 64, Harry Finch made 80, Steen Van Zyl made 1. It's catching, somebody else sneezing there. Laurie Evans 134 not out, as I said, off 86, and David Visa 1 not out. Let me just watch this from Bailey. And those also in that team: Ben Brown, Jofra Archer, Danny Briggs, Jerome Taylor and George Garton.
Trying to think who from the current Sussex squad would even have been on the books.
Or born. Yes, 2017 this was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Tom Haynes might have been a pro at that point.
Yeah, he would have been 18.
Yeah, I think he did play a few games in 2016 and then was signed for 2017. But other than that, most people probably still at primary school.
2017, so that's 8 years ago. So, I mean, for all of the thing about Sussex's teenagers, actually, they're all in their 20s now, this team.
Yeah, and they've played a bit of cricket.
And the youngest in this particular lineup is Archie Lenham and Charlie Tear, both 21.
Yeah.
But they'd have been 13 when all this was happening. So,
well, it's only 3 years later that Archie Lenham was making his first team debut. So
From a Kent perspective, Daniel Bell-Drummond made 138, a run a ball 138 in that innings. Alex Blake 76, Sean Dixon 46.
So where do you, a bit of debate on the chat on YouTube, which is where you can get in touch with us. Where do you stand on the needing to make the most of these first 10 overs versus keeping wickets intact?
Well, now they've lost one. You know, it's difficult. You've just seen that shot there from Tom Clark trying to force it away through the offside, but the offside field is packed. You know, and Lancashire have got runs to play with, and they won't mind conceding a couple of boundaries in the power play if it means they can keep fielders in tight and get the wickets with the scoreboard pressure that they've got, really. You know, Tom Clark 1 from 8 so far. You know, it becomes 2 from 9, but at the end of the over it's 11 from the first 3 overs, and already the run rate required is up to 7.
Yeah, just one off that Tom Bailey over, and you have to say Lancashire's opening bowlers have started better than Sussex's did.
And that might be what proves the difference at the end of the day. I mean, you have to look at when they almost, well, when they came closest to breaking that List A record last year against Leicestershire. Leicestershire set them admittedly 364 to win on that occasion, but they did get up to 353 for 9. So that's their highest, certainly one of their highest second innings List A scores, but that was in defeat, so that doesn't count. But on that occasion, Tom Haynes made 129 and Tom Clark 72, both opening.
Yeah.
So they were 120 for 1 in the 20th. You know, and in the end they came up 10 runs short. I mean, they needed 20 off the final over virtually, so it would have been tricky.
Just gets it over the top, does Tom Clark. Doesn't time it at all, so I don't think he'll get 4. They come back for 2. I think the bottom half of the bat on one side was where that was hit. Didn't get much of it, and just enough though to clear the men in the ring on the onside. And just flirts with that one outside the off stump. Good bowling from Balderson, pushing it across the left-hander. What Sean Hunt was trying to do as a left-handed bowler to right-handed batters, and that's really nice from Balderson because he invites the drive but just gets it to leave Clark. It's good stuff from Bailey and Balderson. Who does that sound like? Arundel, we kept we had duos of names. Bailey and Balderson.
Motown songwriters.
Yeah, nice. I was going to say private detectives.
Actually, that might be better.
No, I like Motown. It's a bit different. Just a quick shout out to Tom Harris, who over the interval was chatting with people on the YouTube chat. He'd been to visit the first Central County ground all the way from Argentina a couple of weeks ago. That beats the man at mid-wicket and brings Tom Clark's first boundary from his 14th delivery faced.
Yeah, that's hurt Harry Singh, I think. He half stopped it, and it's the worst of both worlds because it still went for 4 and he's hurt his hand. He's just going over. Does the umpire to say I need to go and get some treatment on that, or to get some?
Yeah, on comes the substitute fielder. I think a little bit of blood maybe on a little finger for Harry Singh, who batted so nicely to help Lancashire up to that.
Substitute fielder for Harry Singh, Joe Moores.
Decent score. Joe Moores, as you will have heard from the announcer, is the sub fielder. Yet to make his Lancs first team debut, and that's a lovely shot from Tom Clark. He's really got hold of that, and it's sent everyone on the Cromwell Road end bank scampering for cover.
That's almost ended up in the ice cream van, that one.
And that man, look, what do I do with it now? Throw it back. I think maybe he's enjoyed the beer festival. comes down the track and uses those levers to just plonk it into that crowded area. Well done, Tom Clark, great shot. This man's bemusement at the ball having arrived. There he is.
Doesn't look happy.
Maybe he was having a snooze.
I was going to say he's disturbed his peace.
So a decent over for Sussex as the shock of that initial loss subsides and Tom Clark keeps going, and our friend on the bank is certainly gripped by the action in front of him.
4 overs in, Tom Haynes has still only faced 1 ball. He's going to get his second look now. There's a bit of an alteration in the field as we get a slip in for as Bailey prepares to bowl to Haynes. And then someone's come across to short extra cover as well. I think Ollie Sutton's gone in there. Well, that's probably not where he wanted to bowl it, given the field change. It's given Haynes an easy out there and his first run as well.
One thing you would say for Sussex is they do bat deep, with Archie Lennon carded at 9. We saw what he and Jack Carson did for, is it the 8th wicket? Yeah, the 8th wicket against Kent at Arundel when things were looking pretty bleak.
Stand of 88. As I said earlier, they won't want to keep having to rely on the lower order. Sussex, they've lost early wickets in all 3 of their one-day cup matches so far, and of course their one-day cup record is not what they would like it to be in the last few years, and of course they finished bottom of the group the last 2 years with only 1 win on each occasion.
Yeah, having topped the group in 2022.
Before losing to Lancashire in the semi-finals. So since the current format launched in 2014, this they've only made that one. They've only made it out of the group once in that semi-final year, and they finished bottom 4 times. And they've, including this year, their overall record is 84 matches played, 24 wins. So that's a 28.5 win percentage in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, heavily skewed by that year they topped the group, I would imagine.
Yes, I mean I've got the stats here for each year. 1 win in 8 in 24, 1 win in 8 in 23, then the semi-final year. 2 wins in 8 in 21, wasn't played in 2020. 4 wins in 8 in 2019, 2 wins in 8 in 2018, 3 wins in 8 in 2017, 1 win in 8 in 2016 when they finished bottom again. No wins in 8 in 2015, although there are 3 no results in there with weather, and 3 wins in 8 in 2014. So Sussex are unfamiliar with victory in recent years in the One Day Cup. Lancashire's is a bit feast and famine, really. They were bottom of their group. They were in a different group last year with 2 wins in 8. Quarter-finals in 2023 when they finished 3rd in the group, lost to Gloucestershire. Finalists, of course, in 2022. Lovely shot. Haynes in the groove. And a boundary to end the 5th over. 6 from it. And the Sharks are 29 for 1.
Yeah, glorious shot from Tom Haynes down the ground. Good effort from Tom Bailey to get a hand on it, but just not enough to halt its progress towards this boundary down in front of us here at the sea end. Look at that view of the ground there. And always great to see stands packed as well. This, I think, is the first day-night 50-over fixture here at Hove since 2018, I believe. and I dare say there'll be a few more in subsequent seasons if the good people of Sussex turn out like they have tonight.
Yeah, really good crowd, isn't it?
Yeah, and definitely a few more in the last couple of hours since the working day has come to an end, the working week has come to an end. That's the nice thing about a Friday night game where you still got 3 hours or so of cricket to come and enjoy with a drink. We'll see you in the weekend as Tom Clark is lucky there that the ball that deflected off his inside edge goes past his leg stump rather than onto it. We did see, who was it that played on in Lancashire's innings?
Good question. Josh Bohannon, I think.
Yes. Correct. Turned and caught his edge onto his stumps, didn't it? We decided in the end.
Just switching sports very briefly, and I might be doing a public service here. If you're into your FPL, you have 10 minutes to get your team sorted. So if you haven't done it yet, you're almost too late. Nine minutes, in fact, now.
Do you play?
I do.
Yeah, I always say I'm not going to, and then my friends badger me into picking a team. I thought I didn't recognise half of the names this year. There's been a lot of change in. That's a lovely shot again, exploiting those fielding restrictions. Tom Clark looking in the mood as he, I think, equals his top score of the tournament so far. Another good pick up on his legs and just sent over into that vacant real estate on the onside. He looks determined. He was really good in the field, Tom Clark, wasn't he, with good catches and good ground fielding.
Looked very nonchalant whilst doing it.
Yeah, I think he's got a bit of a point to prove today. And
wow.
He's proving it with shots like that. That is massive. Out of the ground, all the way onto that block of flats. Nearly takes out the window, a huge six, and it is a small boundary, which obviously makes things look bigger than they are, but that's a six on most grounds. Steps across to the offside to give himself that leverage, and bang, literally into that block of flats.
Yep, that's heading down. Well, that's eastwards, isn't it? So that's on its way in towards Brighton.
Yeah, the umpire, Chris Watts, just having a little look at the ball, see if it sustained any significant damage via the red bricks of that block of flats. Lucky no one was out on their balcony, otherwise they'd have been under threat. Oh, and timed that really nicely, but good diving half stop at backward point.
One thing Sussex are going to have to do, and this is obviously, it is a case, is an obvious point to make when you're chasing this sort of target. But the reason they're chasing this sort of target is not just because they're a little bit wasteful with the ball up top and Lancashire made the most of it, but also because Lancashire, as we pointed out throughout the innings, ran so well, and they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to make sure they can get their ones.
It's another boundary, I think. Yep, just kicks on after the bounce and just makes it for four, despite the chase of Luke Hands, and a very good over for Sussex. 15 from it. And the Sussex are 44 for 1 after 6. They're ahead of the required rate.
Yep, so that's put them back into the black, as it were.
I maintain that Sussex do need to take advantage of these first 10 overs. We've seen that already, haven't we, where clearing the infield almost guarantees you a boundary, particularly on that onside.
When you said where do you stand on the debate, was there one raging on the
Yeah, there was someone who said that they felt that they should worry less about that and focus more on wickets in hand, but I just think we saw it got much harder to score those boundaries after the first power play. Part of that was because Sussex's bowling improved significantly, and that Sussex will also have in their minds that there's some inexperienced bowlers to come. But I think if Sussex can get somewhere close to 80 without further loss in this power play, they'll be pretty happy. even 70.
Here's a good example of what they need to do with their running. Tom Bailey, his wicket against Yorkshire was his 50th in List A cricket. He averages 34 with the ball in this form of the game.
Hear the volume of the spectators rising as the evening progresses.
Yep, we haven't, honestly, we haven't touched our effects mic, so that's, yeah, that is A, more people, and B, yes, as the hospitality area intake increases. They're always very polite down there, though. Often wonder, actually, I don't know, I don't think there is, but whether we should encourage Sussex to install a sign down there just to say you are likely to be heard on the effects mic. It's like Davina McCall, you are live, do not swear.
You a Big Brother fan?
No.
Not even in the early years?
No.
I used to love it when I was, you know, a teenager in those first few seasons. It's good stuff from Tom Bailey, isn't it? Tight.
It is, yeah, and obviously, you know, Tom Haynes wants to express himself, but he's not being allowed to at the moment. Should be able to bring you, obviously, a couple of results from this group shortly, because obviously we are on a day-nighter here. That'll be a single, which will mean that Sussex are at the end of that over a 46 for 1, still requiring another 293 at 6.81 and over. Lancashire fan in the house.
Yeah, good for them. Welcome to Sussex, and welcome, of course, to Lancashire viewers on the stream. What do you think about this? What do you think of this wicket, Andrew? I think it looks sluggish to begin with, but I don't know whether it's the bowling, but had a bit of that live grass on it. And maybe the sun throughout the day has quickened it up a little bit.
I think it probably has, and I think
don't know whether they'd water. You know, people talk about watering pitches, particularly at this time of year when things are to try and give it a bit of life.
It's got a nice sort of Weetabix effect to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think it sounds a weird thing to say, but it looks less green than it did. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
As the sun has maybe withered those micro blades of grass. Change of bowling. Luke Hands, 16 years old, and he's on the money straight away. Tall young man with number 77 on the back of his shirt.
Yep, dismissed Thomas Rue on his Lancashire debut against Somerset, I believe.
Shot just dragged down by Hands, and Tom Haynes swivels, pulls and gets for 50 up for the Sharks in the 8th over. And a belated ripple of applause as that is made clear. No announcement over the tannoy. Maybe they don't bother with a mere 50. There's cover out there, so this will just be one. George Balderson does the fielding, the man who Luke Hands has replaced at the Cromwell Road end. Sussex currently bang on their required rate. 6.8 was the required rate at the start of the innings. 6.8 is what Sussex are going at, and therefore 6.8 still is the required rate. As that's flicked off the legs handsomely by Tom Clark, who looks in good touch today after a sluggish start to the Metrobank One Day Cup. He's actually, that's a bit unfair. He's looked decent for those scores in the teens, but he hasn't gone on, and today would be a day to do it from a Sussex fan's point of view, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. So you see the current run rates above that of what is required on the scoreboard there. But very early days.
And he almost wanted to play that into the onside with less a less good connection, to see if they could have scampered through for one, which, like you were saying a moment ago, Andrew, was what Bell and Jones did so well amidst the boundary scoring in that mammoth record first wicket partnership against Sussex in this day cricket for Lancashire. They hit the boundaries, but they also picked up the singles as that squares Clark up, and he's going to get 4 leg byes, so not a chance. Yeah, just flicks the top of that back pad, and he looks like a decent prospect. Hands tall, bowling that heavy ball.
It's not far away from an LBW shot. It's going over the top, but it's,
I think, probably pitched outside leg stump.
Oh yeah. Just quickly then, I can tell you Northamptonshire beat Durham by 150 runs. 321 for 8, bowled them out, Durham for 171. And in the other game in the group, Middlesex beat Warwickshire in the end by 28 runs. So Middlesex were bowled out for 217, but then they skittled Warwickshire out for 189.
Glorious. Absolutely glorious.
50 partnership off the back of that. And that is a lovely, lovely drive. Through the covers. Fielder just escorting it to the boundary rope.
From a classicist's point of view, certainly the shot of the innings so far. Had a couple of forceful sixes from Tom Clark, but well,
the home crowd like it, because the end result is a boundary, but it's one of those moral victory to the bowler situations, as Bailey induces the edge, thick edge.
Yeah, well, not many fielders in that part of the ground, so productive. 2 4s off the first couple of balls of the 9th over, and Sussex are now scoring at 8 and over, so making good use of this power play despite the loss of Charlie Tier.
Yeah, Charlie Tier out early for 8, and Clark and Haynes now with the bulk of the work to do up top. Still to come, of course, in the batting lineup: John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, Archie Lenham, Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt. Yeah, they're going to take a quick single there. That's exactly replicating what Lancashire were doing.
I definitely think this pitch looks a little quicker as the day's gone on, and I think possibly that we'll see whether in the end result whether it makes any difference, but perhaps adds a bit of indication to the decision to bowl first, even if Sussex didn't fully take advantage of that with the new balls. Ball just seems to be coming onto the bat a bit nicer.
Catches in front of square either side of the wicket as Bailey comes in. Short. Dealt well with by Clark. Moves on to 32. Sharks to 69 for 1. 10 off this over thus far with 1 to come. These two among the players who played for Sussex against Lancashire in that semi-final a few years ago, Haynes and Clark. Tom Haynes made 49 in that semi-final.
Another good over for Sussex, 11 from it. 1 over remaining in the power play, and just like Sussex did, Lancashire are going to turn to spin, having decided that the runs were coming a little too easily, and it worked for Sussex with Archie Lennon instantly stemming the flow of runs in that final over of the power play in the first innings. And we're going to have the off spin of Arav Shetty, a 21-year-old product of the Lancashire Academy. Has also played plenty of second 11 cricket for Lancashire and the South Asian Cricket Academy, which we mentioned at Arundel, with a number of players in Kent's 11 having been given an opportunity by Saka. And Arav Shetty was instrumental in Lancashire's win against Somerset in that first game, taking 3 for 34, 3 of the top 4 I think he took. So
yeah, followed that up with 1 for 35 against Yorkshire. He's handy with the bat as well, although he was out first ball, wasn't he, I think, today.
And we watched the off breaks of Jack Carson earlier, and from my first sighting of Arav Shetty, a slightly different style of bowler, I think more inclined to dart it in rather than toss it up like Carson. 2 of those 3 wickets against Somerset were stumped, which often is quite a big weapon for the dart bowler, as batsmen end up running past it, although he gives that one a little bit more flight.
So I'd be tempted to give it a bit more flight to Clark, because he might be tempted to have a go.
Well, variation of pace is always a good skill to have as a spinner, particularly when players are looking to use their feet. And he started with good control, just as we saw in a replica of Lancashire's innings, where the opening bowlers took a bit of punishment, and then the introduction of spin stemmed the flow. So, and there's that use of the feet from Clark, who, well, lots going on there. Sent it aerially towards Tom Bailey at square leg. Was halfway down the track, with Tom Haynes showing no interest in joining him, and in the end, a dot ball. Quick work from the keeper, George Bell, to whip the stumps off, but Tom Clark was safe in his crease, and a very good start from young Arav Shetty, just a 1 run from his first over, which means Sussex finished power play 1 on 71, which I kind of felt was about a minimum that they would be looking for off those first 10.
Yep, and we're going to see Ollie Sutton bowl now, and this will be interesting because, well, obviously he has bowled in the first couple of games. He did have an immediate impact against Kent last year before having to come off the field in his first over, and didn't play again last season. But since then, wicketless in the first 2 matches, 0 for 38 against Somerset, 0 for 44 against Yorkshire. He took 3 wickets in that second 11 match against Horsham in June. And he's going to bowl from the sea end, round the wicket, to Tom Haynes. or over the wicket, 'cause his left arm obviously, but oh, hello. Now when I said they need to be quick at running, that's something else they need to be doing, is taking advantage of any opportunity, really. And I'll say not just because the target is so high, but because, you know, that's what Lancashire did. That's how they got it so high, partly. Yes, they really forced the fielders back, didn't they, with their fine start, so they were able to milk singles, but there were times where you weren't quite sure if the single was on and they took risks, but it's about, you know, being calculated in those risks. That is some shot, that. Clark has nailed it. Not a huge amount of foot movement, but he got his head in the right direction. And if you ever happen to hear from Kevin Peterson, that's what he keeps banging on about, is doesn't necessarily matter about the feet as long as your head's in a good place.
Oh,
and that's a cracking follow-up. That is a really good follow-up from Ollie Sutton.
yeah, play that.
Yeah, it turned him round, and that's a great line. Moved away from the left-hander, and a little bit of chat now between Clark and Haynes in the middle. There's cover out there, so that'll just be a single.
I don't think Ollie Sutton's any relation to Luke Sutton, is he? It's just because they're both Lancashire, or certainly Luke Sutton played for Lancashire for a number of years, and they've got longish hair. I keep wanting to call him Luke Sutton. Obviously one was a keeper, which is a fairly fundamental difference, but there's something about that long mop of hair. But my brief research doesn't suggest any connection. Maybe Lancashire fans watching on the stream can confirm either way.
No, it would appear not.
So always something of a half-decent guide to how a side is getting on is what the DLS par score is.
That is 6 of the best for Tom Clark.
Well, that'll help with getting up towards that DLS par score, because that is a brilliant shot, and that is not a small boundary on the onside for the left-hander, and he has hit that flat, fast and far.
And there's no amount of scattering that people could do in the Spenkarma Pavilion, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, well, the scoreboard is suggesting that should it rain now, Sussex would be 9 runs ahead of the DLS par. So if you take Duckworth Lewis Stern as something of a guide, then at this early stage, Sussex well placed.
Yes, and of course it isn't going to rain, but as Sam says, it is, given all the resources in hand, that is the guide that you can use to suggest whether Sussex are ahead of the game or not.
Shetty just tinkering with this field here. Thank you to Bill on the live chat on YouTube. The Suttons are not related. But as we saw in Lancashire's innings, wickets did force a bit of rebuilding. I'm not sure, it certainly wasn't a wicket where you could just come in and play from ball 1 outside of the power play, the first power play. Lots of tinkering from Shetty, who's clearly a meticulous field setter, as he's in bowls with another dart outside the off stump, which Tom Haynes just plays over the top of, I think. Well kept by George Bell, who, like good referees in football, kind of goes about his business unnoticed. If he's not drawing attention to himself, it's because he's keeping things nice and tidy. More changes in the field, so I'll try and bring you that field. The men out are at deep mid-wicket and deep square. The man at deep square will be doing the fielding now. This is to the left-hander, and we also had a man at deep square. Sorry, to the right-hander. Oh no, these are both left-handers, excuse me.
Two out on the leg.
And then you've got a man at long on, so 3 men in the deep on the onside, and then that man at deep point.
Yeah, the man at long on from where we are blends in with both the advertising hoardings and the crowd.
Yeah. Yeah, from a distance, a bit of a nondescript navy blue, all navy blue kit, for certainly less attention grabbing than Sussex's fuchsia pink. Again, Shetty bowling nicely with good control, just the 2 singles, only 1 single off his first over, so 3 runs from his first 10 balls, make that 4. Sussex happy at the moment just to pick the occasional single off the off spin of Arav Shetty.
Now I do think this is where they need to kind of keep wickets in hand and try and take it as deep as they can, because they do have power to add later in terms of attacking intent.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Touch of flight this time from Shetty, who's clearly someone who likes to vary the easy for me to say, trajectory of his deliveries, and he finishes another decent over with just those 4 singles from his second over. Hospitality boxes or corporate boxes well frequented. We have good full ground here tonight, which is great to see. Actually, it's been a feature of not just Sussex's games at home, but lots of games in the tournament so far. All the photos and videos suggest healthy attendances, which is great to see. As I said earlier, Andrew, there were some lovely shots from York, where Lancashire played their previous game against Yorkshire, of some really packed stands and grass banks. So the Metrobank One Day Cup seems to be thriving.
Absolutely. Sutton continuing, and that will be a single. Well, they're going to come back for a second. Some good running there. Much appreciated by the Sussex supporters. Just having a look at the table in this group, because obviously those 2 results from earlier will have changed things slightly, and Middlesex have now gone into second with 12 points, so the top 3, which are the qualification places, all have 12 points. There's going to be at least 1 here. They're not going to get second this time. Good bit of fielding there.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, Andrew, the side that wins this particular game puts themselves right in the hunt, and the side that loses it leaves themselves with, if not a mountain to climb, certainly a decent hillock.
Yes, a decent hillock, and of course compounded by Northamptonshire's win earlier as well over Durham. So Northamptonshire have now gone above Sussex, and they split the difference between them and Lancashire. Powerful hit, but to the boundary rider in that area.
Yeah, and it's something of a carbon copy of the Lancashire innings. I saw that early flurry, and then the change bowlers just bringing a bit of control.
Yeah, and it's just going to be about how deep these two can take it, really. That is going to fall safe and run away for 4. So Tom Clark goes to 50, 52 off 44 deliveries.
That's a half century for Tom Clark of 54 balls, 44 balls, 5 balls and 3 sixes.
He'd only got 45 runs in the first 3 matches in this tournament, so he's doubled that in this innings. Good knock this so far. And he'll add another single to that. He'll know that his job is nowhere near done. That Tom Clark gets passes 50 for the 5th time in list A cricket.
Yeah, one thing that we didn't have in the Lancashire innings was a centurion. I think a chase of 339 becomes a lot easier if you can bat round someone who does score a century and is the mainstay of the innings. Long way to go for Tom Clark, of course, for that.
Well, we reflected on that, didn't we, with that innings from Laurie Evans. 134 off of 86 is some going, but he was batting at 5 on that occasion. But you know, he had support, or the team had support earlier from Luke Wright's 64 and Harry Finch's 80 in the. And that Kent game in 2017 when Sussex last chased down something of this magnitude. Shetty continuing.
Yeah, and continuing tidily. Sussex yet to really work out how to break the shackles against the off-spinner. I think if you're not hitting boundaries, then you want to try and be rotating the strike. Make sure you don't get too bogged down. That's a loose delivery from Shetty, and Tom Clark says you've been bowling well, but if you're going to bowl that ball, then I'm going to take advantage.
Well, yeah, you've got to really. I mean,
that brings up the Sharks 100 in the 14th over.
It's fair to say that Shetty will want that one back.
And that's intelligent from Clark. He's been given that freebie, and then he says, fine, I'll just knock that into the gap on the onside. This is good from Tom Clark. It's funny on the chat on YouTube, people who are identifying themselves as Sussex fans saying, long way to go. People who are identifying as Lancashire fans saying, this is all over, Sussex have won this. Twas ever thus.
It's the optimism or otherwise of the natural negativity of the sports fan. That, although we got some tap, didn't we, for writing off.
Did we write Sussex off? I think we said that it was looking a pretty tall order, and I think it was. This is at Arundel. It took a record partnership to 200.
It was 200. It was 88 partnership, wasn't it? 200 for 7 or whatever it was. When when the lower order started to come together. But of course, those boys can bat. Those boys can bat. Carson and Lenham. At the moment, these two can bat as well. Clark and Haynes.
Haynes on strike now. 31 of 26. Final ball of Shetty's 3rd over. And good, intelligent batting from Haynes. 8 from the over.
Yeah, you'll always take 8 from it, won't you? Always take 8 from it. But as you often point out that it's just ridiculous, isn't it, that when you look at it, 7 and whatever it is needed and over, but that's every single over. And that shows you, over 50 overs, that shows you the magnitude of this sort of chase.
Yeah, agreed. I think the wild card, which perhaps we didn't pay enough attention to in the Lancashire innings, is the very short boundary on that onside. Hard to defend, right?
Yeah.
And actually, I think maybe a bit of credit to, certainly in that second half of the innings, how Sussex bowled in defending that boundary. It'll be interesting to hear post-match what Grant Flower has to say. Grant Flower, of course, the assistant coach here at Sussex, but stepping up to head coach duties for this tournament, while Paul Farbrace is spending the month watching the age group teams, because he's the director of cricket full stop here at Sussex, men and women. So really important for him to get a good look at...
So he's taking a month off to do his job, basically, is the...
Well, I did see some people speculating that he'd gone to the beach for a month, but that's not true.
No, absolutely not. He's hard at work.
He is hard at work, and he is looking at...
Although he was at Arundel, I saw him at Arundel.
And I guess August is probably the busiest month for age group cricket with the school holidays, meaning that they can put midweek cricket in as well. So,
and I dare say lots of conversations with staff members, players about pathways, and you know, obviously possible signings for next season. Who knows? I think player pathways is one of the things that obviously Sussex are very big on. Obviously, lots of teams are, but you know, Sussex in particular, because people can see it now. People can see what these guys have done, and they know that if you're growing up in the Sussex ranks, that there is, you know, a route through for you. And that if you're good enough, doesn't really matter how old or otherwise you are, that you will get given a chance.
Yeah, that's the future. Just coming back to today, I think Balderson, you'll see, is bowling wide of the crease to the two left-handers here, which I think is sensible, because it does slightly take that short boundary on the offside out, makes it harder to engineer shots through there. You can see that angle in, and I was just about to say, potentially brings in the LBW as well, although I think Clark managed to get some bat on that.
Now what's interesting is the win predictor is talking about 61% in favour of Sussex now. I don't know what WinViz has to say for itself.
Let's have a look what... 40% Sussex, 60% Lancashire. I think that I'd probably lean closer towards that still currently. I don't know, 50-50 maybe. Certainly race to 100.
Yeah, the trouble is, of course, and this is a good over from Balderson, by the way. Of course, predictors don't take note of this, but it only requires, you know, a wicket or two, and suddenly everything changes. So.
Yeah, well,
Sussex have to keep as many wickets in hand as they can for now.
So until about the 12th over.
Oh, slight hesitation. End of the 15th, 107 for 1.
So about the 11th or 12th over, the line on the two teams' run rates favoured the red of Lancashire, and then since then Sussex have just overtaken.
Yeah, we might be able to show you actually the worm at some point on your screens. There we go. And that's how we're looking. So it's a close one.
Again, you look at that Lancashire worm and it just shows you how it really was an innings of two halves. Sussex came back really well, because we were talking about 400 at one point, weren't we?
At about this stage in the proceedings, I think, and there's the comparison of the run rates.
It's a nice shot from Tom Haynes. Just be a single, but clever batting.
Good to see you, buddy.
Seagulls getting raucous down here on the south coast on a Friday night. Busy night for the Seagulls. That's nice, really nice from Tom Clark, who just sort of whips that wristily into the vacant deep mid-wicket area. Brings himself another 4. Clever batting, use of the feet, knowing where the field is, not over-hitting it, and that is the 100 partnership for Tom Clark. and Tom Haynes, the two Toms coming together well here for the second wicket, and that is another good shot from Clark, but well fielded by the fielder down there at deep cover, running round. That'll be 4 more. And Shetty, who has bowled with great control, is just now having to contend with aggression from Tom Clark, who is looking imperious out there, really.
Yeah, from a Sussex perspective, you don't want to put a commentator's curse on him, do you? But yes.
11 off the first 4 balls. Beautiful, really, really lovely, and that is 6 to go with the 2 4s previously in the over. And Tom Clark is putting on a bit of a masterclass of hitting around the ground and using his feet against the off spinner.
I rate that as the shot of the match so far, possibly.
Beautiful, yeah. Inside out.
Good use of the feet. And what I also loved was the patrons all at once going, shots.
And what it does do is put Shetty under a lot of pressure, and at the same time Marcus Harris as well, because if you hit the spinner out the attack, a good comeback from Shetty to finish the over, but an expensive one. 17 from it. And that sends Sussex a good 26 runs, I think, ahead of the DLS par at this stage. Be interesting to get a comparison of the two sides' scores after 16 overs, which I will try and do. So Sussex 124 for 1 at the same stage after 16 overs. Lancashire were going very well at 108 for 0. So Sussex ahead, apart from that wicket.
Look at the way the uptick on that worm just went that over.
Yeah, that's a worm just emerging from the earth, isn't it? Poking its head above the grass. Craig on the live chat says, since when did Tom Clark become Viv Richards? High praise.
High praise indeed. And probably, yeah, I mean, he hasn't quite played the pull shot with the front pad up in the air, has he? But
you've been set a challenge by Bob on the chat, Andrew. The percentage win rates since this format, which you mentioned for Sussex, he's wondering where that ranks with the other 18 counties, but I'm guessing you might not have that.
I don't have that long to live. I would, I mean, given that Sussex have barely made it out of the group,
it's going to be down there.
It's going to be down there. What I could do, who was it you said wrote in? Bob. What I could do, Bob, if you're a Sussex fan and you're a regular viewer of the stream, Sam and I should be doing the next game as well, which is next week sometime, isn't it? At home. This is home to Somerset next Thursday. Sam, you're not here for the Yorkshire game, are you?
I'm not, I'm afraid.
That'll be a single. Oh, almost. Well, it'll be 2, but it'll almost even more than that. Yes, I might do a little bit of research around that and just see how that how they do shape up. Or someone in the live chat might get there before me.
Bob has the honour on the live chat of being, according to YouTube, the top fan of the stream. He's got a little crown next to him and a number 1. So you better do your research.
Absolutely, absolutely. If he's the king of the crop. What gives him that honour?
I don't know. I guess contributions.
Okay.
Bob says he's going to do some research himself.
Oh right, okay. In that case, he can tell me. Or we split it and we do 8 counties each and all.
All right, there you go, Bob. You can have Group B this year, and you can do groups in teams in Group A.
No, hang on a minute. That's more work because I've already done one of the teams in Group B.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Bob, you've got Group A.
Executive decision.
I feel like a teacher. group exercise for Bob and Andrew.
Yep. Split into pairs, and it's about this time in all of our commentaries, Sam, where we start to lose the plot a little bit.
It's a long old day, but we've got a great game brewing up here. I feel like there's some twists and turns, don't you?
Tight over from Balderson. He's keeping it tight. Lancashire are leaking though at other points in this. 128 for 1 Sussex. 7.5 the run rate, well ahead of the required run rate, which is now dropped to 6.39, but there's still 211 runs for Sussex to chase down here as we take drinks at the end of the 17th over.
Yeah, it's been a warm day, so the 2-drink break per innings protocol, if it is a protocol or just a gentleman's agreement, is in operation. You're listening to the live commentary on Sussex Sharks versus Lancashire on the Sussex live stream. My name is Sam Keir, and alongside Andrew Rayburn.
There's the Manhattan for the match with the runs per over for each team. Sussex, of course, in that lighter blue. And the circles are when the wickets were taken. And the bowling figures for Lancashire, just the 1 wicket. Balderson 1 for 37 off 5. Bailey none for 24 off his 5 so far. Hands going for 9 off the 1 over he's bowled. Shetty none for 30 off of 4, and Sutton none for 23 off 2.
Do you know what, Bob is a good student.
Oh yes, he started already.
Well, no, he just said he's going to do them all, as he has all the wisdoms going back to the 60s.
Okay.
So you're no homework for you.
Okay, fair enough.
Andrew, Bob, your teacher's pet today.
So this is, as I mentioned earlier, just in case you're wondering, this is the One Day Cup since the current format launched in 2014, which is the 2 groups of 9. And I mentioned that in that 84 matches played, 24 wins, and the win percentage for Sussex 28.5%. And Bob was wondering how does that compare with the other counties. So since 2014, Sussex's win percentage in this competition 28.5%, which feels on the low side, it has to be said. But I can't speak for others. There's the summary of the match so far at drinks. Lancashire 338 for 7, but Sussex making a go of it, 128 for 1.
So Luke Hands is returning just after bowling 1 over so far in the innings. That went for 9, but after Arav Shetty was given short shrift by Tom Clark in the last over, captain Marcus Harris has gone back to seam. We're going to get the right arm medium pace of Luke Hands, or medium fast of Luke Hands. And that beats the man. 4 more. Tom Clark is racing along. 82 off 62 balls.
Yeah, did well to beat the man positioned at that 45. Short, fine leg.
Are you superstitious, Andrew, when it comes to cricket?
No.
Just a 1 this time. No, Tom Clark wants 2, and he's going to get it very well run. Tom Haynes, I think, would have settled for 1, but Tom Clark is in that sort of mood where he's hungry for runs.
I think there's possibly been an acceptance amongst, the Sussex side that maybe as we see the floodlights coming on, that maybe they're not quite as assertive at the top of the order as they want to be. Big
shout for LBW, but in fact it's going to be 4 leg byes. The soft signal from umpire Chris Watts lets us know early that he doesn't think there was bat involved, but he also doesn't think it's going to hit the stumps, and that's because it hit him a good 6 inches outside leg stump.
And therefore also pitched outside the leg stump, so it didn't really have a lot going for it.
So, despite the change of bowling, 10 off the first 3 balls, 6 of them from the bat of Tom Clark, 4 from his pads, or his boot in that case, in that instance. Wasp is now saying Sussex at 81% likely to win. I think
that feels high.
Yeah, there's a long way to go here. Don't forget that Lancashire were 100 and... Can you remember what it was at the first wicket?
At the first wicket, down.
157 rings a bell. Yeah, 157 was when Lancashire's first wicket fell, and the second half of the innings was not quite as plain sailing, so long way to go. Lovely shot. Tom Clark is putting on a masterclass of shots in front of the wicket, whether they're lofted over the onside, driven along the ground like that one, straight. He really is playing a beautiful innings here, and he moves on to 88 from 66.
Just one big shout of "Come on, Lancashire" from somewhere out in the crowd there. Apologies for the accent.
I love the straight drive. That is right up there with my favourite shots, because it looks effortless yet requires so much to go right all at the same time in terms of biodynamics, everything working together, and the over is finished with a single, an expensive over, which takes Sussex to 143 for 1. They're now 36 runs ahead of DLS, and we'll keep referring to DLS not because there is any threat of a weather interruption to this game, but as a guide as to where a side might want to be in pursuit of a target in a one-day game.
More from Balderson, and a run for Haynes. Oh, sorry, for Clark. He moves on to 90.
So the one Lancashire bowler, or frontline bowler, we haven't yet seen is Charlie Barnard, the slow left armour.
Oh, just past the wicket keeper. The dive, despairing dive of George Bell. A slightly fortunate boundary for Tom Haynes, but they all count for Sussex.
Yeah, got enough on it to evade George Bell's dive.
Haynes, by the way, has gone past 1,000 runs in List A cricket. Did that earlier in the innings. It's part of that team, as I mentioned, that where 9 players made their List A debuts against Lancashire. In July 2021, he made 38 against them on that occasion. Ambitious.
Yeah, they don't want to get carried away, this Sussex pair. All they've got to keep doing at the moment is waiting for the ball that gives them the opportunity to score the boundary, because they are well ahead of the rate. 8 and over currently they're scoring at.
Yeah, it's all well and good sort of, taking risks with the sort of, decisions over singles and things like that. But, yeah, you don't want to play too many rash shots at this point.
I think also knowing that you've got ahead of things, which then gives you the right to play within yourself slightly and make sure that you're still there deep into the chase, rather than sort of letting your ego take over and keep trying to hammer the bowling if you don't need to, especially when you're sort of getting under a run of ball. Because I think particularly within experienced bowling lineups that you tend to get in the Metrobank One Day Cup, there are going to be balls to hit without taking too many risks.
They'll find a single there, getting through the gap. They're going to think about 2, and they're going to come back for 2. That's really good running.
Yeah, Tom Clark is a man on a mission, because he is pushing hard for every run. Brings up the 150 for Sussex. Interesting, isn't it, how much of the strike Tom Clark has taken right from the start. Tom Haynes has faced much less of the bowling. I don't think it's a conscious decision, just the way things have settled.
Yeah, I'm sure we can. We've got the partnership stats as well that give us some insight into that. Of course, it's mostly what you see on the screen, because the wicket went quite early.
Yeah, 9 down. Sussex, sorry, 9 on the board when Sussex lost their first wicket. So partnership now of 142.
And Haynes hadn't faced a ball, had he? So it is exactly what you see on your screen, basically. So we said this at this stage in the Lancashire innings. Let's say it now in the Sussex innings. What do Lancashire do? What do they do right now to stem the flow and to try and get something out of this pattern of passage of play?
I guess you've got to string dots together, haven't you, and force something a bit rash, which Hans has started this over well in doing with 2 dots. Not easy though, because once you see it in 50 over cricket, so much momentum, the team gets on a roll, so you've got to try and force that mistake, because this isn't a wicket where you're going to bowl someone with a beauty or trap them in front. I think Sussex did that really well in the second half of the innings, is just force the mistake, and then they caught well. We've had 1 dismissal. Am I right in saying? No, we've had 2, an LBW and a bowled in the first innings, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Tier was LBW. I'm now doubting myself. We had, in the first innings, 1 LBW, 1 bowled, the bowled being a played on. And then Tier out to LBW, so 3 of the 8 dismissals so far. That method, all the others caught.
Good over this from Hans so far. 4 dots. Just a reminder, if you're not familiar with the One Day Cup format, 2 groups of 9. So each team plays 8 games. The winner of each group goes straight through to the semi-finals, which will be played on August the 31st. Second and third in each group go into the quarter-finals on August the 28th. So those second and third go into the quarters to decide who plays the winners of each group. And then the final is at Trent Bridge on September the 20th, which I think is a week after T20 Finals Day.
This is good from the 16-year-old Luke Hans. Talk about building pressure. See if you can't narrow that gap between current run rate and required run rate. And he's going to finish the over with just that and 1 other single from it. Good stuff from young Luke Hans, who was bowling full straight, meaning that it was tough for the batters to really free their arms. And as a result, he's come away with a good set.
153 for 1 at the end of the 20th over. So I'm not sure what will Lancashire at the end of the 20th.
127 without loss.
So yeah, it's very much in Sussex's favour thus far. There you can see the graphical representation of that.
A bowling change for Lancashire at the CS, where number 16, Harry Singh.
But also, if you were to draw a direct line on that run rate, you would see how close it gets by the very end, because Lancashire upped it in the final 5 overs or so. So if you were to imagine that line not continuing as it is, because that's but just on an average run rate now, it would probably be very, very, very close at the end.
Off breaks from Harry Singh.
He hasn't bowled in the tournament thus far.
Yeah, I didn't have him down on my card as a frontline bowler, but he's tall. Ooh. Did you know this? His dad played 2 ODIs for India.
The likelihood I wasn't going to know that.
RP Singh, not that one. According to Cricinfo, one of several new ball bowlers who were tried out in the mid-80s when it became almost mandatory to have 4 seam bowlers in the one-day team. Ah yes, I remember it well.
Ooh. Well, I imagine he's been brought on partly because I think both captains have spotted that spin bowling is the option that will slow things up for you. Be a single.
Yeah, and a bit like the characteristics that make Shoaib Bashir so attractive to Stokes and McCullum, that high release point just makes it hard, doesn't it, for batters to attack you down the ground. He's very tall, Harry Singh.
Blink, can you miss it as well? Just the 1 run from that over. Got through it very quickly. That also puts the pressure on batters, doesn't it? If you're bowling dots very quickly and you've got to get back into...
Yeah, good test for this Sussex pair not to get too concerned about if a couple of overs, tidy overs go by, waiting for the bad ball. Right, another question that I know you won't know the answer to, but I'll ask you anyway. Who was RP Singh, father of Harry Singh's only international wicket?
What era? We were talking the 80s or mid-80s?
He played 2 ODIs in 1986.
Right.
Both against Australia.
Both against Australia, okay. Oh, that's hauled in. Well, I'll let you do this over while I have a think about that.
I mean, if you get it, fair play. Basically, you're looking for
Bruce McDermott.
Nope.
Okay, random Australians. One of the Chappells.
There were no Chappells in this Australian side. Oh, and that squares up Clark and sends the Seagulls, I was about to say scurrying, but I don't think a seagull can scurry.
I don't know, they do, they like a good waddle occasionally.
Well, they use their wings rather than their legs.
Was Bruce was Bruce McDermott even in that team?
No, there was Craig McDermott.
Oh, is that what I meant? Who's the
I hadn't heard of Bruce McDermott.
There's a Bruce, oh God, who do I mean? Bruce somebody.
If you're listening to the commentary on the YouTube stream and you know who Harry Singh's dad's only one-day international wicket was, then you can put...
it might be one of our more ridiculous questions. What a good stop that is.
Great bit of fielding from the Michael Jones, the man at short cover. I'll put you out of your misery. Dean Jones.
Dean Jones. I could have said Dean Jones, couldn't I?
Some good names in that Australian team. Jeff Marsh, David Boone, Dean Jones, Alan Border, Greg Ritchie, Greg Matthews, Steve Waugh, Greg Dyer, Craig McDevitt, Bruce Reed and Simon Davis. Oh, he's plinked it! Oh, and just short of the diving fielder. That wasn't far away, and that just shows you what the pressure of 2 or 3 overs of tight bowling does, because that was a manufactured shot from Tom Haynes, who likes to play that shot. And I tell you what, it's a great effort from the man at mid-wicket, who I think is our friend Harry Singh, isn't it? No. Yes, it was Harry Singh.
Yeah.
So just as we're talking about his dad's exploits in one-day international cricket.
I was getting confused with Bruce Reed.
Fair
Craig
enough,
McDermott.
yeah. Well, they were numbers 9 and 10 in the order. More good stuff from Lancashire. Just after the game was threatening to run out of control, we said there'd be some twists and turns, and Lancashire are putting the pressure back on, with Tom Clark potentially feeling the pressure of 3 figures looming. It would be his second List A 100, I think.
It would indeed, yeah. He's got a ton against, I think, Surrey. But we don't want to mention that just yet.
That's 98. So that's why I asked you if you're superstitious, and I don't buy it at all.
Okay, you can keep mentioning it. The only problem is that I talked about John Simpson getting to 50 last week, and
that's 150 partnership.
Yeah.
From just 124 balls from these two. A really decent knock, and it's probably worth checking where that list ranks on Sussex's partnerships against Lancashire in one-day cricket.
While Sam ferrets about for that, we'll see Singh continue. And
yeah, this is a record second wicket partnership. In fact, it's the highest partnership for Sussex against Lancashire in List A cricket.
Nice.
Beating the 137, also for the second wicket, by Paul Parker and Alan Green at Lord's in 1986, which suggests that was a final. Yeah, 86, Sussex won the NatWest Trophy final by 7 wickets, thanks in no small part to that partnership between Alan Green and Paul Parker.
Takes Clark on to 99. There's the balcony ready to celebrate a century, if indeed that comes. James Kirtley, you can see there, the bowling coach out in the front.
Sussex obviously with a good record then in finals against Lancashire, because 2006 was against Lancashire, wasn't it, when Sussex won the C&G Trophy.
I'm going to pick up just the one there. So it gives Clark an opportunity here. I'm saying no more.
Yeah, fair play, fair play. Pressure on Clark from a personal point of view, just keep him waiting.
No, he'll be kept waiting for a little bit longer. At the end of the 23rd over, just 2 from that one, and Sussex's run rate coming down to 7 now, 6.5 required, and they have 161 on the board for the loss of 1, and they need another 178 to win.
Yeah, you're watching live coverage of the Metrobank One Day Cup match between Sussex Sharks and Lancashire here at the First Central County Ground. Lancashire having made 338 for 7 in their 50 overs. And Sussex, after 23 overs of their innings, 161 for 1, requiring a further 178 runs to win. Lucan, 16 years old. Brings Tom Clark onto strike at single. 99 from 84 balls. Came in with Sussex losing an early wicket. That of Charlie Tier, LBW to George Balderson. And since then, he has played a beautiful innings. Shots all round the ground. And with that one, he goes to 100. 85 deliveries. And with the kind of authoritative shot that he has played throughout his knock, and look at the reaction from the balcony. 11 fours and 4 sixes in what you have to say has been a fantastic innings, Andrew.
That is one of the best innings I've seen from a Sussex batter in recent years, I think, certainly in one-day cricket. He's played, as you say, with real authority from the off. Brilliant stuff.
Just his second 100 in this day cricket.
You know, 104 against Surrey in August 2022. It's part of an innings that was 378 for 6 on that occasion.
And he always promises so much, Tom Clark, because he does play so elegantly, like so many left-handed top-order batters do. But I think he frustrates people because he gets in and gets out, but this innings has been a real statement. And now he's got that personal landmark out of the way. Plenty of work still to do because Sussex need another 172 runs to win at 6.5 and over, so by no means job done, but they're making good progress at the moment.
They are, and it does show you, doesn't it, how tough that target is when you consider all the work they've put in thus far, and they're only just about to get to halfway.
Oh, and do you know what? Tom Haynes nearly illustrated your point perfectly, Andrew, with a little chip up towards the man at mid-off, and he just needs to be careful. He doesn't get frustrated because he's been tied down a little bit in the last 3 or 4 overs.
I think he thought he was a goner there, you know, until the ball
So
just
did I,
died
you know?
at the last minute.
So did I.
You can just see in his body language as he...
Yeah, this game still very much in the balance. And that's a plink you could hear through the effects mic out to the fielder out on the cover boundary. That was Arav Shetty doing the fielding. So an over in which Tom Clark went to a brilliant 100 here, and you saw the reaction from everyone on the balcony, because I think they realised that they'd seen a very accomplished knock there from Tom Clark, but one which Tom Clark will want to be remembered for winning Sussex a match rather than his own personal 100.
Absolutely, yes. It's going to all be about the team now, and that won't mean a lot if it's in the losing cause, and Sussex have a lot of work still to do. Singh is getting things to grip out there. Haynes on 45.
Yeah, I'm impressed with Singh. Tall, accurate, good bounce.
They're going to pick up at least one, and it will stay that way.
You know who he reminds me of from his action? Oh, as we...
Hello, that was almost a bonus, but no.
Do you know when Andrew Simons used to bowl off spin? Tall guy with broad shoulders, bowling slightly sort of round armish. Got that vibe about it. And he was a very good one-day operator, Andrew Simons.
Yeah.
Sadly, no longer with us.
Of course. Yeah, played county cricket, didn't he? Kent, Gloucester, I think, is it?
Yeah.
He played for.
Definitely Kent. Why do I have Northants in my head? Lancashire as well. Gloucestershire, Kent and Lancashire. Ooh.
So I got 2 of the 3 teams except the one staring me right in the face.
Yeah, and I got one he'd never played for. I am a little concerned about, from a Sussex point of view, about Tom Haynes here. He's looking a little bit skittish and tied down.
I only ever hear the word skittish in relation to Ollie Pope. People always talk about him being skittish.
I think Tom Haynes just needs to relax a little bit here and realise that he doesn't need to force the issue. The key thing is to stay there. Another good over from Singh. Sorry, your over to sum up.
Well, yeah, and just to prove the point, really, that we're at a halfway mark, and Sussex are 171 for 1, and they need another 168 to win. So, you know, it just shows that they are on track, and they don't need, as it stands, to. And you get that point proven by the worm as well. And if they keep wickets in hand, then they've got room to manoeuvre in the final 10-15 overs. They don't want to send it too deep in the sense of, you know, needing to scramble, you know, 12 off the last or something. But, you know, they've got players to come in. John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb.
Doesn't quite get hold of it. They'll come through for 2, and that'll be it. Yeah, well, so here we are, just after halfway through, and if you double their halfway score, 171 times 2 is 342, which is basically what they need.
Yep.
339. So they've paced the innings perfectly, and this is the period exactly around now when we saw Lancashire lose 3 relatively quick wickets, which slowed things right down. So if these 2 from a Sussex point of view can just keep going, that's a full toss and potentially a no ball as well. Yes, it is a no ball. 2 runs on top of the 2 runs for the no ball brings up Tom Haynes' 50 from 56 balls, because you do add the no ball, of course. So 6 fours, definitely playing second fiddle to Tom Clark, but absolutely nothing wrong with that, because batting is about partnerships. No ball above waist height, and umpire Chris Watts signals with a little twirl of his hand above his head that the next delivery will be a free hit, which I'm sure Tom Haynes will be delighted, because I think he's felt a little bit tied down the last few overs, and maybe this is a chance just to get a bit of that frustration out of his system. I imagine he'll be looking to engineer something here, potentially into the onside. What has Luke Hans got? A wide delivery outside off stump, which is given as a wide, and Luke Hans isn't happy about it. It was almost the perfect delivery in that circumstances, but it was probably 3 or 4 inches too wide. See the replay, how close to that blue line it was. Yeah, it is a wide, but only just. It's almost a fantastic
his reaction as he turns around, brilliant.
The petulance of youth. 16 years old. I tell you what, keeping it together at age 16 on a cricket field for me was a challenge. Step over to the offside and whacked through extra cover for 4. So in the end, that one legal delivery costing
7.
No, 9.
9.
2 for the no ball, 2 runs.
2 runs, yes.
Wide, and 4 is 9, yeah. So that will just take the pressure off Tom Haynes a little bit.
It's the 8th time that Tom Haynes has passed 50 in List A cricket. He's gone on to make 2 centuries.
Oh wow, that's a great shot. Flat 6 into the boundary club. And thankfully, they had their eyes on the ball, because that was honing in on them like a heat-seeking missile, to use your trope earlier on, Andrew, with the Exocet missile. That one honed in on the boundary club and turning into a very expensive over.
Yeah, I'm going to leave you to do the maths on this one. I can't work it out.
I think it is 17. And well fielded off his arm bowling from Luke Hans.
He's still ticking about the wide, I think. You can tell on his face he's not a happy bunny at the moment.
So one thing, we're talking about Sussex's pretty poor record in this competition since 2014. Certainly since 2021, you know, there's been that slight excuse of the young players, etc. A bit like in the Championship, there came the time where they needed to sort of no longer rely on that as a bit of a asterisk, as we see another boundary, turning this into a bit of a horror over for young Luke Hands. Takes Sussex to 192 for one, still one ball to come.
Wasp now has Sussex at 95%, which I think again is quite high.
Yeah, so the point I was making, so should Sussex win this, then they've doubled their win tally already compared to the last 2 seasons, and you're just starting to see a little bit of progress, a bit of game management. But hey, a long way to go. But at the moment, things looking pretty good for Sussex, and when you have shots like that, languid cover drives like that for 4, you can see why. I have to say that the crowd here at the First Central County Ground, even though it's a Friday night and there's lots going on around the ground, are absolutely gripped by the cricket and responding to everything with great gusto. So an expensive over, and even I've lost count now. 10, 14, 18, 19, 21, and I missed what the first ball of the over was.
20. This tells us 21 off the over.
Yeah, 21. So the kind of over that you cannot afford really when you're already behind the game. And we were talking at the start of the innings of what was in Sussex's favour when it came to trying to chase what would be a record chase for them in List A cricket. We said that short boundary, we said the first power play, and the other thing we may not have said was the relative inexperience of this bowling attack.
Yeah, 25 actually in the end of the over, because I didn't have the last 4.
Yeah.
And you know, that's starting to come into play now maybe. Good stop there, although it's not going to prevent a single. In fact, they're going to take 2. And there is something that I always find interesting with cricket. It was a really good stop by Shetty, and then they still take 2 runs, and that's obviously because of where the ball ends up. And sometimes, as you said earlier, you can hit a ball clean and it goes straight to a fielder, or like on the fence or something, and get 1. Or you can hit it less well, and because it goes short of them, you've got time to come back for 2. Now, I'm a little concerned for Lancashire here. I don't know what you think, Sam, but those last 2 balls, the fielders look, the body language is not good now. I don't want to point fingers, but there's balls being just tossed in underarm, and they're not, that there did not look good. I don't know, I just don't feel like there's, I don't know what you think. Do you sense a change in the mood?
Yeah, I think there is an element of mentally, are they feeling like maybe they've blown this, but there's still 140 runs to win. If I was, you know, in charge of this side, I'd be reminding them of that fact. Singh's bowling really nicely.
It's not to say they won't put the effort in, Lancashire, as Sussex Sharks clock up 200 at the end of the 27th over. But yeah, it's just more to the point that you know, so certainly not pointing any fingers about any effort. It's just more the slumped shoulders, and you know, not really showing that they are still believing, really.
So we had the slightly, I think, overstatement of Sussex's chances by Wasp, aka win and score predictor. Crick Viz reckon now the chances of Sussex winning are
buffering.
Hang on 1 second. Yeah, buffering is the operative word. But what I'd be interested to hear is the thoughts of those tuning in. Where are your percentages for the 2 sides' chances of winning here?
You can be our Wasp.
Yeah.
Which is not a sentence I've ever thought I'd hear myself say. Got Bailey back in now from the Cromwell Road end for you, Sam.
Yeah, I think this is do or die, isn't it, from Marcus Harris in terms of his bowlers. needs a wicket. So he's going to his most experienced bowler, Tom Bailey.
Yeah, it's like Tim Al Mills turning to himself or Ollie Robinson in the T20s, isn't it?
And he's bang on the money. First ball. Tom Haynes plays him with the respect that is deserved by a veteran performer like Tom Bailey.
So Tom Clark, we didn't get round to say, is now past his highest score in List A cricket.
Was that 104?
104 previously.
Daniel Pickering, 70-30 to Sussex.
Should also add where you, which loyalties you have as well.
Who your team is. It's a muffled appeal and then almost a mix-up between the two batters, but in the end a dot ball, which is one of the great things about cricket, whereas if you look at a scorebook, that's a dot, and yet so much has happened.
Well, as I say, in Bill Frindle's scorebook, you could, that would all be reflected, I think.
So then we've got CTFC Sussex, who I guess is a Crawley Town fan. 60-40 Sussex. We're more than capable of producing spectacular collapse.
That's the spirit.
I think I'd probably go 75-25 Sussex, personally. Shot. One bounce for... Tom Haynes is so good on anything short. And talking of short, that square leg boundary is about as short as they come.
I thought you were going to say, and talking of short, Andrew will tell you all about that shot. 5'9", come on.
Bob, Sussex favourites at 78.9% according to Bob Viz.
Bob Viz, that sounds very accurate.
Intelligent batting. The field has been spread. And so Tom Haynes says, all right, I'll just have a single. Yeah, well, Bob does have all the wisdoms back to the 60s, so certainly got plenty of data to crunch. 78.9% says Bob. Rennie says, Lanks please, otherwise I'm going to lose 20 grand. Maybe I shouldn't have read that out as it was deleted immediately. Essex fan who has a soft spot for good old Sussex, cycle sport fan, says 75-25 Sussex. Yeah, that's where I am at the moment.
Oh.
Well, to mix up.
Yes.
An element of control brought back by Bailey compared to the last over from the Cromwell Road end, just 5 from the 5 deliveries of this 28th over so far.
Problem is, of course, from this end it makes it 30 from the last 2.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's still 15s. So, it's it needs a little bit more rescuing. Now, man at backward square leg's gone out to the fence, but none of that matters.
Yeah, got enough of that.
Right.
Tom Clark with another big 6 over the beer festival. The gents at the bar not put off their ordering for a second.
Not moved.
And that's the 200 partnership for Tom Clark and Tom Haynes, just 161 balls. And I'll tell you, that's by far the biggest partnership for any wicket for Sussex in one-day cricket against Lancashire. And I'll tell you where it ranks in their overall partnerships in List A cricket. Well, it's not quite the record for the second wicket, but it's only 9 runs away. Tom Haynes actually is one half of the holders of the current record, 219, with Ben Brown here in 2021 against Middlesex. I actually remember that game. I think Tom Haynes got 100, he did, yeah, so did Ben Brown. Sussex won by 3 runs in the end.
Cool.
Singh, meanwhile, continues to really impress. If Lancashire could only get the same amount of control at the other end.
So you say they're 9 short?
They are 9 short of beating that record, yeah.
So what's the actual figure for the previous?
219 for the second wicket. Good use of the feet by Haynes. Happy just to pick up 1. The thing is, while Singh is bowling so well, kind of academic if the runs are flowing easily at the other end, because Sussex being so far ahead of the rate, needing less than a run a ball now. But I have been really impressed by Harry Singh. People on the chat asking why we haven't seen any of Charlie Barnard yet. The slow left armour, who was tops wicket taker for Lancashire last season, swept handsomely, but straight to the man down at deep mid-wicket, who was Ollie Sutton doing the fielding.
So 219 for that second wicket here against Middlesex. And that was what year? Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up here.
2021.
2021, okay.
The highest partnership in List A cricket ever for Sussex was 248 for the first wicket between David Smith and Bill Athy, your hero, Andrew, in 1993 here at Hove against Hampshire.
Yeah, I remember both of those players. Bill Athy, that was towards the end of his career. So yes, so they are 15 short of that stand at the moment.
No, they are 6 short of. You mean for the second?
219 there, because the stand of the partnership's 204 at the moment.
My apologies.
That's okay.
Yeah. Arav Shetty is returning. Started well, but then got a bit of tap in his last over of his first spell. Finds the outside edge this time, but goes straight into the ground from the bat of Tom Clark. A few moments ago on the screen we saw the Worm and Sussex's Worm making a break for it in the last few overs. Ooh, I tell you what, that was a bit of an ugly heave from Tom Clark, who's, after clearing that leg side boundary a few times. I suppose the reason we haven't seen the slow left arm of Charlie Barnard is because we've got 2 left-handers at the crease, and it would therefore be top edge from Tom Clark. I think he's going to get away with it. Yes, just a valiant effort from Charlie Barnard, the man we were just talking about. That went straight up. Difficult to criticise the approach of a man with 116 off 98. I don't think he needs to get too. I think he probably wants to get this done as it were, but just back himself to keep ticking over.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done, even with some aggressive shots. That is the sort of shot. That's what I talk about risk. The previous shot was too big a risk. That run is the sort of risk they should be taking, if you follow me. It's less about the shots in terms of risk, it's about the calculation of the running.
Oh my word, that is just glorious. Takes a couple of steps to the onside, gives himself the room, and bunts it over the man at cover for another boundary. So good with his feet against the spinners in this innings. He tried to repeat the dose, but good bowling from Shetty. 6 off the over, 5 from the bat, 1 leg by.
Clark 120 from 100 balls. Whichever way you cut it, that's a fine innings.
You're a man that's done your research, Andrew. There have been, so far, 10 scores higher than Clark's in this year's one-day cut. This is mean if I'm putting you on the spot. Can you name the players that have got them?
Well,
a couple today at least.
Oh, including today? Oh, well, I wouldn't. In case I wouldn't have noticed. Well, it would be someone from Essex, as they made.
We talked about him earlier.
Imam Al-Haq.
Yeah, well, he's one, but the Essex player we mentioned today, when we went through their card.
Normally I say I've been to bed since then, but of course I haven't, so I've got no excuse. Oh, we did go through their card, didn't we? God, I completely forgot.
Overseas player, but only just, as it were.
Simon Harmer?
No.
No. Who are we talking about?
Curtis Campher.
Oh, Curtis Campher, of course we were.
And that's, sorry, your ball to describe.
Well, 4 more for Clark. That won't be our finest commentary moment on the highlights when it goes out, but they'll do well to edit that one together.
My fault. The first bad ball that sings bold, really.
It is actually, yeah. You look at his figures, none for 17 and 5.4. It really is a sort of against the grain of the innings so far. Sussex moved to 224 for 1. And that might be the second worst ball he's bowled, but that's only a single off it. Have there been any who have scored more than 1 century? I can't see it from there.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so
not above this score. Obviously, Imam Al-Haq has scored 2, but one of them was less than 1.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I think I thought you meant just centuries. Sorry. So there have been 10 scores above Clark's 125.
Yeah, only 8 now.
Okay.
So
if I keep prevaricating, I have fewer answers. So Curtis Campher is one of them.
It was one of them.
And there was one today. There's another one today. You reckon? Did you? Because I haven't been.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'll tell you. Sam Robson, 169
yes,
not out.
Of course, that was 2 days ago, wasn't it? Or was that the one? Or was that the Sussex?
Yeah, that was the big chase against Durham.
Has now got their wish.
Apparently we're not getting any sound through on the stream. I don't know if the guys producing in the other room can still hear us, or if you can let us know on the live chat if we do return. But yeah, there is a thumbs up from the hard-working production team behind the scene. Don't know why I'm talking, because no one can hear us apparently at the moment. But
so the thumbs up.
Our sound is back. We're back. Apologies for the brief interruption, or maybe the blessed interruption.
I was going to say, hopefully you missed the last 10 minutes, because I think it was nonsense. But
so, Andrew,
can I do the answers to the quiz again now? Because I can sound good. I can sound intelligent now. As Barnard comes in and bowls, and there'll be a single for Haynes, moves him on to 79, and the Sharks to 8 for 1. So yes, Barnard coming on into the attack for his first over.
Confirmation on the stream that we are back live. Apologies for that interruption.
That's high. It's one bounce. It's 4 runs.
Well fielded in the crowd as well. I don't know if we'll get a shot of that. One hand field by a man who's had a good day, and then just toys with Josh Bohannon, who does have a smile on his face, which perhaps is out of politeness rather than any great appreciation for the slapstick comedy of the man in the...
Might be a bit more now. It's 4 more runs. It's into the fence this time. Back-to-back boundaries for Tom Clark, who is motoring at the moment, 134. And that might be another boundary. It is 3 in a row for Tom Clark. 4, 4, 4.
Yeah, and we had people on the chat asking why Barnard hadn't been introduced into the attack so far, and I think it's that slow left armour to 2 well-set left-handers, which just comes with an element of risk. But I don't think Marcus Harris had too much of a choice. He's was going to have to bring him into the attack at some point.
Now, has Tom Clark hurt himself there? Has he just jarred his hand maybe with the bat?
Yeah, or potentially...
What's he done?
A bit of cramp, maybe? Been out there a long time.
Well, either way, at the end of the over, 14 from it. Sussex have moved on to 241 for 1. And their target is now down to less than 100. They need 98 more to win.
Previous best was 219 by Tom Haynes and Ben Brown against Middlesex in August 2021.
And there, just confirmation of the stats that Sam provided. And over the tannoy, that is the highest second wicket partnership in List A cricket, or highest
yeah, that's right,
second wicket partnership, yes, against any county.
And I also come back to that in a minute.
Oh, it's over.
And Tom Clark is cross with himself, but I think he was struggling a little bit with something in that hamstring, potentially cramp. And gosh, just when you think this game is going only one way, something comes to disrupt the narrative. He gave himself a lot of room, and he's clearly struggling a little bit. I think he was getting into territory of where he was thinking, I'm going to swing at everything. But what a great knock from Tom Clark. 139 from just 109 balls, 16 fours, 5 sixes, a career best List A score, and one I think everyone of the 2,500 plus fans that have come to the First Central County Ground today will remember for a long time, because it included some stunning shots. And just listen to that reception.
Well, just in terms of the artistry of it, that is one of the best innings I've seen in this format. Some of the shots that Tom Clark played, nothing short of spectacular. Creative, intelligent, and in the end maybe just hampered physically.
Yeah, because he ran so hard as well. We'll remember those glorious drives and shots over the onside, but in between those he pushed so hard. And let's not forget as well, he's faced the majority of the balls in that big partnership, which ends having put on 232, a new record second wicket partnership in list A cricket for Sussex.
Get your record books out. Finn Hudson-Prentice now in at number 4.
Well, I imagine on the chat there'll be a few Sussex fans who now start biting their nails.
Well, in all seriousness, that percentage does just shift a little bit with that wicket. Finn Hudson-Prentice will have to start from scratch. It won't be easy starting.
No, that's one thing we've seen throughout, which is why, from a Sussex's point of view, the fact that they've got that rate below a run a ball does buy any new batters a bit of time. If it was, you know, up at 7s or even 8s, then you can't really afford to spend too much time playing yourself in. But especially with whilst Haynes is still there, Hudson-Prentice can just take his time.
44 against Durham, 24 against Kent, 58 against Middlesex for Hudson-Prentice. 126 runs in total in the tournament so far.
Yeah, he's made a number of starts, hasn't he? What were the scores he's made?
44, 24 and 58.
Yeah, so a pretty good return so far. And a score like that today would see Sussex pretty close to victory, depending on what goes on at the other end.
Yeah, he's averaging 42 for the tournament.
Good stuff from Shetty, who got a bit of tap at the last over of his previous spell, has come back strong. And there is Hudson-Prentice, desperate to get off the mark, but good fielding in the mid-wicket area from... Who is that mid-wicket? Is it Joe Moore's a substitute? Must be, yeah. Number 24, I think it is.
Yeah, it is. Shot.
Yeah, bit of a gift, really, to end the over. Shame, ruins a good over from Shetty, which includes a wicket off the first ball, but that was a bit of a loose delivery, wide, full, and asking to be smacked over that short boundary. One bounce for 4. They look like they've had a good time at the beer festival. Man on the right of the screen, just regaling everyone with his cricketing feats, I'm sure. That could have been a contender.
Yeah, well. Barnard, 14 runs off his first over. Single there to Haynes, moves him on to 80 from 84 deliveries. And now you start to see on your screen the runs and the balls remaining, and they are both under 100. 8 wickets in hand.
Probably time to survey our viewers with their latest win predictions, percentages for either side.
Yep.
What that wicket's done.
Has that wicket changed your narrative? Tell us who you support and what your win percentage is for both sides. And as long as they add up to 100, we'll read them out.
I suppose the tie could count for any missing percentages.
It could. That's a belter from Hudson-Prentice, inside out over extra cover. Gets his second boundary.
Yep.
And takes the Sharks to 250.
Batting like a right-handed Tom Clark.
There's no higher praise than that. Oh, Barnard's decided that the ball's too wet or slippery in his sweaty hands or something.
Do you think this pitch has got easier to bat on? Difficult to say from up here, of course.
It is, yeah. Some people have made it look easier than others. Good work.
So Von Blade on the chat reckons still 70% Sussex, although if Haynes goes it's probably 50-50.
Oh, we're getting into the realms of hypotheticals again.
I'd probably have Sussex more like 80% from here.
Would you? Okay. That's coming our way. And slams into the advertising hoardings where the covers reside behind.
Confident shot from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's come in and decided that he's not going to muck around.
14 off Barnard's first over, 13 off his second. Sussex 258 for 2 at the end of the 35th, so they have 90 balls remaining, 81 to win.
Well, we're getting to the stage, I think, where you need a clatter of wickets, and I just don't think it's the kind of pitch where suddenly balls are going to get batters out.
It will be batters getting themselves out, won't it? I do agree. 1 for 41, Shetty.
As he's stopped by umpire Watts, so a fielding change can be made. Tom Bailey is going back to long off, having been in the ring. And Tom Haynes pushes out to Tom Bailey for a single. Well, as you researched earlier, Andrew, should Sussex win this, it would be a record chase for them in List A cricket.
Yep, beating that total against Kent that they overhauled in 2017. They have made higher second or totals in a chase, but not successfully, if you like. So in 2017, they were set 332 to win by Kent, and did so with six wickets in hand. In 2019, they were set 356 to win and made 346 all out. On that occasion, David Visa made 171, Ben Brown 64, in a 6th wicket stand of 232.
Is that against Hampshire?
Yes.
Yeah. At that point, I think was Sussex's highest score in one-day cricket. As in David Visa's 171.
Yeah. And as I say, last year against Leicestershire, 363 for 7 Leicester made, and Sussex came up 10 runs short or 11 runs short of the target on that occasion. So there have been higher targets set, but this would make it the most successful chase down.
Decent over from Arav Shetty, just 4 from it, 3 even, doing him a disservice. Yeah, there have been 3 scores above that 171 from Visa in 2019 in List A cricket for Sussex. Shows you, I guess, how the game has come on. All of them came in 2022, that year that Sussex topped the group. Pujara 174 against Surrey, Allsop 189 not out against Middlesex, and of course the only score over 200, individual score over 200 in one-day cricket for Sussex. Ali Orr's 206 is the highest score in an innings for Sussex in one-day cricket.
That Tom Allsop 189 against Middlesex came in a the highest total in list A cricket for Sussex, which is 400 for 4 here against Middlesex in 2022.
If I remember correctly, that David Visa, a score of 171 at the time, the highest score in one-day cricket for Sussex, overcame a record that overcame the previous highest score that had only been set a couple of weeks before, or even a few days before, by Luke Wright, who scored 166 off 142 balls against Middlesex.
That was at Lords, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, I was at that match for reporting on it for West London Sport.
Interesting, and it was a weird card, because
Yes.
the second highest score was 55, the third highest score was 15. Sussex won by 122 runs. David Visa, one of my favourite players.
Cracking player.
Nice guy as well. In fact, I did a podcast series with him about life as a franchise cricketer post-Sussex. We did a year in the life.
Nice.
From all the different tournaments. Hitman for Hire it was called. Such a nice guy, and very open and honest about his experiences.
Presumably that's still available on all your podcast platforms.
That's the beauty of not being on the BBC, we can promote things like that. Yep, available to listen. All Sussex fans must listen.
Flicked away, man out there, bit bumpy over the practice pitches. Just ticking these runs off in this over. Balderson back into the attack. 1 for 48 for him thus far. 75 needed, which when you break it down, still seems like a lot of runs to get.
I think we're in the territory now, given the pitch, the bowlers, the boundary. I think Sussex would have to, in tennis terms, make some unforced errors.
They would. You only need a couple of those to start to put the shakes under the team, and also, Balderson's only given up 3 runs off this over so far. Although
dropped in the hospitality tent. Just listen to that reception. Tell you what, the fans here tonight are really engaged in this.
Well, I'm going to give credit to Sussex's media manager, Jamie Burnett, because he, from the word go, believed that this was entirely possible for Sussex. And I can imagine him just punching the air in the press room right now. But not done yet, of course. Can't even say that Sussex have broken the back of it in terms of, 69 from 79 is on top, but
I could make myself look silly here, but I think you're doing a good job, like good broadcasters, of keeping interest alive.
I think there's still interest in this game. I'm going to say it.
Oh, of course there's still interest. Cricket is a mad game, and you'd be crazy to say this is done and dusted.
Because I made the mistake of writing a team off last week. People might say I'm writing Sussex off, or at least not writing Sussex off, but I'm doing them down again.
So if you played this game 100 times from here.
Yeah, my percent. Or in other words, what's my percentage? My percentage now is 85-15.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Might even go 90-10. So that, yeah, it's not impossible. But what we're saying is that it would be an incredible turnaround from here.
Yes,
for
absolutely.
Lancashire to win. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably what.
I think what I was doing to row it back there was only because I was saying that Jamie had called it. And obviously I've then got to say, well, hang on a minute, he hasn't called anything because it hasn't happened. But he was calling this sort of situation, I suppose. He felt confident.
So Finn Hudson-Prentice, who has raced to 25 from 16 balls, tries to make that 31 from 17.
I think he thought he'd still hit it because he looked at where it should have gone and was like, no, it's not there. Why has it not come down yet?
I think, yeah.
Why has it not come down? Oh, it's because I didn't hit it.
Yeah, good shot there from
Jamie's just popped his head round now.
The media manager just making sure that we 100% acknowledged his call that Sussex were going to win at the halfway point, which we have done. Jamie, it's not over yet though, must remember that, and if you're a Lancashire fan.
I think the key is whether Lancashire fans have actually switched off. I don't know if you switched off you won't be hearing this, but my point is if you're still here and still with us, yes, you may say, well, I don't leave until the end, but I think if you are still tuning in, if you are still listening and watching, then you've still got some hope, and that's what sport is all about, is hope. I once saw a team score 3 goals in injury time to turn around 2-0 to win 3-2.
And there is one of the wickets that Lancashire so desperately need. Finard's apprentice was on a mission, really, I think, to get this done. And I think probably you could say he was within his rights, given that Sussex were only 2 wickets down, to try and play that kind of killer final blow. So he goes for 26 off 19, 2 fours, 2 sixes, dancing past Arashetti, who's deserved that. Just saw him coming and pushed it past his outside edge. Soft dismissal in the end, but
I think he was sort of saying he was sort of playing for turn and there wasn't any.
So that gives Shetty his 2nd wicket, and he's got very respectable figures of 2 for 46 now from his 8.4 overs. And having just told Andrew that he's being optimistic to suggest that Lancashire, well, not optimistic to say Lancashire have a chance, but that they had any likely chance, which you weren't really saying, Andrew. But anyway, they have taken a wicket that just gives them a little glimmer, and it'll bring John Simpson to the crease. And I guess, again, when you know John Simpson's coming in behind you as Finhard's apprentice, you can go out there and go, well, if I hit 40 off 30 balls here, that's the game won.
Yeah, and one of the last people that any team really wants to see in this situation is John Simpson come out. You know, you think 3 wickets down, can we start to sort of create something in the middle order? Well, Simpson didn't play in the first match against Durham because he was on duty in a tournament that we won't talk about, but 50 against Kent, 22 against his former club Middlesex at Lords, and now the county of his birth. The man from Bury played Lancashire League.
And plenty of Lancashire 2s as well, before Middlesex snapped him up. And he'll be off the mark straight away with a tickle down past the man on the 45 to bring 4 runs.
And as you can probably tell that is one of the nearest points to our effect mic.
Metallic clank as that happened. So having taken that wicket, Lancashire will really want to just...
Oh,
it's happening quite a lot, which makes me... The aborted run-up, which makes me think maybe there is a little bit of dew coming down.
this is a question that was being asked in India by the television commentators. Does dew fall or does it rise? People thought dew coming down, but some people say dew
I think it
rises.
definitely comes down, right? Because it's water in the air that is condensing on the warm ground because the air temperature is dropping.
That sounds good enough for me. That's convinced me. That was Sam Keir with the
weather.
with the weather from the Met Office at 2400 hours. Balderson continues. The lights really taking effect now.
Yeah, and
25 past 8.
a first Central County ground, a picture under lights. It's many a famous night here, and it's great to have one-day cricket back under the lights here in front of a pretty decent crowd.
Going to get a single there. Yeah, it's got that sort of T20 vibe about it now, hasn't it? still remember that Brad Curry catch. Phenomenal.
There's a nice little display on one of the floodlight towers here with some of the historic moments here at Sussex. And it's things like first side to win a one-day trophy.
Yes, the Gillette Cup in the early 60s. Won the first 2 actually.
And then the on-field, or the Sussex on-field first dry up a little bit because there weren't too many. Well, there's a few more one-day trophies, but in terms of firsts, it's things like first ever T20 international was here.
Yes, women's T20, wasn't it? I think
that's right. And then bottom of the list, first county ground to install floodlights.
Yes.
Permanent floodlights.
And that's quite something.
And I think these are probably those same floodlights, because you can tell from the sort of the light they produce that they're not quite up to the standard of the ones you see elsewhere, but it gives a nice sort of yellowy orange glow that says floodlit cricket of the noughties.
Absolutely. Good running there. And obviously it keeps the ground enveloped in light but doesn't annoy the neighbours. That's the key bit. Some of the bigger grounds, obviously, you can't say the same thing for. But the ones I like are the ones at Edgbaston in the shape of the E. Oof, well, that's gone through the gap. That's as frustrating as it flying through the slip cordon, isn't it? It's just the one-day equivalent, really.
Of course, they started a bit of a trend there, Edgbaston, because now Surrey have got new floodlights, and those are in the shape of the 3 feathers.
Of course, Headingley have the rose as well, I think.
That's right. Difficult to do 6 martlets here. Suppose you have to go for a shark fin. That'd probably be more. That would work, wouldn't it? A shark fin.
Shark? Yeah, I suppose there's enough light to get on a shark fin. Then it could be programmed to sort of do funky things before a T20, like set to the theme of Jaws or something.
Yeah.
You could have the shark fin. Sorry, this is very visual, but and they could each light up as if the shark was moving around the ground. Oh, there you go. There's the floodlights. As if you didn't know what floodlights look like.
Although in a traditional oblong, halogen rather than LED, I think. So back to the cricket. Shetty with the last over of what's been a good allocation, and I think was there a tickle on that? The reaction suggests there was.
Yeah.
I thought I heard a noise through the effects mic, and that would have made things interesting with Haynes on 88. Let's have a look again.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Kept
low.
Yeah, again, do you think Haynes is perhaps trying to do too much too soon?
Well, he certainly plays that one with respect. No, I think that ball kept a little low, didn't it? And so it was the right shot to a ball that probably didn't behave quite the way he expected.
Fair comment.
Yeah, Bob points out that the floodlights, when they first came up here, it's cut out into the offside. Be a chase for the man down there, who is Luke Hands, and keeps it to 1. Yeah, that they used to have eggs, didn't they? Because the sponsor of the floodlights or of the club was an egg company.
Right.
And I think you got a lifetime supply of eggs or something like that if you, as a batter, if you hit the egg on the floodlight full on.
I don't eat eggs, so that would have been a problem.
Maybe you could have got an alternative.
Bacon.
Oh, so it's not it's not a vegan thing. It's just not an egg thing.
I'm not an egg man.
Chocolate eggs you can have.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
Easter
a
eggs.
good idea. Oh, I'm well up for that. Yeah, I remember when it was obviously controversial when they installed them at Lord's.
Yeah, that's right. You could only have them up a certain number of days.
Yeah.
Talking of neighbours not liking floodlights. Oh, another stumping. John Simpson's gone this time, and surely not from Sussex's point of view, but he's bowled really well, Arachetti, varying his flight. When he first came onto bowl, it's my first view of him, I thought he was sort of a traditional one-day dart bowler, but he's varied it. That was tossed up, good revs, and sneaks under the mat of John Simpson, another stumping. And that just shows you what a bit of pressure does, because the last couple of overs have just been a little quieter from Sussex point of view, and Neil Bainton's finger was up before the bails had been whipped off.
Well, Simpson had 2 goes at trying to get back and failed with both. He tried to put his foot back, and as we see here, he tried to put his foot back and didn't make his ground, and then when he realised he'd done that, he tried to put his bat back and didn't make his ground in time then either.
So the equation is 56 runs required at 5.5 runs per over from the last 10.1 overs. Oh, listen to that reception for Ollie Carter. Local hero.
Yeah, well, he's Sussex's top scorer in the competition so far this season.
Yeah, he's been consistent, hasn't he?
38 against Durham, 68 against Kent. I said before this match, of course, now it's Tom Clark by an absolute country mile. But in fact, I think Tom Clark, how many did Clark make in the end?
139.
Right, that's more than Ollie Carter comes into this match with. So,
yeah.
But yes, 38 against Durham, 68 against Kent, and 29 against Middlesex. But
well, the jeopardy just gets amped up a little bit for Sussex. 6 wickets in hand, 56 runs to win. And you just feel, if you're the side chasing this position, if you don't do anything silly, you get there. But we've seen 2 batters stumped by a mile, and yeah, that's a great set of 10 overs from Arachetti. 3 for 51 from his 10 overs. Well bowled, young man. Very impressive from the 21-year-old Lancashire Academy product in his first season of pro cricket. His second 3-for of the tournament after 334 in the win against Somerset. Will he be celebrating 3-for in another win? The odds are very much against it, but you just never know.
well, 2 wickets have really changed. 2 stumpings have changed the complex a little bit. Complexion of this match as Balderson comes in and bowls. Nothing doing there.
My
on 89.
My favourite comment of the day has just come in on the YouTube.
Go on.
After I authoritatively told you about dew coming down.
Is it from John Ketley?
No, Pauline Toop says, according to Google, dew rises. As the air closer to the ground gets colder, it loses the ability to hold as much moisture and the water vapour condenses on blades of grass from the ground up. Well, I would slightly argue with that, Pauline, because it's still the air, and the drops in the air can't climb.
I'm keeping out of this. This is a private matter between you and Pauline.
Well, if that's the big talking point of the day, then this game is going the way that it probably ought to, according to history and common expectations, but we just know cricket doesn't work like that. So let's see what happens in these final 10 overs.
Sam, just what were Lancashire after 40? Have you got that to hand?
Yeah. Lancashire after 40 overs were 2-4-2 for 4.
Were they? Okay. So they certainly upped it, didn't they, in that final passage? That last power play. We are in power play 3, of course. It's now the runs to win and balls remaining are getting closer to parity.
Mark has Lancashire as slight favourites now on the But I have to say, Mark is a very regular commenter on, does err on the side of pessimism, I think, when it comes to Sussex. But he might be right.
Well, you have to say that does put the door ajar now for Lancashire. Tom Haynes coming down the pitch and driving straight to mid-off, and the catch taken by Marcus Harris, the Lancashire skipper, and that puts the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons.
Yeah, well, we used that tennis analogy as Tom Haynes gets a well-deserved round of applause from Sussex fans who, if applause can be tinged with anything, then it's a tinge with a little bit of ruefulness at the fact that he's departed for 90. Yeah, what I was going to say was, we talked about the tennis analogy of unforced errors, and you have to say that the 3 wickets that have fallen, the 4 wickets that have fallen since to break that partnership between Haynes and Clark have slightly been those unforced errors.
Yeah, I would agree. I think, you know, it's partly the pressure. It's good Lancashire bowling as well. It's good field settings. It's a combination of everything as per usual. And now we're into a situation not too dissimilar to the one we had when we were together at Arundel.
Yeah.
And there will be, as Danny Lamb came to the crease, by the way, against his former club, there'll be some poetry in that possibly. But there'll be a feeling, I think, amongst Jack Castle and Archie Lennon, which is saying, what, again? Sorry, can you not get this done without us?
Well, Lancashire had a really strong finish to their 50 overs, and you can see that on the worm there. You can also see the worm slightly running out of puff as its quest towards the top of the earth, towards some fresh air. It's slightly flatlining a bit. You can see that run rate tumbling with those wickets. Charlie Barnard is going to get another go, this time from the Cromwell Road end, replacing the excellent Arav Shetty, who's bowled out.
2 brand new batters at the crease.
Yeah, the one thing you would say is, certainly in Danny Lamb, you couldn't get many more experienced heads at dealing with this situation, with the run rate now exactly 6 and over, isn't it? 9 times 6 is 54.
Yep, 54 or 54.
And there is 1 of them, 2 of them, because of it's a bit harsh to call it a misfield, but a good stop, which then sends the ball perhaps a little further than the Lancashire fielding side would have hoped. So 2 off that, which takes it below 6 and over, 52 from 53.
One of my favourite mistakes in the field was at one of the World Cups, not the last T20, but either a T20 or the ODI World Cup. I think the ODI World Cup of 23 or something. Australia tried to effect a relay catch, and he was running out. He took the catch, running out of room on the boundary rope. The other guy was coming in to help him out. He threw it over his head.
Oh yeah, I have seen that. Well, Charlie Barnard will be pleased to have got rid of Tom Haynes, the left-hander, because he obviously, as a left-arm spinner, will enjoy bowling to the right-handers, and he's done exactly that, because he has beaten the outside edge of Danny Lamb, who went back, and Danny Lamb has been bowled, and now you have to say that this is game on, because Sussex are capitulating. They were cruising. We had it at somewhere about 90%. But are we going to get bitten again? Because at Arundel we thought Sussex were dead and buried, and they are going to have to rely, at least in some part, on the duo of Jack Carson and Archie Lennon. Jack Carson is carded to come in next. And one thing you can say from Sussex's point of view is that Jack Carson has got experience of seeing them home, recent experience, but wow, cricket, eh?
Cricket. I mean, you couldn't script it.
Please welcome Jack Carson.
Jack Carson. Only 4 against Durham, but a half century against Kent, including the winning runs in that remarkable partnership with Archie Lenham. And then 73 against Middlesex. Those are his first 2 half centuries in List A cricket.
So, since the wicket of Tom Clark, which came with the score on 241, Sussex have lost 4 for 47, and they require another 51 to win, with only 4 wickets remaining now. What's your percentage, Andrew?
God, I don't even know what percentages are anymore. Yep, it's I think I make Lancashire favourites.
Yeah, I'm starting to err towards that. We owe Mark an apology on the well, I do, on the live chat comments. I said he erred on the side of pessimism, but
he said Sussex have a way of throwing things away, didn't he?
He said I make Lancashire favourites when I think the 3rd wicket went down. And I have to say I slightly scoffed at that, because I think ordinarily cricketing logic says Sussex were cruising, but Mark.
There's the worm, and look at those cluster of wickets. I mean, that is where Lancashire have fought their way back into this, and you can see how the cluster of wickets means that the worm has turned. But what a game we're having again. It's a brilliant advert for cricket.
Well, for 50 over cricket. Because as fun as T20 is, and it is fun.
Yeah, you don't tend to get finishes like this.
It's the twists and turns, isn't it, of 50 over, because there's enough time. 100 overs is a long time.
And wickets in T20 can be quite cheaply earned.
We were joking about the dew, but you do wonder whether that's actually come into play a little bit with the ball skidding on. But I have to say, I think Sussex probably will look back at the shots they've played, and they were maybe a little eager just to get this done, rather than thinking plenty of time. And also what it shows you is that any score over 300 requires you to bat well throughout your innings.
Yes. Yeah, there's very little margin for error. I mean, the other thing as well I'd say is if at the start of the innings, if you said gave Sussex 290 for 6, 289 for 6 with 8 overs to go, if you gave them, 50 from 48,
100% they'd go for it. Yeah,
I think so. Even with 6 wickets down, I think they'd say, "Come on, let's have a pop at that. Let's see how close we can take this."
But that's the thing about the sort of psychology of it all, isn't it? Is that suddenly Sussex have gone from a position where we were saying this is a 1 in 10 match you lose, to being in probably a bit of a shootout, or even maybe second favourites now.
And each dot ball increases that pressure as well, and you start to need boundaries, and wickets can therefore come as well.
So we're getting a few predictions in now. We've had these wickets. David says 60-40 Lancs. Richie has Lancashire only at 30%. Martin has 99% Lancashire, 1% Sussex.
Jamie has I've messaged Jamie Burnett, the Sussex media manager. He says still 100%.
Oh, a lovely shot for none. Well, you certainly get good value for money for your ticket today if you're a neutral.
Absolutely.
Loads of runs.
Very few of them in the ground, I suspect, though. Balderson keeping this very, very tight. Just the 1 run. They want the single.
Good
They're going to get the single.
Max says 50-50. Cycle Sport fan says Sussex 45, Lancs 55. College Talks 100% Sussex. Is that you, Jamie?
Are you Jamie in disguise? I think we may have lost the stream.
So,
yeah.
hopefully we'll be back with live pictures, which I hope we are now. Yeah.
So 7 overs left. Sussex need 48. 48 from 42 balls suddenly sounds, with 4 wickets in hand, suddenly sounds quite a bit tougher.
It does. Although you would say, again, without what's just happened, i.e. a clatter wicket, 7 and over from here.
Yeah, I think I asked you the question tonight, Arundel, what would they want to chase in the last couple of overs? And how did they get to that point? Well, in the end, they didn't lead the last couple of overs virtually. They must have that in the back of their mind somewhere. If you've just completed a run chase like that.
That's good from Carter. Just picks up the single. I think you should have faith that you're going to get a ball where you can pick up a boundary, because you only need even a boundary every 8 balls rather than every over. Keeps you in the hunt if you can keep rotating the strike. That's uppish from Carson, but it beats the man at short extra cover, who is Michael Jones. And they get another single. So 2 singles from the first 2 balls of Barnard's over. The equation now 46 from 40 balls, from 39 balls.
Well, tough to call this one. Tell you what, your tie comes into the equation.
That's uppish. There's a man under it and takes it. Ollie Carter goes. Good catch from Tom Bailey out there, with the lights not the best down in that corner. Ollie Carter felt the pressure, targeted that long boundary, and he's picked out Tom Bailey to give Charlie Barnard his 2nd wicket. Sussex lose their 7th, still needing 46 to win. And you said it right at the start of proceedings, Andrew. Jack Carson and Archie Lenham are going to have to do
all over
again, you feel?
Yeah, last time at Arundel, last week, last Thursday, a stand of 88 off of 67 balls. Well, they don't have that many to play with, but they also don't need as many. So, on that occasion, Carson made 50 off of 43. And Lenham 45 off of 38.
Well, there's a roar of encouragement for Archie Lenham, 21 years old, bowled really nicely again. He's going to have to bat really nicely again. And other than that, that roar somewhat fueled by real tension. There's a bit of a hush around the ground, because I think people either can't quite believe what they're seeing, or perhaps at the same time are just totally aghast. That's if you're a Sussex fan. If you're a Lancashire fan, despair is rapidly turning into not insignificant hope.
Yeah, and I think if Sussex fans were to look at the score and imagine that it was Lancashire and losing the wickets, would you feel that it was yours to lose? And I think they probably would.
What a turnaround. Good captaincy, you have to say, from Marcus Harris, holding Barnard back whilst those two left-handers were going so well. He did have to bring him into the attack eventually, and he got a bit of tap. But once that partnership was broken, Barnard has come in and taken a couple of key wickets. Those 33 runs he's gone from his 4 overs, pretty front-loaded.
And there we are back to pretty much parity, and Sussex needing to do exactly what Lancashire did in the final few overs in their innings, and that was, mind you, that was with that was with, well, how many wickets do they have down? 1, 2, 3, 4 wickets down, but they lost a couple. You can see there they lost a couple.
Yeah.
So effectively 6, really, I suppose, at this stage.
Well, and this is where you have to give huge credit to the way Harry Singh batted.
Yeah, because Sussex haven't had really somebody to respond in that manner, have they? In the middle order, Finn Hudson-Prentice could have been that person, but
it's just the way Harry Singh paced his innings.
Yeah,
it is different when you're setting a target, in that you don't have that pressure of knowing there's a number you've got to get to. That'll help Sussex.
and of course you've got to take your medicine sometimes, because there will be Kent fans who will be aghast at how they lost at Arundel last week, getting themselves into a good position before really, I mean, you talked about momentum, didn't you? That was the clearest sign, because momentum you couldn't stop, because Sussex were just hitting everything. A bit like that, only they were finding boundaries on that occasion.
And that's the other thing, of course, is that extra man in these last 10 overs makes a huge difference, because your options for areas to target are reduced by 25%.
They are, yeah. And Sussex won't even have the advantage of Lancashire overrunning their cut-off time, because that's well off at the moment. Well.
Oh, what a game of cricket. Another brilliant game of cricket on the Sussex live stream. Thank you very much for joining us and getting your rewards now with another thrilling finish. Suddenly, from, like you say, Andrew, with the runs flowing everywhere and the question being how are Lancashire going to stop them scoring, the question is a bit more like how are Sussex going to start scoring, because the runs have dried right up and that run rate is now approaching 8 and over.
Yeah.
44 required from 34 balls. Just struggling to time it.
The last boundary was the 38th over.
Yeah, says it all. And how many wickets since then?
The wickets since then, 3.
Yeah.
4, sorry. 4.
Remember, Sussex were 241 for 1 in the 34th over.
Just 10 overs ago.
Yeah, and they have lost
50 odd for 6 in that time.
55 for 6. And there's a hush that has descended on the first Central County ground. You can hear the bass line of the music from the beer festival. First time we've really been able to hear that, because the crowd has...
Yeah, nobody's really left. There are a few more empty seats. I mean, I guess people have got cold or needed to get home or whatever, but good throwing over the stumps as well. Keeps it down to 1. And how important now is that final flourish from well, it was Sutton and Hands, wasn't it?
Yeah. They added another... Well, Singh went with the score on 3-1-4, so they added another 25.
Yeah.
Which could possibly be the difference here.
It really could. 5 overs remain. Sussex Sharks have just 3 wickets in hand, and they are still 42 shy, sorry, of their target.
Sussex Sharks 297 for 7. At the same stage, Lancashire 284 for 6.
And there is really the disparity in the scorecard. Look at that. The 2 Toms, Clark and Haynes, 90 and 139. And then beyond that, Hudson Prentice, 26. So you talked about the that Middlesex scorecard with Luke Wright. It's very similar. Shetty, 3 for 51. Balderson, 2 for 64. And Barnard, 2 for 33. In the wickets for Lancashire. Barnard to continue.
They'll push for 2 here. They're coming back for it. This will be tight. Safe. Good fielding, good running, good cricket. And listen to the reception that an extra run brings. That is how tight things are here at Hove.
Yeah,
Good
there was
running.
a little bit of hesitancy on the second, wasn't there? And they had to just go for it. I mean, you know, they are going to have to take some more risks now.
Yeah, 8.3 is the nominal runs per over. In terms of balls and runs, it's 40 off 29. They'll push hard here as well. Just a single this time.
Yeah. And that's the 300 up for the Sharks.
Yeah. And a round of applause is loaded with encouragement as well, as much as appreciation. 39 to win. What Sussex would give for a couple of boundaries, however they may come now. Big shot for LBW and he's gone. Lenham felt the pressure. They knew that boundaries were needed with the run rate heading up quickly. And that is the 8th wicket to fall. Archie Lenham goes. There will be no repeat of the Carson Lenham double act from Arundel. And it did turn towards the leg side, hits him on the back leg, which is always in the bowler's favour. I think that's probably fair enough.
Well,
You're not sure, Andrew?
No. I think probably just about hitting leg. I think one thing I was going to say is there will be people, Lancashire oriented, I dare say, who said, those smug Sussex lot on the commentary, they were saying it was done.
Well, that's not true, Andrew. No, it's important to point that out.
I can't win now.
No, we said that if you played this game 100 times, you think Sussex will win 90 times. I don't think that was an unreasonable thing to say.
No.
What's happened is cricket has done cricket things.
Again,
Yeah.
after Arundel. And yet, of course, it could do cricket things again.
Well, you have to say, and we've been proved wrong already, that from here, Lancashire are now hot favourites. Because you just can't see, like you say, there hasn't been a boundary for what, over
about 7 overs.
7
now.
overs.
I think if they can get it down to, I don't know, what do you reckon, 16 off the last 12?
Yeah, I think they take that from here for sure. As long as Jack Carson is still there.
But to do that, they've got to score 23 off the next 14 without losing 2 wickets.
Credit to Charlie Barnard, who's come back really well after getting some tap early on.
Yep.
Nice from Crocombe. Now come back for 2.
Yeah. And that is what I think should be happening in most forms of the game, because if you turn for the second, it puts the pressure on the throw. Now that was actually quite a good throw, but it puts the pressure. It just shows how many ones can be turned into 2s if you really put your mind to it.
Yeah, and if they run 4 of those and over, then they'll be there or thereabouts with a single here or there. that they could do with a boundary. But any time they've tried to manufacture a boundary in the last 10 overs or so, it's resulted in a wicket, because you have to say it's been the big shots or attempted big shots that have led to this collapse. And look at that worm now. The worm has a long tail and about 7 heads. And if a picture or a graph ever told a story,
wow, look at that.
No partnership higher than 32, other than the 232 from Haynes and Clark. Absolutely remarkable. And that is why, going back to that 90-10 balance of probabilities we had, I don't think it was an unreasonable call, Andrew.
No, and it's because you wouldn't normally see the see figures like that. But as I say, after Arundel, we should, or I should know. Well, I was sort of casting a word of caution.
No,
But
quite right, because we see it time and time again.
oh, they've gone for the single.
Well run.
That might have to be their plan: is drop and run, and see what comes of it. But you have to give huge credit to Lancashire.
Yeah.
Some batter error in there, definitely, but you have to give some huge credit to Lancashire, because as I said, at one point their heads were dropped. Now look at them. They are now, well, they're believing they're going to win. And it's, you know, obviously unlike Championship cricket where you do have to take the final 2 wickets. They don't have to. So they have a huge advantage in that respect. All the pressure is on Sussex. Crocombe on 4. Carson 8 from 10. The Sussex balcony.
A few fingernails between incisors.
Bit of chat now for the Lancashire camp as to how they should set their field to Carson here. So now there's men at long on and long off. Deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, and a man out on the cover boundary. The rest inside the circle as per regulations, with on the edge of the circle, all on the edge of the circle, so there's plenty of options for that tap and run, and they're going to get something there. I do understand. I think, you know, I don't think they need to necessarily save the ones, but there is a world in which Sussex could be picking up, you know, clusters of 2s and make it difficult for Lancashire, so they don't necessarily want to be too defensive.
Let's look at what bowlers have left as well, because that could be important here. This is Bailey's 8th, so he'll be able to bowl out. I guess, given the way things are going, they'll persist with spin at the other end rather than risk one of the seamers.
Henry Crocombe has a high score in List A cricket of 47 against Durham. How Sussex could do with a fraction of that now. Crowd disappointed that the sound of the shot didn't match the result.
Well, I think we're slightly in the territory now where Sussex are going to just have to take more risks, because it's now over 10 and over if you look at it in that respect. Nearly not that far off requiring 2 a ball, 34 to win off 20. You're going to have a dip, I think, aren't you?
Yep, if the bowling allows you to, really. If it's there, it's in the block hole, or, you know, difficult to get away.
Brilliant bowling from Bailey, who throughout his List A career doesn't take a huge number of wickets, but he never goes for runs.
Ah, there we go.
Apart from with that ball, brilliantly picked up by Crocombe.
Well, it was in the slot, wasn't it?
but he waited for it, Crocombe. That's a really, really good shot. Easy to send that one skying to the guys you've got down at long on and cow corner, but he waited and picked it up brilliantly, and I suppose Sussex fans will be asking me to sing Bailey's praises more because I set him up for a fall there.
They've got to go, they've got to run there, yep.
Goodness me, what a game of cricket this is.
Quite sensibly, Bell is whipping off glove every time because he knows that if he misses, he'll just run, and he needs to be able to throw cleanly at the stumps. End of the 47th, 312 for 8, which is otherwise a pretty good 50 over score, or certainly 47 over score. But when you're chasing victory, 27 off of 18, that's 9 and over. Is it going to be another one to add to the litany of so near but yet so far, with Sussex trying to, of course, beat that mark against Kent from 2017. They've had a couple of goes at higher targets than this and come up about 10 runs short. Well,
yeah, this would be a record chase, successful chase if Sussex do pull it off. 27 from the final 3 overs, 18 balls. And Charlie Barnard has shown great character tonight. You look at those figures, you think, oh, expensive. Well, it's only because his first couple of overs went the distance. Since then, he has been superb. 3 wickets, beating batters in the flight. Crocombe with a single.
yeah, I think they were half tempted to run that hard and then realised there was no point. But they are going to have to start doing that eventually. They're going to have to start running the first one hard and making a decision when they get there.
Yeah, so obviously you're playing against the spin. Hitting into that onside as a right-hander. Shot from Jack Carson down the ground, all the way for 6. Talk about nerveless, using his feet. And this game, we've been trying all evening to call it, and I still can't call it.
I think I'm going to borrow your phrase. It's cricket doing cricket things, Sam. I mean,
that beats the man, there's a hand on it, and there's 4 more. Listen to the roar from the crowd here at Hove. Every single one of the nearly 3,000 people in tonight invested in every single moment of this incredible cricket match. And just as we were singing Charlie Barnard's praises,
every time you praise a Lancashire bowler,
I told you I wasn't superstitious, but I'm starting to wonder myself whether I'm cursed. So, 16 of 14, and those 2 shots.
Where's your percentages now?
Gosh. That's superb batting from Jack Carson, because having scored 11 off the first 4 of the over, he knows that he's done the work from this over. Equally, with 1 ball remaining, he would be on strike if Henry Crocombe gets anything even off this ball. Henry Crocombe, what will he do? They shout, they want 2, they're going to take 1. Henry Crocombe will have strike for the first ball of the next over. What an over from Sussex's point of view. What a game from everyone's point of view. 14 to win, 12 balls remaining, Andrew.
And what did I say they should try and aim for the last 12? I can't remember now, but
16, I think. And just
maybe.
Listen to the noise. Tell you what, there is an outbreak of Metrobank fever right here at the First Central County Ground.
I mean, you know, the One Day Cup is really standing up on its own 2 feet here, right in front of us.
So Tom Bailey what have you got? Henry Crocombe, what have you got?
Two overs. That's what both teams have got. 12 balls to play with. 14 runs for Sussex to get. And there is a little bit more conjecture over the field. Bailey, last over from him, from the C end. Good ball, really good ball.
And you have to say, well dug out by Crocombe as well, honing in on his middle and leg stump area.
It's a little bit of pressure on the umpires as well. They've got to get decisions right. No DRS.
I'll tell you what, that nearly snuck through.
They'll be feeling the tension. Everyone's feeling the tension. Down the ground, be a single. 13 from 10. Still feel that Sussex would need a boundary or two.
Possibly the biggest of the night, and what a time to do it.
I mean, that's massive from Jack Carson. Massive in every sense. Massive in the sense of distance. Massive in the sense of the context of this match.
Jack Carson, the mentality of the guy.
Nerves of steel. 26 from 15 he's got. Sussex needs 7 now from 9, and the pendulum swings back southwards.
Tom Bailey just stretching his hamstrings there. I just wonder whether this...
Oh, hang on. The umpires are now saying we need to have a ball.
Just to add to the tension, I think Tom Bailey didn't quite get that right in terms of execution. It was in the slot. But Jack Carson's ability to hit a long ball, as we've seen today and at Arundel last week, is remarkable. And Sussex do bat deep, which we said right from the start when we were looking for the reasons why Sussex could be hopeful. Batting deep was one of them, that short boundary was another, and those two things have come into play in that one ball there. As Harris says on the live chat, he's a mentality monster.
Mentality monster, Jack Carson.
Was that Kloppism, was it?
I think so, yes. Or Guardiola, one of the two.
So now we have the debate as to whether that is an acceptable ball to be replaced, because we weren't getting that one that Jack Carson hit out of the ground, were we?
No, that's... Sometimes you say it's in the car park, well that's... I think that's down to the seafront.
The
Get on with it,
locals
mate.
getting restless. Just to add to the tension, it's below a run of ball now. Some coaching advice from the personal trainer that the umpires have brought with them.
A reminder, in 2017 Sussex chased down 331 to beat Kent. They haven't successfully chased down anything higher than that in List A cricket. They've made higher totals but not successfully won the match with it. They now have 332 for 8 and they need 9 more to win. And without that little cameo played at the end of the Lancashire innings, we would be on our way home by now. So fair play to Ollie Sutton and Luke Hams. Now we are going to get a ball that, well, we hope is acceptable to Marcus Harris.
Neil Bainton rolled that ball over to
yeah, that's going to make it damp, isn't it?
Yeah, but I kind of think that's fair enough, because the other ball would have been damp.
Oh, okay.
And you're replacing the ball, so rather than a bone dry one, kind of keeps things consistent.
Okay.
So props to Neil Bainton, I think, for that bit of keeping things as consistent as possible.
If you want to know how tense it is in here, by the way, I've spent most of the game, whatever happens, doing my commentary standing up because I prefer it sometimes. Sam has now just stood up himself. Driven. Will only be a single, but well taken. 6 needed from 8.
Tell you what, if you paid your very reasonable ticket price to be here today, you have got incredible value for money. What have we had? Nearly... my maths is so bad.
660
exactly 660
runs.
runs so far. No, way more than that.
330. They need 330. 671 runs.
671 runs, 15 wickets, 98.4 overs, and we still don't know where this one's going.
No, it's remarkable.
2 wickets left, 6 to win off 8.
Oh, hello now. That's going to be a no ball, I think. The umpire, And is that going to be? It's going to be a. I think it's come out of his hand now. Are we going to have the debate about whether the ball is damp because he rolled it across the?
It's me.
So they've run the single. It's a no ball, and there's a free hit. Sussex now need 3.
Yeah, well, that is where the dew, which we felt had played into Lancashire's hands in the second half of this innings, actually went against them there, because a wet ball slipped out of Bailey's hands.
3 runs to win for Sussex club history. Edged, and they'll be scampered through for a single. 2 to win off 7. Remember, Jack Carson hit the winning runs at Arundel last Thursday. 8 days on, it might be Henry Crocombe's turn.
37 this pair have put on now. .39 would do it.
It's madness, isn't it? I mean, the DLS score, if anybody cares, is 327. I mean, I now make it 98-2, I think.
Are you finally committed? With 2 runs to win.
But 2 wickets in hand,
Yeah,
you know, I
absolutely.
mean, that's the thing, isn't it? We saw Crocombe himself take 2 wickets in 2 balls.
Feel a bit for Bailey with that no ball.
Could prove the difference. 2 to win. They're going to scamper through for a single. Shy at the stump.
Oh my word, that was close, but he was home, I think.
And the scores are level. Whatever happens, Sussex are now not losing this game. Lancashire's figure is 0%, whatever happens. It's now a question of whether Sussex can scramble it. And if they can, it'll be described by Sam Kier.
Sussex were capitulating when these two joined together in the middle. Having been 241 for 1, they slipped to 300 for 8, still needing 39 for victory. With that run rate climbing all the time, it got way up towards 10. But Jack Carson, with great support from Henry Crocombe, strong-armed them back into contention. With, you have to say, that 6 and that 4 that Carson hit off Barnard, the man who will bowl the final over.
That field, everyone apart from one person inside the ring.
Here we go, 1 to win. Well fielded off his own bowling. 1 off 5 to win. Neil Bainton scampers across, making sure he gets a good view, because he feels that there's potentially still business for him to do at square leg.
Does he really run like that?
Here he comes. Crocombe. LBW shout, and he's given him! This game is still alive with 1 run needed. Henry Crocombe is LBW to give Charlie Barnard his 4th wicket, and Sussex are 9 down.
This is cricket doing cricket things, Sam.
Incredible. Just when you think it's safe to go back in the water, the Sharks strike again.
Oh my word.
Well, credit to Henry Crocombe, nerveless really until that final misstep. 15 from 17 balls, supporting Jack Carson.
Oh, he's plumb as well. God, I could have given that out from here. Right.
So scores are level to
How
remind
about
you.
this? How about this? Sean Hunt, out for 4 months.
Square number 21. Please welcome Sean Hunt.
When he was going through his rehab in April and May,
June
and July, did he imagine that the next time he walked out with a bat in his hand, it'd be with 1 run to set a club record, make club history with 5 balls? Jack Carson, in a sense, his job is done.
Yeah, Jack Carson will play no further part in this game other than potentially getting down the other end to secure victory.
It's like Mark Wood in the World Cup final.
It is all on Sean Hunt from a Sussex point of view. Oh, what a way to do it! Down the ground! 1 bounce for Sean Hunt on his return to the side. Gives Sussex a record chase with 3 balls to spare at the end of an absolutely incredible game of cricket. The field were up, so in some respects that's a percentage shot from Sean Hunt. And look at the reaction on the boundary, on the balcony there, from the Sussex staff and players, and from the fans in the stand. My word, they have been given a real treat here today at Hove. Sussex win by 1 wicket. Incredible.
What a remarkable game of cricket. What an absolutely phenomenal game that these 2 teams have given us. Lancashire, from the word go, hitting the first ball of the match for 4 with that massive stand up top, that brilliant innings in the middle from Harry Singh, the late order resistance that really bumped their target up to a challenging one. Not just a challenging one, but the highest run chase Sussex would have had to have made. Sussex with that brilliant partnership between the 2, Toms, Haynes and Clark. That sensational innings from Clark. Absolutely brilliant. And then the collapse. Lancashire fighting back. Barnard, what a performer, 4 for 56. But Jack Carson, Henry Crocombe, massive shots, all leading up to Sean Hunt on his return to cricket, hitting the ball down the ground for 4 runs, the winning runs. Second time in a week that Sussex have won a home game in a phenomenal fashion.
Well, people in recent years have talked about, is there room in the world game for 50 over cricket? There's your answer, because the way that game swung from one side to the other right until the end.
So once again, many congratulations to the Sussex Sharks.
Truly wonderful entertainment. And you have to feel for Lancashire, who have played their part in an absolutely brilliant game. And there is the scorecard. A very odd looking scorecard. Jack Carson, we must mention again, 28 from 17, the second time in 8 days that he has come to the crease with things looking fairly desperate for his side, and he's seen them home. And what a way for the game to end. Sean Hunt, who had a tough day with the ball, but will be delighted to be back with the ball. He comes out, 1 run needed.
Bosh.
Would have been a different story if he'd missed it, but he didn't.
We'd have been enjoying a tie, which you don't get very often, many of. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for following. I'm sure you stayed with us till the end. If you're of a Lancashire persuasion, I'm sure you were heartbroken at the end there. I'm sure Sussex fans were biting their nails and doubting everything right up until the end. Whew. Well, Sam, we've done 2 incredible matches. I've got another 2 to go. You're here with me next week for one more effort. Have we got enough in the tank to go again?
We certainly have, because I don't know about you, but the diagnosis has come back and I'm testing positive for Metrobank fever.
And on that note, for myself, Sam Keir, for myself, Andrew Raven, and Sam Keir,
it's catching.
It's a very good night.
Good night.
Alright, we'll meet you there.